Chapter 333. There is no record of Gruder's past in the history books of the 25th century, and Reverse Lightning was puzzled. Over the next few days, Reverse Lightning had been paying attention to the surrounding cities, but there was no news related to the orangutan. Where did Gruder go? This question had been lingering in Reverse Lightning's mind for many years. Where did Gruder go? Thea directly took him to an alien planet. At this time, Gruder's body was not as big as it would be in the future, and his mind control ability had been revealed. However, after many days of military experiments, he was very angry. Thea was not a senior monk, so she did not have the time to help him. The only way she could think of was to let him vent his anger. They found a planet with a very low level of civilization. The natives were like insects, and their weapons were all stone weapons. Gruder, who was now 2 meters tall and had mind control, easily wiped out a settlement. "It's fun," Gruder said telepathically. "If it's fun, then keep playing. I'll pick you up in a few days." Thea also had the ability to telepathically communicate, but she did not use it as naturally as Gruder. After leaving Gruder to harm the aliens, Thea returned to Star City. She still had an interview with the Daily Planet. She was wearing a black jacket, a pair of black flare trousers, a pair of high-heeled shoes, and a pair of sunglasses. She looked quiet and solemn, and no one would think that she had just thrown an evil gorilla with superpowers out to kill the aliens 10 minutes ago. "Hello, Miss Quinn. I'm Louise Ryan, and this is my assistant, Jimmy Olsen. Thank you very much for accepting our interview despite your busy schedule." Louise Lane was wearing a white shirt and a beige coat. She had black hair and was very professional. She did not get angry when Thea used her father to refuse the interview. After introducing herself, she introduced the young photographer, Jimmy Olsen. Thea nodded. Clark Kent was still looking for personal value all over the world. There was still some time before he went to work with the Daily Planet with his old-fashioned glasses. The meeting was pleasant, but after a few words, Thea knew that she would not be friends with her. Their personalities were too different. Perhaps Laurel Lance and Barbara Gordon could talk to her, but it was impossible for Thea. The interview process was very depressing. Louise Lane's questions were very tricky. She immediately threw out the dark history of the Quinn Group when it first started, such as delaying workers' wages, selling shoddy goods as good ones, ignoring the laws and regulations of various states and cities, and a whole bunch of questions. Those who knew about the interview would think that it was an interview, but those who didn't would think that it was a general assembly. This grandson must be here to pick a fight. If it weren't for the fact that her father was a general in the Ministry of Defense and her future husband was Superman, the grass on her grave would be 3 feet tall by now. However, the cameraman was still filming. It was not appropriate to throw a fireball or let Death Knell fly over and kill her. Thea could only deal with all kinds of problems patiently. Isn't it just pushing the responsibility onto others? The workers are all temporary workers, and the substandard ones are the contractors. As for the laws and regulations of the various states, we are a global corporation, and we only respect the federal constitution. Thea poured out her grievances and dealt with all kinds of problems while avoiding the main points. "Miss Quinn, the outside world is generally puzzled about the merger between the Quinn Group and the Merlin Group. As far as I know, the two of you don't have much business dealings, and there aren't many overlapping areas in terms of operations. What led to the merger between the two of you?" Louise Lane was not satisfied with many of her answers, and finally threw out a heavy question. What could Thea say? She could say that it was a gift from her father, but she couldn't say that it was a gift from her father. She couldn't say that the people behind the scenes who controlled the country's lifeline wanted her to deal with the Luther Group either. Fortunately, she had already prepared for this question. She talked about the traditional friendship between the two companies all the way to the new changes in the new era. She talked for a long time without saying anything, but she didn't completely talk about trivial matters. At the end of the interview, Thea threw out a piece of news. In the near future, we will integrate the technology of the two groups and launch a technology product that will affect all citizens. Can you tell me what it is in advance? I can only say that everything is still in the experimental stage, but it will be released soon. It's a medical product. Louise Lane's pen paused in the middle of taking notes. Was there a mistake? Quinn was an energy company, and Merlin was a shipping magnate? How could the merger of two completely unrelated companies result in the crystallization of medical technology? Thea chose to ignore Louise Lane's suspicious little eyes. She was also helpless. The Quinn Group's urban construction would play a big role in the future war, and this could be preserved. The development of new energy required a lot of experiments, and it was still in the process of being used on a small scale. Merlin's shipping business was definitely a sunset industry, and it had reached a critical stage where it needed to be transformed immediately. Malcolm's quick decision to let go of it was also because it was too much work. The other group leaders wanted to find a new economic growth point, but they could only run around the world and try to find a new product to salvage the situation. Thea's advantage over them was that she could choose a lot more areas. She could run around the universe. If she saw something good, she could just snatch it and use it as a reference. Those aliens would not run to the United States Supreme Court to sue her. She had accidentally found a body repair equipment with a wide range of uses on an intelligent planet. She brought it back to Earth along with the instruction manual. Lamp could translate the words in the manual, and Gideon could analyze the principles of the equipment. The preliminary samples had already begun to be processed. The life structure of that planet was very fragile, and their bodies often needed repair. Usually, they would be scanned to a standard state. If they were injured or sick, they would be restored with a click of a button. The excess parts of the body would be cut off, and the missing parts would be replaced. The people on Earth would definitely not do this, but their repair technology was really good. It would save a lot of time when used in surgery. A 2-meter-long capsule could be placed in for a scan. External personnel would operate debridement and suturing, and the efficiency would be very fast. It was very suitable for the alien villains to visit every day. Bombs and poison gas flew, flames and black fog danced together, and the American citizens lived in an abyss of suffering. After sending off Louise Lane, who had gotten the big news, Thea came to the group's Applied Science Experiment Department. The two groups merged, and there were hundreds of researchers. After a few months of initial run-in, this group of people who only knew how to do research was the first team to integrate. Dr. Hoffman was still in the Red Room. Thea called the deputy director. "Is there any problem with the operation of the medical cabin?" The deputy director was a student of the old man, Hoffman. He also followed the old man's serious and rigid style. "Everything is going well. The recruited clinical test subjects are in good condition. They can start the first operation in the medical cabin at any time." Chapter 334. This is an epic-making invention. The deputy director led Thea into the room with a hint of excitement on his expressionless face. It was no wonder that he was so excited. In order to make this epic-making product, Thea had really put in a lot of effort. Gideon took the finished product and reverse-engineered it into a very low-level version. Thea, on the other hand, gave them an order to study it. After that, she kept enlightening them with suggestion, making them think that it was the crystallization of collective wisdom. That was how the product in front of them came about. Of course, part of the Red House's success was the result of the Red House's laboratory. There were too many disciplines involved in modifying a product from a different civilization into something that was suitable for their own planet. This was why Thea insisted on investing in the Red House, even though she could find alien technology. It was easy to find things, but it was hard to find talented people. The country could gather the best of the best in all fields, but she did not have the prestige to do so. This product is priced at $1 million per unit. Isn't it too expensive? Many civilians can't afford it. The deputy director suddenly thought of something and asked, "It's not expensive. For the rich, it's the price of a car. How can you complain about something that can save your life? As for civilians, we can make a simplified version and give it away or sell it to the major hospitals and residential areas. In the future, we can even set it up in the streets of the city like an ATM machine. It will only cost a little to complete the treatment." Thea explained casually. She did not care about the money. The software in each machine would scan the patient's basic information, which would eventually be integrated into the artificial intelligence. With the facial recognition software that Felicity had developed, Thea had information about most of the people in the country and even the world. This was priceless. The Heaven's Eye Society had agents all over the world. They would be alerted immediately if there was any movement. Luthor had launched over 100 satellites in orbit around the globe. Bruce Wayne had fewer satellites, but his space base in the observation tower was equivalent to 100 satellites. Thea was far behind them in terms of information. If she could not compete in the sky, she would compete on the ground. This is the name list of the people who participated in the experiment. The deputy director handed her a document. Thea took it and flipped through it indifferently. Thea stared at the photo in the document. It was a young man, and from a certain description, he could even be described as a handsome young man. Thea glanced at the registered name, Roy Harper. Is there something wrong with this person? The deputy minister asked nervously when he saw the change in her expression. Thea flipped through the documents again. The applicant applied for this free treatment because his mother had a large tumor in her abdomen. The agreement mentioned that it was an experimental project with certain risks, but it also guaranteed that all subsequent treatment costs would be covered. It's him. Arrange for his mother to start the operation as soon as possible. Thea did not say much to the deputy minister. She closed the document and handed it back to him. After the deputy minister left, Thea sighed thoughtfully. Roy Harper was an important member of the Green Arrow team. His code name was Arsenal. He had participated in many operations in the Justice League and the Young Titans. The most important thing was that in the original space-time, he was Thea's lover. Thea later took on the code name Red Arrow because of this man. Thea stared at the sky alone. Maybe there really were supreme beings outside the atmosphere, outside the universe, who could set the rules. But so what? Thea's was like iron. She would not be swayed by anything. Her thoughts were simple and direct. In summary, it was what Yao Fei had taught Oliver on Purgatory Island. Survive, survive. In the past few years, she had been studying hard and practicing hard. She kept running forward because she was afraid that she would be abandoned by the world. She was afraid that her fate would be decided by those guys in capes in the sky. *T fate. Thea scolded softly. At this time, the deputy minister informed her that the preparations were ready. Let's start. The two stood at high place. Thea nodded gently, indicating that they should start. Two female nurses helped an old woman into the medical cabin. Roy Harper, who was wearing a red pullover, was waiting nervously outside the door. Thea had no intention of going up to meet the patient. She did not care about the patient's safety. No matter how serious the medical accident was, her magic could save it. She just wanted to see how effective this medical cabin, which had been reverted to the original version, was. The staff outside the medical cabin quickly completed the body scan. As the old woman's health data was not recorded, they could only control the operation on the spot. The staff confirmed the operation plan through the scan outside the cabin and then entered it into the computer. The door of the medical cabin was closed. The old woman was anesthetized. Several mechanical arms began to work. The abdomen was cut open, the bleeding was stopped, and the wound was stitched up. Normally, the operation would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Even a skilled doctor would need several hours to complete it. However, the operation was completed in less than 10 minutes. The patient's vital signs were not affected at all. So fast. Roy Harper, who was still strolling outside like a donkey, was really shocked by the speed. The staff showed him the removed tumor and the patient's various body indexes. Roy Harper could not believe it completely. If the data were real, his mother could go home in the afternoon. He was afraid that these big companies would do human experiments on poor people. If it were not for the fact that he was so poor, he would not have applied to be a volunteer. The medical staff tried to persuade him, but he insisted that he must stay at the scene and wait for his mother to wake up. Miss Quinn, it seems that the experiment is very successful. The deputy minister was very excited. Although this was the crystallization of collective wisdom, as the director, he could leave his name in history. The experiment will not stop. I will arrange for people to submit an application to the federal government tomorrow. It will be listed in a month. If it was only listed in Star City, they could just tell Moira and go through the procedures. This was the scary thing about the mother and daughter colluding with each other. However, If they wanted to be listed in the national market, they would need the approval of the federal government. 3 days later, Miss Quinn, these two said that they are FBI agents and want to see you. The assistant lady nervously led the two into Thea's office. The two agents were a man and a woman. The man was a very strong, middle-aged African, and the woman was very young. She was almost the same age as Thea. The two took out their IDs and showed them. "We are from the FBI. My name is..." Thea glanced at them and stood up from the chair. She reached out and pressed a few buttons on the empty space on the table. A projection appeared in the room. "ID 332589. Let me check." As she entered the ID number, the projection immediately showed the other party's information, but the owner of the ID number was a white man. Thea pointed at the projection and said to the middle-aged black man, "This is the real FBI agent. Who are you? Or rather, who are you?" The middle-aged black man and the young woman looked at each other speechlessly. Thea saw that their identities were fake, so she brazenly hacked into the FBI. Now that their disguise was exposed, the middle-aged man had no choice but to take out another ID. "I am from the DEO, Supernatural Investigation Bureau. I am the director, Hank Henshaw." Chapter 335. The person beside me is Special Agent Alex Danvers. The middle-aged man, named Hank Henshaw, introduced the female agent beside him. The female agent obviously had not recovered from the embarrassment of having her identity exposed. She was a little dazed and only hurriedly took out her ID after receiving the middle-aged man's signal. "Hank Henshaw." Thea muttered the name. Is this guy real or a Martian hunter impersonating him? She habitually took off her glasses and glanced at him. The other party immediately sensed it, and a faint scarlet glow appeared in his eyes, but he resisted it. "It seems that your identity is also fake. Am I right, Director Henshaw?" Thea's mocking voice sounded in his mind. This was the first time the Martian hunter had been sensed. He glanced at Alex Danvers from the corner of his eyes and also transmitted his voice into Thea's mind. "Who are you?" He did not expect to get a direct answer from Thea. His scarlet eyes focused. He was used to finding the answer himself. The Martian hunter was the world's strongest telepathy master. This was his talent. Thea was far inferior to him in this aspect. She could only use her mental power to set up layers of barriers to prevent his mind from invading her mind. However, the mind invasion did not happen. The other party was actually conceited enough to use his eyes to probe her. Thea sneered and set up an illusion to prevent Alex Danvers from seeing anything. She then looked up, and her eyes emitted a pale, yellow beam of light to meet the Martian hunter's gaze. Their eyes met in the air. Both of them turned their heads and took a step back at the same time. Thea only took a step back. It was not a big deal. On the other hand, the Martian hunter was in trouble. His abilities were so strong that he could be compared to Superman. His abilities were so varied that he couldn't even finish 2 essays with 400 grid space. However, he had a fatal weakness. He was afraid of fire. That's right, the Martian hunter was afraid of fire. Because all his people were burned to ashes, the great grief caused a crack to appear in his heart. This crack had already affected him from a psychological level to a physical level. Now that he looked directly into Thea's eyes, the source of his fear made him wither instantly. He could not care less about telepathy or X-ray. He sank into his memories and could not extricate himself. Thea took the opportunity to enter the depths of his mind, learning and observing his telepathy. Thought scan, thought erase, mental shield, thought control, super long-distance mind reading, illusions, hypnosis, possession, thought sensing, thought connection, mind shock, and a whole bunch of other abilities related to the mind. Thea didn't hesitate to memorize all of them so that she could slowly research them when she had the time. What a cheat. Thea couldn't help but sigh. This was only his psychic ability. It could only be considered as a part of his superpowers. In addition to his super strength, super endurance, regeneration, flight, and super 5 senses, if this guy wasn't afraid of fire, no one would be his match. The speed of thought only lasted for an instant, and in the outside world, it only lasted for 1 second. Thea had a good impression of the humanoid gift pack, so she casually added fear resistance on him. The Martian hunter, who was sweating profusely, finally came out of the terrifying illusion filled with flames. "Who the hell are you?" Although he had regained his consciousness, the mental burden wouldn't disappear so quickly. His earth-shattering strength was less than a tenth of it. Seeing Alex Danvers in a daze, he asked hesitantly, "What's the matter?" "I'm an Earthling, a real Earthling." "But you're Martian, right?" Thea crossed her legs. Her long legs under her skirt were dazzling. But the Martian hunter was not in the mood to admire them because Thea was speaking in the Martian language, a language that he had never heard of hundreds of years ago. "I'm a Martian. My name is Ron Juns. How do you know my language?" Thea waved the ring in her hand. "You should know about the Green Lantern Corps, right? I'm a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps." "Oh." The Martian hunter heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know about the Yellow Lantern Corps, but he had seen the Green Lantern Corps before and knew that their translator could translate all the languages in the universe. "You know me? You know my weakness?" At first, the Martian hunter thought that it was his inner thoughts that turned into the fire scene. However, with his incomparable understanding of mind control, he could tell that there was a human element here. There could only be one conclusion. The other party knew him, or at least knew his weakness. Thea smiled, but did not say anything. The Martian hunter asked, "Did my Kryptonian friend tell you?" "That's right. It was our Kryptonian friend, Clark." Thea was about to say something, but the Martian hunter came up with an answer in his mind. Thea took the opportunity to settle the matter. Superman and the Martian hunter were very good friends in the early days. Their abilities were similar, and they were both aliens who were stranded on Earth after the destruction of their planets. They had a lot to talk about, but soon the two parted ways because of differences in ideology. The Martian hunter was afraid that Superman would do evil, so no matter who he met, he would frantically promote kryptonite. As a good friend, Superman would naturally return the favor. He would tell everyone that the Martian hunter had the same ability as him, but he was afraid of fire. The result of the two friends undermining each other was that their abilities and weaknesses were memorized by Batman. Now that he heard the name Clark from Thea, he was even more certain that his good friend was peddling his weaknesses everywhere. There was no need to mention how unhappy he was. "By the way, why are you looking for me?" "The Heaven's Eye Society should know about my information. A few of the higher-ups in the Department of National Defense should also know about it." "What are you doing here?" Thea saw that he had his head lowered and was deep in thought, so she interrupted his thoughts. "If there's nothing else, you should leave. Thea is busy." "The Heavens Eye Society? You're from there?" "We're an agency under the government." The Martian hunter felt that he might have made a mistake because he did not clarify things beforehand. No matter how much conflict there was between the government and the military, they were on the same side. In other words, Thea and he were on the same side. An agency under the government? No wonder. Thea nodded. "We're not enemies. You can ask General Lane about my identity, but they're fighting for the position of the Minister of National Defense. You'll have to make an appointment in advance." The old minister had retired, and a few powerful figures in the Department of National Defense were now in the final stages of the competition. The final winner would just have to speak to the president and make a so-called nomination. Then, the matter would be settled. Thea could not find anyone in the Department of National Defense, even if she had something to do. It was clear that they had been trying to build connections everywhere recently. The Martian hunter nodded. He understood the situation. Today's mistake had a lot to do with their inability to find the person responsible. He sorted out his words. "Your medical pod is using extraterrestrial technology, right? Don't you know the risks involved?" Thea sneered. "What a joke. America's technological level has crushed the world for the past 50 years. Don't tell me that this is all your own research. You didn't reverse engineer extraterrestrial technology?" Chapter 336. The Martian hunter was speechless. Earth is in chaos now. Instead of using alien technology for war, it's better to use it for people's lives. That's all I have to say. If there's nothing else, please go back. Thea explained everything clearly in a few words and wanted to drive the Martian hunter away. Perhaps it was because of the tragic death of his family, especially his daughter, that this guy had a passive attribute that even he himself did not know about. That was all cute girls were his daughters. He was full of fatherly love. From the gypsy, to the star chaser, to the sisters Cara Danvers and Alex Danvers, he basically treated all the sweet and cute girls as his daughters. Thea did not want to fall into his evil claws. This guy was very capable and liked to meddle in other people's business. The best choice was to stay far away from him. She had a look of rejection, and the Martian hunter could see it. He casually removed Alex's illusion. This sister, the Supergirl, did not know what had just happened. Her memory was still stuck in the problem of impersonating the FBI. Since the matter is clear, we'll take our leave first. Take care. Quinn Enterprises welcomes the guidance of the government at any time. After saying that, the Martian hunter pulled Alex and walked out. Director, didn't you say that there was a problem with her new product? Alex, who was just 19 years old this year and looked like a capable DO agent in the future, asked in confusion. The Martian hunter had a lot to say in his heart, but he did not know where to start. His mental state had not recovered, and he pretended that nothing had happened. Maybe the information was wrong. Go back and reorganize the information. He urgently needed to rest now. After sending Alex to check the records, the Martian hunter was ready to think about the information he had received today. After sending the two guys away, Thea put all her work aside and focused on studying the various secret methods of mind control that she had stolen from the Martian hunter's mind. His ability was more of a talent. It was not impossible for Thea to train to his level through learning, but it would take a lot of time. The first thing that Thea studied was the psychic shield. The Martian hunter used strong mental power to cover his consciousness to prevent others from peeping. Thea's mental power was not that strong, and it was impossible for her to maintain such a large amount of mental power in her daily life. Using the Martian Manhunter's method, she used the emotional version of the psychic shield. A large amount of fear enveloped her consciousness. If one wanted to peek into her thoughts, they would have to pass through this fear first. Even if they could pass through this fear, the other party's combat strength would instantly drop by 30%. Thea studied the Martian hunters for an entire day and couldn't help but sigh in admiration of their racial talent. Such strong combat power was only responsible for healing, saving people, cleaning, and counseling in the Justice League. What a waste of talent. He picked up his bag and left the company. As night fell, he rushed to Gotham. Thea first secretly met with Lucius Fox, the president of Wayne Group. Wayne Group's strong entry into the medical industry was bound to have an impact on Wayne Group, which was the leader in medical genetic engineering. Thea's strategy was to provoke Luther Group while entering Wayne Group's traditional business range. It seemed reckless, but it was actually the situation that the higher-ups wanted to see. Any alliance between two of the three large multinational companies was not allowed. As a rising star, Wayne Group was able to challenge two established companies at the same time. The higher-ups were happy to see this happen. To a certain extent, they would even help Thea. As for who was using who, it was up to each person to decide. Thea's trip was to send a message. Business war was business war, and it would not affect personal relationships. The old man had been in the business war for almost half of his life. He had seen everything and was very clear about her goal. However, the business world was like a battlefield. He did not completely believe Thea's words and just went along with it. Due to their previous friendship, the meeting between the two was not very enthusiastic, but there was no awkward silence either. After Thea obtained the preliminary results, she rushed to Wayne's old house and agreed to check on Damien's learning results today. Batman and Damien were not around at the moment, so the old butler, Ah Fu, received her. Thea was experienced in dealing with old people. After a few pleasantries, she gave him a few caddies of Assamese black tea. The old man was a traditional Englishman. He had maintained the habit of drinking black tea for many years. However, there was too little tea in America. He drank coffee every day, and the old man had been holding back for a long time. The old man sniffed the fragrance of the tea leaves. Is this the new tea? Yes, it was picked recently. Thea would not tell him that she and Diana had passed by the tea tree and picked it out of curiosity. That's thoughtful of you. The old man had always had a good impression of Thea. She was cultured and cultured. Most importantly, she was polite. Thea could be said to be one of the few guests who could visit through the front door. Batman and his friends usually did not come through the front door. They often came through the windows, the roof, and the sewers. After chatting with the old man and listening to him talk about his past in the British Special Forces, Bruce came back with Damien not long after. The father and son were a little embarrassed to face Thea again. Batman did not know that his son's foundation was so poor. He did not go anywhere for a whole month. Gotham even said that Batman was dead. He had been working hard to help Damien improve his cultural knowledge. With his high IQ and vast knowledge, he had compiled a set of teaching materials. The knowledge of 6 years of primary school was compressed into a month, and Damien had to learn it. If he did not understand it, he would fight. If he could not memorize it, he would not be allowed to eat. Damien's character was also tough. After the blood baptism, his IQ and memory had reached a high point. With hard work, he managed to learn 6 years of knowledge in a month. Check it. Although Batman had a straight face, he was actually quite happy. He felt like a backward student who had returned to school under the guidance of his parents. Thea did not need Damien to have a high level of knowledge. A fixed worldview was not conducive to learning magic, but he had to be literate. If he could not read, how could he become a mage? She did not hold back. She casually asked a few questions about mathematics, English, and Latin, and Damien answered them fluently. Good, not bad. Thea was very satisfied. She rubbed Damien's little head. The naughty child resisted the urge to speak. She told Damien to find her in Star City tomorrow and said goodbye to the father and son. Walking alone on the streets of Gotham, Thea opened the Eye of Horus. She had one last thing to do. She had to find Tommy and give him the syringe of divine blood. This guy was getting along with Barbara and Laurel. He had not returned to Star City for a long time. Thea searched for traces of him while thinking about what to say when they met. After all, Malcolm had never told her about their blood relationship. It would be strange if she gave him something for no reason. Chapter 337. In the process of searching, Thea accidentally found a woman. With the Eye of Horus, she could see countless people and countless things. Thea did not pay much attention to her at first, but when she glanced at the woman, she instantly noticed something different about her. Since Tommy's matter was not urgent, Thea's curiosity was piqued. She flew to the woman 2 streets away and carefully sized her up. The woman looked 2 or 3 years older than Thea. She had red hair, wore a green t-shirt, and white cloth shoes. Judging from her clothes, it was obvious that she came from a poor family. "Hey, can you hear me?" Thea shouted beside the red-haired woman and found that she was not in a good condition. Her footsteps were staggering, and at first glance, she looked like she was drunk. However, with Thea's X-ray vision, she could see that the woman's genetic chain was rapidly collapsing. Was she the victim of some human experiment? Thea, who had just sent Roy Harper away a few days ago, could not help but think so. The only difference was that she was confident that Roy was the beneficiary, but the woman in front of her had obviously encountered something she was not confident about and had turned herself into a victim. The woman's body was full of vitality, but the intensity of the energy was far beyond the limit of what her genes could withstand. Would he be able to treat this injury? If it was a normal gunshot wound, Thea would not even look at the person dying in front of her. However, the woman in front of her was very strange. She was clearly about to die, but there was still a lot of vitality in her body, which made Thea a little excited. Although she had some guesses in her heart, Thea still took out the woman's ID and driver's license. She looked at the name Pamela Isley. She was indeed the famous Poison Ivy. She was a female university student who loved plants and graduated from the elite Gotham University. She was an optimistic and kind person who was injected with plant toxins as an experiment subject. After surviving the disaster, her blood turned into chlorophyll, and she had the ability to control plants and secrete hormones to control others. However, Thea carefully observed the condition of her body. She was really far from surviving the disaster. If there was no external force, she would be dead. After experiencing many similar incidents, Thea was somewhat immune to them. Perhaps her existence was the only explanation for her survival. Poison Ivy's abilities were outstanding, and she was also very beautiful. She would be an excellent subordinate, worthy of Thea's personal attention. Thea didn't know how to explain the god's blood to Tommy. She decided to save the people first. After finding an empty room, Thea used her spiritual power to support her and kicked the door open. After a thorough examination, Thea frowned. The reason for Pamela's death was that the plant's vitality was too strong. Too much nutrients was taken in per unit of time, and the body couldn't absorb and convert them, so it could only store them. However, there was a limit to this. Pamela's body was currently at a critical point, and it wouldn't take much more. In another minute, her body would explode from too much energy. Thea took out her magic sword and tested it. The result was bad. Pamela's energy wasn't magic or divine power, but vitality. The magic sword had no effect on it. She lowered her head and thought about all the spells she knew, but none of them worked. If she used light magic, it would definitely add fuel to the fire. Pamela would explode in 3 seconds. What should she do? Thea rubbed her chin. She was really stumped. Should she use dark magic to counteract the vitality of the plant's poison? That would take too much effort. Maybe this will work. Thea took out a small bottle from her space ring. This was the blood that the Court of Owls had taken from Solomon Grundy's heart. The blood had a very strong corrosive property. It was too different from Thea's power system, so she had kept it. She made a cut on Pamela's arm and used her spiritual power to wrap a drop of gray blood into her blood vessel. Suddenly encountering an enemy, the energy in Pamela's body began to fight back wildly, trying to expel the gray blood from her body. However, the gray blood wasn't weak either. It clashed with a large amount of green life energy and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. However, there was too much green life energy. A tiger couldn't win against a pack of wolves. The gray blood finally ran out of energy and dissipated like gas. It's working. A third of the energy in Pamela's body was used up. Thea dripped the remaining 2 drops in her blood. Half an hour passed. Who are you? Her energy had been temporarily depleted. Although her body was still producing new energy, Pamela had already regained her consciousness. Seeing a stranger standing in front of her, even though she was scared to death, she had no strength left in her body and could only ask intermittently, "I'm the one who saved you. You still remember what happened, right? If it wasn't for me, you'd be dead." Thea wasn't bluffing. Although there weren't many people in this world who knew how to heal, there were still a few. However, Thea was the only one who could heal her. "I remember. I want revenge," Pamela said through gritted teeth. "Very good. Keep it this way. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, but I'll only say it once. Your body has been completely transformed by the previous poison. The time of your death has been artificially suppressed by me, but there's not much time left. You need a comprehensive transformation of your body to ensure that you won't die from the poison energy." Thea tried to use concise words to describe her current situation. "My body." Pamela forced herself to sit up. She looked at her 2 green arms. The wound Thea had made was still there, but it wasn't blood that flowed out. Instead, it was a green substance. "Chlorophyll? Where's my blood? I become a monster." Pamela covered her mouth. She wanted to cry, but there weren't any tears. "My tear ducts are gone. Am I still human?" Faced with her question, Thea thought seriously. "I don't know much about biology, but from a biological point of view, you're a plant that can walk. However, from a philosophical point of view, if you still believe in the concept of human, then you're still human." Thea's first half of the sentence made Pamela's expression turn ugly, but the second half lifted her spirits. "Why did you save me?" Pamela asked in a low voice. "I saw your ability." Thea's answer was very honest. This made Pamela feel much better. American society didn't encourage selfless help. Gotham's motto was that useless people were only fit to lie in the gutter. Although Pamela was kind, she wasn't stupid. Hearing that her ability had been chosen, she secretly sighed in relief. "How do you do this modification? Will it change my body?" Thea took out a fake yellow ring. The modification process varies from person to person. During the modification, it will read your true thoughts and strengthen you accordingly. If you're desperate to return to your human form, perhaps my ring is your only choice. Chapter 338. I accept. It suits me very well. I'm willing to dedicate the rest of my life to it. Thea's words gave Pamela hope again. I don't need you to dedicate the rest of your life. I won't have many missions. You'll gain the power to take revenge. The rest of the time will still be yours. You can continue to grow flowers and plants. Thea was satisfied with her attitude. This girl was much more straightforward than Death Knell. With a light tap of her finger, the yellow ring flew in front of Pamela, emitting a faint light. She reached out and picked up the ring. When she put it on her middle finger, a faint yellow light surrounded Pamela. Thea casually cast a concealment spell. After Damien's teaching mission, Batman would definitely be running around. Barbara's Raptor squad would also be roaming around the city. To prevent them from asking questions, it was best to avoid them. The power of the fake lantern ring was definitely not as good as the original, and the transformation process would take several times longer. Pamela was bathed in the yellow light. Although the transformation process was slow, it was done in an orderly manner. Thea was relieved and went to the rooftop to absorb the moonlight. The transformation process lasted for more than 4 hours. It was only in the wee hours of the morning that Pamela's transformation was finally completed. Thea looked at Pamela's ability through her own ring. Most of the emotional power had been used to restore her human form. Her originally green skin had returned to normal. That's right, it looked normal. The transformation of a life form could not be reversed. The lantern ring's power could only restore the color of her skin. Other than her lips and eyes, which were still slightly green, the rest of her body had returned to normal. The only ability Pamela had gained through the yellow ring was the ability to summon plants from somewhere on Earth. These plants had to be ones that she understood and had even cultivated before. In theory, if she could find a powerful plant from another planet and transplant it to Earth, she would be able to summon it after some cultivation. This summoning ability did not seem like much, but it did make up for the shortcomings of Poison Ivy in the original timeline. Her disadvantage from the environment in battle was greatly reduced. Thea left her a message, telling her to take revenge as she wished, but not to kill the innocent. She then left Earth and flew to the planet where Jared had been placed. Death Knell had already found the location of the shark god. To be safe, Thea felt that it was better to bring along the powerful Groot. At that time, Deadman, Gruder, Death Knell, Poison Ivy, and Thea would form a team of 5. It shouldn't be a problem for them to take down the native Hawaiian god who was taken down by a dozen agents, right? Once again, he found Jared. He had grown from 2 meters to 3 meters. His original hostility had completely disappeared. He was lying on a big rock, surrounded by a few native aliens who had evolved from insects. They were fanning him with big leaves. Thea casually took out a banana from her interspatial ring and threw it without even looking at it. Pa! It hit Jared's face. Jared doesn't like bananas. The gorilla had a conditioned reflex after being smashed by Thea. It knew that she was here as soon as it saw the banana. Its dull voice sounded in Thea's heart. How is it? Are you having fun here? Thea's psionic ability had been given a big gift by the Martian hunter. It had evolved from the original rough type to the delicate type. The basic function of psionic transmission was no longer as difficult as before. These guys are too stupid. Jared looked at the natives who were still fanning him with disgust. Thea looked around. The natives really couldn't think of how to serve this murderous god who had descended from the sky. Fortunately, Jared's hostility dissipated very quickly, and he slowly accepted their submission. These guys racked their brains to please Jared, but unfortunately, their intelligence was too low. They only used the same few methods, which made Jared feel suffocated. Let's go. I'll take you to a more advanced planet. You'll gain more power there. Thea was very confident in Jared. After all, he was a famous villain in the original space-time. No matter how high Sinisto's standards were, Jared would be able to move him. Sinisto had been moving frequently recently, secretly accumulating power. He had already left OUA and returned to his home planet, Korriga. Thea first released the elk from the dimensional ring to meet Jared. The two animals were quite congenial. They were both from Earth and had telepathy. This gave them a good first impression of each other. Then, under the ecstatic gaze of the natives, she put Jared into the dimensional ring. Thea flew into space, opened a wormhole, and flew into the depths of the universe. Welcome to Korriga. What do you think of my kingdom? At this time, Sinisto was in high spirits. He had changed out of the Green Lantern uniform that he had worn for many years and was now a Yellow Lantern. Thea knew that this guy still chose to go down this path. She knew that her little wings could not reach such a distant universe. Sinisto had not been stripped of his Green Lantern ring yet, but he was about to part ways with the Green Lantern Corps. It was only a matter of time before she played a role in it. It's a very good place. Are you implementing your order? Thea's eyes swept across the crowd. Sinisto relied on his strong willpower to control the Yellow Lantern ring. He used the power of the ring to maintain the order of the planet and monitor everyone's movements and heartbeat. He wanted to give his people an ideal world, but the reality was that his people were afraid of him. His Yellow Lantern ring's energy was increasing every day, and Thea's ring's energy had also increased by a lot. A perfect order is the cornerstone of the stability of the people's lives, Sinisto said proudly. Thea was too lazy to explain the key point. He might or might not know, but it had nothing to do with Thea. Naturally, she would have Hal Jordan, an old enemy, to deal with him. When Sinisto died, the two lantern rings of the same origin would merge into one. At that time, the winner would be Thea. Thea did not want to talk nonsense at the crucial time of his rebellion. I've just recruited a new subordinate. Can you give him some advice? The two skipped over the problem of governing the country. Thea talked about the purpose of this trip. This was something they had agreed on before. Thea had 3 recruitment quotas. The one that caught your eye must be this. What is this? Sinisto was shocked by Jared, who was released from the dimensional ring. There were many strange creatures in the universe, and some were 100 times stranger than Jared. However, Sinisto had recently crammed a lot of biological knowledge on Earth and suspected that he had seen wrongly. He used the Lantern Ring's identification function to scan Jared again. F*CK, a real gorilla. In the scientific classification of Earth, it was a primate mammal. Sinisto's face darkened. He pointed at Jared and said to Thea, "This guy is your new subordinate? Are you kidding me? Last time, you got a dead person. This time, you got an animal. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't agree." Chapter 339. I'm Jared, not an animal. You purple-skinned eggplant. Before Sinisto could finish his complaint, an unusually dull voice sounded in his mind. He could not help but look at Jared. Was it this gorilla who spoke? Yes, Jared has a very strong telepathic ability. Thea did not hear Jared's words, but she could guess it from Sinisto's expression. Telepathic ability. Sinisto was ambitious and wise. He did not care about the purple-skinned eggplant's words. He was measuring the strength of this ability. Originally, Sinisto thought that Grud, who is 3 meters tall and weighed several tons, was a melee fighter. However, he did not expect him to be a psychic. There were many races in the universe that could control their minds. Sinisto had seen many of them, but most of them were physically weak. It was rare to see a psychic with a body as big as Grud. Jared's 2 huge nostrils snorted with dissatisfaction. Sinisto asked Thea, "How strong is his psychic control?" Thea looked at the people around Sinisto. She had met Lisa Dracker last time. Amon-sum was Abin-sum's son. She had met him a few times before. This guy had also been tricked into the yellow lamp. She did not know the other 2. One was shrouded in black fog, and the other was an alien woman with sharp teeth. Unsurprisingly, this guy covered in black fog was a weapon master. He was a life form from the antimatter universe. His strength was a little unpredictable. Sia aimed at the woman with sharp teeth and gave Jared a telepathic signal. Jared's psychic control was silent. There was no explosion or fire. The red-haired woman with sharp teeth walked slowly to Thea. "Carohill, are you okay? Answer me." Sinisto shouted, but his subordinate had been completely controlled. He slowly said, "I'm Jared. Are you kidding me? How could he be controlled so easily?" Sinisto could not believe it, but the truth was in front of him. He had realized that this gorilla was very different from the gorillas in the database of the lamp ring. In fact, Jared's psychic control could work on Sinisto, but Thea did not want to break his confidence. The users of the lamp ring had high requirements for their mentality. Without a perfect mentality, Sinisto would not be able to rebel. The lamp rings of the same color could attack, but Thea and his ring were the same. They could never attack each other. The judgment of the ring was very strict. Any subjective intention would make the lamp ring of the deceased find another way. That was why both of them did not fight each other, even though they had ulterior motives. Sia's plan was to not obstruct him or even support him in his rebellion. She would let him and Hal Jordan love and kill each other. Regardless of whether Sinisto died in battle or returned to the green light, the two rings would become one again. He gestured to Grud to release the mind control on the fanged woman, Karu Hill. It only took a second for the fanged woman's eyes to turn from confusion to fear. "What did you do to me?" Although she was questioning him, she didn't stop and quickly ran back to Sinisto's side. Sinisto nodded silently. "There are so many strange creatures on Earth. Jared can join the Yellow Lantern Corps. He will fight for me, right?" "Of course, but he has to go back to Earth with me first. After that, he will stay here with you." Thea smiled happily. Jared's psychic control was a combination of her initial suggestion and his skyrocketing psychic power. As long as his psychic power was still there, his loyalty could be guaranteed. Thea did not want him to stay on Earth. She wanted him to see more life in the universe. Jared would not think that he was different. The two finalized the agreement. Sinisto gave Jared a new lamp ring, and Thea recorded the names of these people in the Book of Parallax. Jared, who wore the lamp ring, did not wear a tight-fitting combat suit. Instead, it had shoulder pads and arm guards like a suit of armor. This armored gorilla looked a bit like Vegeta's giant ape transformation. Thea was a little speechless. However, Jared's materialization ability disappointed her a little. His brain was too small, and his imagination was not enough. The things he materialized were things like scalpels, electric drills, and the like. There were also 2 bananas among them. She decided to explore his brain in the future. Thea had completed her trip. Jared had transitioned from an Earth creature to a universe creature. As long as he wanted to enhance his materialization ability, he had to see more and think more. His knowledge and vision would gradually expand, and this process would also reduce his hatred for humans. After bidding farewell to Sinisto and the others, Thea returned to Earth with Jared. Death Knell had already sent a message back to the Shark God. This was not a righteous action. Thea did not call Diana. Instead, she called back the dead people who were playing in the outer space and was ready to fight with them. "How was it? Did you get your revenge?" Thea first went to Poison Ivy's residence. At this time, Poison Ivy was sitting alone in front of the window, hugging her knees and spacing out. Pamela did not answer Thea's question. Her voice was a little hoarse. "The school canceled my student status. They actually thought I was dead." She was obviously laughing, but there was no joy in her words. Thea did not know how to comfort her. Pamela habitually wiped her face twice, but there were still no traces of tears. "What do you need me to do?" "I want to help you expand your worldview. I want you to see how narrow your world was before. Change your clothes and come with me." Pamela was a little skeptical, but the hinting spell made her believe Thea's words. She changed her clothes and followed. Thea sensed Death Knell's location and opened a blue portal in a place where no one was around. The two walked in. After seeing the charm, which used the portal so many times, Thea summarized her spatial knowledge. The portal cannot be too big. If it was too big, it would waste magic. If it was too small, it would be uncomfortable. Thea could not open a portal at will, but she could cast a spell in advance to open a safe and comfortable portal. "This little girl is the helper you found to slay the god?" Death Knell, who was wearing a standard combat suit and carrying 2 swords, asked. Thea had been wearing a mask, so he could only tell that Thea was a woman. He did not know anything else. However, Pamela did not hide her face at all. She was dressed like a modern university student. Plus, she was still dizzy after being teleported. In Death Knell's eyes, she looked a little dumb. Everyone has a time when they are young and inexperienced. You weren't much better than her when you first started, right? She has a lot of potential. Thea casually explained. Poison Ivy's future was not ordinary. Thea was ready to give the task of training her to Slade. Didn't he like to be arrogant and call everyone a child? Let him train Poison Ivy slowly. Chapter 340. Death Knell did not think that a student like Pamela would be of any help. In his eyes, Pamela was not even comparable to Oliver from Purgatory Island. At least Oliver was an adult male. I've been on this island for a day. You said there were 2 more helpers. Where are they? Death Knell did not want to dwell on Pamela's problem. He only wanted to see what the god Thea mentioned was. Thea looked to the left of Death Knell's head. Boston Brand was wearing a red tights and was making a face. She was speechless. He's here. Boston, bring the light ring and let them know each other. Thea said. The dead man's physical body was in perfect condition. He could be seen and speak. Without the light ring, even if Thea cast true vision on them, they could only see and not communicate. Seeing a person appear above his head, Death Knell instinctively pulled out his sword. Who's there? Thea did not answer immediately. Instead, she called out Jared from the space ring and introduced him to her subordinates. A dead man and a gorilla. Poison Ivy felt that her worldview was shattered. She fell into a daze for a moment. Death Knell, Slade, was much better than her. With suspicion in his eyes, he pointed at the dead man and asked, You said this guy is dead? He's in a spirit state now? Thea corrected him. He's in a spirit state. He's the only unique life form in the world that exists between life and death. Everything else you said is correct. Slade pointed at Jared and asked, Is this a gorilla with superpowers? Before Thea could answer, Jared extended his hand and telepathically spoke in his mind. Jared likes the smell of blood on you. Slade shook hands with the gorilla in a daze. He finally got to know his weird teammate. At this moment, Poison Ivy and the dead man chimed in. Are you really Boston Brand? My classmates and I have seen your trapeze performance. Boston Brand was very experienced in dealing with such girls. With him returning to Earth and meeting Pamela, a fellow Gotham native, he began chatting with her. Thea had been observing them. Generally speaking, Slade and Grutter got along quite well. Deadman and Poison Ivy could also get along well. Thea was not afraid that they would unite and betray her. She wanted to keep them united, but not too united. All right, now that we know each other, Death Knell, tell them about the mission. Thea interrupted their conversation. Richard quickly pulled his hand out of the gorilla's grasp. Shaking hands and chatting with a gorilla was a strange experience that he would never have imagined 10 minutes ago. Despite the fact that this gorilla was well-spoken, knowledgeable, and agreed with many of his views, Richard did not know whether to laugh or cry. A gorilla had praised him and agreed with him. What expression should he make? He cleared his throat. Everyone, our current location is about 80 nautical miles away from the main island of Hawaii. This island is not even marked on the military map. I suspect that there is some kind of strong magnetic field around the island. This island is not empty. On the contrary, there are a few villages of primitive people. They don't know about the changes in the outside world, and they don't know how small the space they are in is. They think that this island is the entire world. Our target is the god they worship. It's the shark god in Hawaii's legends. That's all I know. Well done. It was not easy to gather so much information in such a short time. Thea was not stingy with her praise. Although this god is a god in name, according to my calculations, it should be the weakest level. Divine power is proportional to faith. You may know about the Greek and Norse gods, but have you heard of the Hawaiian gods? Thea was afraid that they would have doubts, so she helped to dispel their doubts. Death Knell was not afraid of anything. He would do anything as long as he had money. Grutter also did not care about the human gods, not to mention the dead. He was already dead, so who could do anything to him? Only Poison Ivy was still a little afraid. However, seeing that the others did not care, her courage increased. What's the exact location of the target? Thea asked Death Knell. I couldn't get anything out of the language barrier. Death Knell was a little embarrassed. Thea did not comment. The light ring could translate languages, but the language of the hundreds of natives was too primitive, so the light ring did not record it. Due to the language barrier, no matter how good Slade's interrogation skills were, it was useless. He opened the Eye of Horus and quickly found a native with leaves around his waist. He used the Martian hunter's super long-distance mind-reading ability to skip the language barrier and read his thoughts directly. After 2 minutes, Thea cut off the connection and pointed to the west side of the island. This way, the few of them walked along a winding path to the depths of the island. The path was slightly repaired, but the natives' tools were too crude. Usually, no one would walk here, so it still looked very desolate. Are there really gods in this world? Poison Ivy whispered to the dead man floating beside her. There should be. After all, a person like me who is neither dead nor alive exists. It should be reasonable for there to be a few gods, the dead man whispered back. Poison Ivy mumbled something that no one could hear clearly and followed a few of them. Along the way, Thea did not dare to use the Eye of Horus to investigate directly. She could only adjust the route according to the native's memory. This is it. I can already feel the trace of divine power, but it's very weak. Thea led the few of them to the entrance of a huge cave. She was not comforting them, but she felt that the divine power was very weak. Not to mention Diana, it was even weaker than Thea's. Be alert. The enemy has discovered us. Initially, Sia wanted to launch a sneak attack, but she had forgotten that Grud was a big guy. His heavy body made a loud thud as he walked on the road. Unless the guy inside was deaf, it was impossible for him not to notice it. Slade immediately pulled out 2 swords, and a handgun hovered behind him. Poison Ivy was a little nervous. She reflexively summoned a large number of plants. The green plants were under her control, and they grew very fast. In a few seconds, they covered the entire cave. Who dares to disturb the great shark god Kamal? Have you thought about how you will die? Now kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. I can spare you a painful death. Kneel down. Accept this great mercy. In the depths of the cave, a figure sat on a tall stone chair. There was static electricity lingering around the body. With the help of the weak light, they could see that it was a blue giant. The giant had a very anthropomorphic head. There were a few fin-like wrinkles on the top of the head, gills behind the ears, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. He looked at the intruders aggressively. Chapter 341. The giant itself was more than 3 meters tall, and it was sitting at the highest point in the cave. It looked down at them from above. When it saw that they didn't kneel down while trembling like the natives, it was a little annoyed. It slowly stood up. Its blue body was engraved with many unknown patterns. It was from these patterns that the static electricity was emitted, which prevented the cave from being completely dark. Your sad fate has long been decided. The giant stood up, but it did not immediately attack. It waved its huge arms, and those who did not know it would think that it was giving a speech. Cut the crap. Kill it. Thea had been observing since she entered the cave. Combined with the glorious history of the original space-time, where this guy was taken down by Amanda's agents, she did not think that this guy was strong. Listening to it talking nonsense, she was annoyed. She was too lazy to guess its ability, so she threw out a chain to bind the giant's feet. Thea did not think too much. She did not know the opponent's ability, so she decided to limit its speed first. After all, there were 3 people on her side, 1 dead man and 1 gorilla. None of them were meat shields that could withstand damage. Gertrude looked big, but in fact, strictly speaking, it was a magician. So, it was a safe way to fight with long-range attacks. The first to respond to her order was Poison Ivy. She controlled countless plants, and she was only a second slower than Thea. The plants that covered the sky and the earth wrapped the giant tightly. Some of the plants that looked very strange even spewed out purple and red gas. Poison Ivy's starting point was a little high. She did not care about the damage of the plants at all. All kinds of toxins were sprayed out. There were neurological, blood-soluble, paralyzing, hallucinogenic, and many other plant characteristics that she was not familiar with. They were all thrown on the giant's face. The originally blue and majestic face was sprayed green. The giant's face showed an angry expression, but it fell into a sluggish state. Gertrude's mind control followed. The dead man's movement was slightly slower. It instantly cast a fear spell and then directly occupied the giant's body. The giant's legs were bound by chains, and its upper body was tied tightly by plants. In the spiritual world, Gertrude was desperately trying to control it, and the dead man was also trying to squeeze into its body. Fear was disintegrating its resistance, and the plant toxins were paralyzing its body. Its spiritual resistance was getting weaker and weaker. F*CK. Thea was a little dumbfounded. Her team was very strong. Each of them had a control skill, and this arrogant guy couldn't even fight back. However, they lacked meat shields and characters with high attack power. They would need to work on these in the future. Speaking of which, I don't have to go up, do I? Holding two long swords, Richard looked in the direction of the giant with lingering fear. Poison Vine Lady was still controlling the plants to spray poison. The air was suffused with a green color. No matter how he looked at it, the gas didn't seem to have the effect of strengthening the body. Poison Vine Lady stopped spraying. Thea hurriedly stopped Poison Ivy, who was a little excited. Even though she had eaten the fruit of the earth, she was not completely immune to these messy gases, let alone Slade and Grud. This was not a game, and they could not ignore the damage from their teammates. Huff! Huff! Poison Vine Lady quickly stopped. This round of fierce spraying was a big burden on her body. She stopped attacking, put her hands on her knees, and gasped for breath. Thea stood still and watched. She didn't care about the absorption process of the demon sword. It would be troublesome if she absorbed the Poison Vine Lady's toxins. She waited for a while until the giant's body turned from green to blue. Thea knew that this was the body's instinctive reaction. The giant's soul was being controlled, but the body's instincts were rejecting the plant toxins. Here's my chance. Thea took out the demon sword and rushed up with big steps. The demon sword was unsheathed. An array of light flashed in the dark cave. The sword's spine was suffused with a faint red light. It could feel part of Thea's intention. It was also very excited about being able to taste God's blood. With a muffled sound, the demon's sword went straight into the giant's heart. Only this much God power? Thea used her heart to feel the God power transmitted by the demon's sword. It was small, weak, and intermittent. She was very dissatisfied. She pulled out the demon's sword and stabbed it 3 times in a row. The dark blue, fist-sized God power stopped in her body like a ball of water. Weakling. Thea stabbed it for the 5th time. She couldn't absorb anything anymore. She turned to look at Jared. The gorilla rubbed his chin, and his voice was transmitted to her heart. This guy's soul realm has either suddenly increased greatly and resisted my mind control, or he's dead. The dead man floated out as well. This guy should be dead? Even his soul has dissipated. Too weak. Thea could only come to this conclusion. Maybe this guy's strength and speed were enhanced, but it couldn't be that strong. He was shouting so fiercely. Maybe he was a strong braggart. My subordinate reported that the agents of the Heaven's Eye Society have arrived at the American base in Hawaii. Richard picked up a phone call. He felt that he didn't help much in the battle, so he reported in a slightly obsequious manner. Thea carefully felt the God power extracted. She didn't know if she could extract water element magic from it. But since the Heaven's Eye Society was here, they could only retreat. Erase all traces of our battle. Death Knell, you're a top-notch investigation master. Go and take care of it. Actually, there wasn't any fierce battle here. The other party died before he could even make a move. The key was that Poison Ivy had too many plants. Many of them were obviously not from Hawaii. They had to clean them up. After instructing Death Knell and Poison Ivy to clean up the traces outside and inside the cave, Thea instructed Jared and the dead man to search for any good items nearby. She focused on dealing with the shark god's corpse. TSK, he looks quite big. Why is he so useless? Thea turned the corpse over and over for a long time. The patterns on this guy's body could be studied, but other than that, there was no other value. Horus was a second-rate god, but this guy wasn't even a second-rate god. Take it back. If there's no other way, chop it up and feed it to the elk and heifers. Thea couldn't think of any use for this corpse. She awkwardly kept it in her space ring. I've caught a captive, but this guy's intelligence is very low. Jared's voice sounded. He walked over with a murloc that was less than a meter tall. The murloc had a shark head and a human body. It trembled as it looked at the intruders. Thea observed it with the eye of Horus. This guy also had some god power in his body, but it was weaker than the guy who died just now. Was this the future Shark King of the Suicide Squad? From an ordinary person's point of view, it would be quite powerful when it grew up. It would be a pity to kill it now. This thing's intelligence wasn't high. It would be good to keep it as a guard. Thea waved her hand. Take it away. Chapter 342. Even when Shark King was young, it was not good to look at. Seath could not bring it back to Quinn's manor to raise it. After death, Nell cleaned up the traces on the island. He handed over the task of training Poison Vine Lady and raising Shark King to him. Death Nell had seen Poison Ivy's power, so he wasn't too against this task. Thea softly chanted a spell, and a small dust spell fell into the cave. From the outside, it looked like a deserted cave. She nodded, opened a portal, and left the island. Poison Ivy and Death Nell went to train, and the dead people were left for him to play with. Grud was responsible for returning to the Yellow Lantern Corps to keep track of Sinisto's progress. Thea's request was for him to learn more and watch more, and just slack off in battle. Thea went back to Star City alone. She wanted to absorb the divine power and use it to increase the water attribute magic in her body. The process of creating something from nothing required a lot of divine power. Thea absorbed it slowly without sleep for 3 days before finally forming a weak water attribute magic in her body. It's not easy. After 3 days without rest, Thea's body was damp all the time. She took a bath happily and was now wiping her hair with a towel. The shark god was too weak. He didn't have much divine power left after transforming his body. Thea barely managed to replenish the water attribute, but the entire divine power was exhausted. In order to achieve a balance between the attributes, Thea converted a small part of the other 4 attributes into the water attribute. The water attribute didn't have high attack power and healing effects, but it had good compatibility. Thea had been studying the hybrid magic since a long time ago, and she could finally use it. The lightning breath when she instantiated Diablo could be said to be her strongest attack now. But the process of instantiating, controlling, mixing the energy, and spitting it out was too long. Few brainless villains would wait and watch the whole process without attacking in advance. Moreover, this demon image really had nothing to do with justice. Sia had been thinking about whether there was an alternative. With reference to Zeus's lightning arrow and her lightning breath, Sia finally found the right direction for her future development, which was a combination of fire, wind, and water lightning spells. Strong attack power, fast speed, and it looked very righteous. Thea's magic power had already surpassed the limits of the Constantine family's books. She was on her own path. Thea, let me introduce you. This is John Deagle. He's very skilled and is completely qualified to be your bodyguard. He served in Afghanistan in the same year as me. He's also Lila Michaels, who was wearing a black suit, introduced the black man beside her to Thea. He's also your husband, isn't he? Thea was a little speechless at this mature woman who didn't shy away from her in-laws. As she had more and more work to do, especially entering the medical industry this time, it would cause countless people to lose their jobs. There had already been 2 small-scale kidnappings and assassinations this month. Although the movements of these people were as slow as snails in her eyes, and even if bullets hit them, they would not be able to break through their defenses. However, she could not stand the annoyance. Every time, he had to put on a show and use all kinds of coincidences to get rid of his opponent. It was really troublesome. That was why she came up with the idea on the spur of the moment, hoping that the Heavenly Eye Society would provide some retired agents or something to decorate the shop. She did not expect it at all. Lila actually pulled her husband, who was idle at home and was a house husband, out. She knew Thea's strength. If this job was really dangerous, who knew who would be the one protecting who? Of course, in all fairness, John Deagle's skills were not bad. As the future Iron Triangle of the Green Arrow team, he had been verified by history. In fact, Lila also had a mental struggle. Her husband stayed at home every day, washing clothes and cooking. It was easy to affect a man's mind. Her job in the Heavenly Eye Society was not suitable for the straightforward Deagle. Coincidentally, Thea mentioned this to Amanda. Lila very firmly took on the task. Amanda could not possibly refute her assistant's face over such a small matter, so she agreed without much thought. However, Lila did not tell her husband about Thea's strength. Deagle had a strong self-esteem. If he knew that he was just a freeloader who could do without him, he would definitely resign. Such a high-paying and safe job as a bodyguard was rare in the world. At least with Lila's knowledge, there were not many people on Earth who were more powerful than Thea. As for her husband cheating on her, she did not have to worry. Although Thea and Diana appeared and disappeared mysteriously, the Heavenly Eye Society still had some information. It was not difficult to analyze the relationship between the two. Her husband was as black as charcoal, so he was very safe. Welcome, Mr. Deagle. If you don't have anything else, from today onwards, you will be in charge of my personal security work. Thea could roughly guess Lila's intention, but there was no need to say it out loud. She herself wanted to hide it, and the Heavenly Eye Society did not want to create any large-scale supernatural phenomenon. It was a good idea to keep all kinds of clowns at the level of ordinary people. I'll start work today. The black man had been idling at home for more than a year. He did not know Thea's strength. He only felt that time was tight and the task was important. He immediately gathered a few bodyguards from the Quinn family and gave them the task. Is that your husband? Thea only asked Lila softly when the black man disappeared from her sight. Yes. Lila laughed dryly. She was a little embarrassed to take her salary so openly. Thea did not mind. She just felt that her butterfly wings were getting bigger and bigger. John Deagle came to the Quinn family to be their bodyguard. What a strange fate. In the next few days, the black man carried out his duties seriously. He recruited a few more bodyguards and set up a thorough protection plan. Needless to say, he really caught an attacker and realized his personal value. The black man became even more high-spirited. Unlike how he protected Olivier in the original timeline, Thea was a woman after all. He could not protect her 24/7. However, Thea did not run all over the city like Olivier. Overall, it could be said that both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. Thea's secret base. This is artificial intelligence. The person who exclaimed was naturally Miss Felicity Smoker, who had just returned from a business trip to Detroit's Red House. At first, she thought that Thea was joking. Artificial intelligence? You must be kidding me. How could such a sci-fi thing exist in reality? However, when the 3D projection of Gideon greeted her, the former hacker was completely stunned. Fortunately, the secret base was deep underground and had good soundproofing. Her scream did not attract anyone's attention. Is it really artificial intelligence? After receiving Thea's confirmation, Felicity's eyes widened. She was afraid that her eyes were playing tricks on her, so she used her hand to check the 3D projection of Gideon. Finally, she confirmed that she was not hallucinating. The thing from a movie was right before her eyes. Chapter 343. Is this also an extraterrestrial product? Felicity, who had seen the world in the Red House, could not help but think. Thea did not answer this question. She needed Felicity's computer knowledge to strengthen Gideon, or rather, to limit the artificial intelligence. Countless movies and TV shows had shown that an unrestricted artificial intelligence would bring disaster to mankind. Gideon on the spaceship Wave Rider had even evolved emotions, so Thea had to be careful. I'll have to study it carefully. Thea ordered Gideon to show her the source code. Felicity's eyes lit up after reading 2 lines. Then, she ignored Thea and started typing on several machines alone. The former hacker lady had been researching for a whole day. Thea had to ask her to stop because she was so focused that she forgot to eat and sleep. If Thea ignored her, she would starve to death. Miss Felicity was so excited that she poured out all of her research findings the moment they met. Thea was confused by the algorithms and logical relationships that she talked about. Anyway, Gideon was synonymous with perfection and refinement in her mouth. When do you think we can start designing the mechanical armor? Thea did not care about the construction of the artificial intelligence, as long as it did not rebel. Now, Felicity was still eating something in her mouth and said a little unclearly, "Then let's get started." The design of the Iron Man armor was not too difficult. With the Atom suit as the foundation, it was coupled with the new energy source developed by the Quinn Corporation. After the research of dozens of researchers from the Quinn Group, the white dwarf fragment, which is 1 cubic centimeter in size, weighs 1 ton. This small piece of output design is reasonable and can provide electricity for a large city with a population of millions for several years. This huge energy body can completely provide energy for the power of the Iron Man armor. Atomic Knight Ray Palmer had only acquired the new energy technology after merging with the Quinn Group. His battle suit was initially powered by a white dwarf. Unfortunately, the high-density and high-temperature stellar fragments were extremely unstable, and the violent explosions had accidentally caused his atomization. Thea did not need to follow in his footsteps. The Red House laboratory had the products she needed. The white dwarf star stabilizer was the size of a small box. It could be placed inside the armor and could steadily output the energy of the white dwarf. If the enemy was difficult to deal with, the white dwarf star stabilizer could be released, and the white dwarf star stabilizer could operate at 200% or even 300% for a minute. It could be said that the aliens were more than a generation ahead of Earth in terms of energy usage. Thea had built the most advanced workshop in the secret base. The AI drew the blueprints, and the mechanical arms completed the work. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Her life gradually got back on track. The affairs of the group were handed over to the CEOs to handle. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, she studied the magic of feudal superstition. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, she studied modern science and manufacturing mechanical armor. In her spare time, she taught Damien, and on weekends, she played around the world with Diana. Her days were happy and fulfilling. While she was happy, there were naturally people who were unhappy. With the launch of the medical pod, a large number of medical workers were impacted. Originally, they could live a leisurely day by performing 2 surgeries a day. Now that the medical pod was on the market, they could perform a surgery in 10 minutes, and the patients could go home in 2 hours. It was more than 10 times more efficient than before. The Medical Practitioners Union, the Trauma Healing Union, the Nurses Union, the Attending Physician Union, and a bunch of other unions that Thea had never heard of responded. A group of people marched, demonstrated, and launched petitions. In the end, when they saw that no one in the Quinn Group took them seriously, they filed an appeal to the federal court in a fit of anger. Under the system of separation of powers, for some reason, the court accepted the appeal. Thea, who was still developing her own weapon system, had no choice but to participate in the preliminary review. "Miss Quinn, don't be nervous. You don't have to say anything." This was the big brother of the bodyguard, Digger, who did not know the truth. "Thea, this is a small problem. Don't get agitated." This was the Heaven's Eye Society's Laura Michaels, who believed that she knew her strength. "Calm down. You must calm down." The one who said this was the Martian hunter, who was pretending to be the director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He was afraid that Thea would go all out in anger. Because of his fear of fire, he could not stop Thea at all. The words of the 3 people sounded similar on the surface, but in reality, there was a big difference. Thea's mentality was now very detached. These people who were holding slogans and protesting loudly were zero threat to her. If she cast a large-scale fear spell on them, 80% of these people would wet their pants. She glanced at the Martian hunter from the corner of her eyes. This guy had been on guard all this time. "Hey, who organized these people?" Thea's question rang in his heart. "I don't know. The Super Investigation Bureau and the Heaven's Eye Society did not receive any news. But if I'm not wrong, it should be Lex Luthor." The Martian hunter did not hide anything from her and told her his guess. Thea pursed her lips and did not say anything. Luthor was too controlling. He would never allow different voices to appear in his sphere of influence. He had waited until today to launch his attack. It was already too late. However, this move was just to test the government and the military support for Thea. Only when he knew the bottom line could he continue with his next move. She had to create some trouble for him. Should she send Death Knell or Poison Ivy? Thea thought about it and decided that it would be better for Poison Ivy to do it. Luther was also equipped with black technology. Death Knell had a high reputation. It would be troublesome if they were discovered. Thea did not say a word during the preliminary examination and the press conference until she left. That night, a supernatural incident occurred in Luther's building. From time to time, there would be overtime employees who went berserk and beat up their supervisors. It was originally thought to be a single case, but there were 3 cases in 3 days. Even a fool would know that something was wrong. Did you do this? The Martian hunter stopped Thea early in the morning and stuffed a newspaper into her hands. Thea opened the newspaper and looked. Hey, it turned out to be the Daily Planet newspaper that did not match Luther's. The entire front page of the newspaper was news of Luther Group's crazy exploitation of workers. The writer was not Louise Lane, but the style of writing was more pungent. The Luther Group, in his writing, was similar to a sweatshop. She denied the Martian hunter's accusation. Don't talk nonsense. You are a master of mind control. This is obviously not a mind control method. Thea made a disgusted expression. Poison Ivy's method came and went without a trace. Who would have thought that some plans could be so powerful? The Martian hunter naturally went to the scene to observe. He did not find any traces of mind control, but this made him even more confused. Who did this? Keep it under control. Don't let the situation escalate. He left these 2 sentences and hurried back to continue looking for clues. Chapter 344. Over the next few days, the media was abuzz. Today, they were saying that Quinn Corporation had forced a middle-class doctor to beg on the streets. The next day, they were saying that Luther Corporation had driven several employees crazy by working overtime day and night. Both sides fought back and forth for a few rounds, maintaining a subtle bottom line, which was to test the waters without killing anyone. Just as several domestic analysts were casually analyzing the development of the situation, things suddenly calmed down. No one on the streets accused Thea anymore, and there were no more paranormal incidents in Luther Corporation. Things were just like the beginning, appearing suddenly and disappearing quickly from everyone's sight. Thea did not participate too much in this matter, because her armor had entered the final stage. Power system intact, propulsion system intact, auxiliary operating system intact. 3, 2, 1, start. In the secret base, Felicity carefully stared at the various indicators on the display screen. Thea stood in front of the left, and there were 4 mechanical arms in front of her, quickly helping her equip the iron armor that the 2 had worked hard to make for many days. Unlike the Iron Man next door, Thea had enough combat power. She just needed some strong defense and did not need to make a fully enclosed armor. Her armor was not so much like the Iron Man's, but more like Dr. Destruction's. Traditional metals could not be perfectly integrated with magic. Thea thought for a while and finally took out the body of Kamal, the shark god. Disemboweling and chopping into pieces was not enough to describe her brutality. The inner layer of the armor was traditional metal, auxiliary operating system, and energy conduction system were in this layer. The outer layer was Kamal's bones. Although Kamal was weak, he was still a god, and his body still had good magic conduction. Thea engraved a large number of practical magic circles on this layer, such as strength, agility, endurance, and so on. These were all spells that could improve the overall performance of the armor. The outermost layer was made of hafnium metal, which could only be artificially synthesized. Its hardness, melting point, and quality were extremely high. Hafnium metal had the effect of resisting nuclear bombs, and considering several aspects, it was the most suitable material for Thea's armor. There was no need for a full body armor like the Iron Man's, so naturally, there weren't so many places that needed to be tightened. The defense of the body's joints was lower, but the agility was much better than Tony Stark's straight punches and kicks. Thea was dressed very quickly. Shoulder pads, chest pads, arm pads, and leg pads were all equipped. She also wore a silver-white helmet on her head. The Eye of Horus crushed all detection equipment. There was no mask, but a mask would appear to cover her face during battle. The armor was silver-white in color, but there were red patterns on it. As a symbol for a long time in the future, a cape was a must. The 2 of them argued about the color of the cloak again. The cloak should be green, right? The green cloak and the silver armor seemed like a good match. Felicity remembered the skateboard color battle that day and insisted on green. Thea was speechless. Silver armor and green cloak? Isn't that Professor Destruction? Would they cross dimensions and fight me to the death? He used the same words as before, saying that green was easily associated with decay and withering. It was a bunch of nonsense. In the end, Thea had the upper hand. The same color as the skateboard that day, a red cloak. After dressing up, there were a few tests to be done. The first test was strength. Even a child would understand the concept of strength defeating 10. Superman and Diana both relied on strength to crush their enemies. In the later stages of the game, Shazam and Black Adam were magic types, but they still fought with their fists every day. It could be seen that strength was a necessary attribute. 500 tons, 620 tons, 700 tons, 770 tons. The final strength was fixed at 850 tons, but this was only the result of 50% of the White Dwarf's power. If it was overloaded, it would not be a problem to break through 1,000 tons. The next test was speed. Thea flew with her magic power, and her speed was about 700 miles per hour. The yellow light ring was running at full power, and it could exceed Mach 2 in the atmosphere. However, it could not last long, and the emotional consumption would be very fast. The propulsion system of the Iron Man suit came from the Red House. Its full name was Rotating Core Power Amplifier. It converted the energy of the White Dwarf into propulsion. Its speed could be stable beyond the speed of sound, which was Mach 1. It did not look as good as the light ring, but it did not consume any energy. In addition, it had a strong defense and optical camouflage function. In terms of stealth and security, it was better than the light ring. Do you still want to test the weapon system? Thea avoided the satellites, flew a few laps around the vicinity, and returned to the secret base. Felicity asked, "Let's try it. With the energy supply of the White Dwarf, the frost gun will definitely last longer." They didn't think too much about the weapon system and directly installed the freeze gun, one in each hand. Thea didn't like the white noise cannon in the Red House's laboratory. The cone-shaped sound wave attack had too little lethality. Dr. Sareth Stone covered it tightly. Those who didn't know would think that it was some powerful weapon. After installing the frost gun on the arm, the endurance and firing speed of the frost gun were improved. A 20-square-meter house could now be completely frozen in a second. When Thea's frost gun was used against the Charm Witch, it took half a minute to freeze the house. Before the test was completed, the two accidentally discovered a hidden attribute of the armor. The armor had excellent underwater combat performance. According to Gideon's calculations, the armor could reach a speed of 1,500 nautical miles per hour underwater. It could be said that the armor's speed underwater was faster than the speed in the sky. This was undoubtedly the effect of Kamal's corpse. Thea could not help but think that maybe this guy was not a weakling. From this little data, she could analyze that he might be very strong underwater. It should be known that the fastest underwater person in this world should be the superhero Poseidon. With the divine trident in his hand, his super swimming speed could reach 10,000 feet per second, which was more than 3,000 meters, which was nearly 6,000 nautical miles per hour. Sigh. Thea looked down at the remains of Kamal's corpse. This guy probably died with his eyes wide open. After being beaten by their control skills on land, he did not even have the chance to use his full strength until his death. If it were not for this armor, he would only be left with the title of trash. There was no end to the development of armor, especially when Thea felt that the first armor she had developed with great ambition was actually an underwater armor. This made her a little unhappy. How to quickly equip the armor was also a problem that needed to be solved urgently. The only thing Thea could think of was to use the magic absorption property to complete the armor quickly, but that should be considered for the next armor set. Her defense problem was temporarily solved. The only thing left was the safety of the people around her. Luther had ceased his activities, but the harassment did not stop. Thea instructed Diggle to protect the CEOs of the group. At the same time, she made a small frost gun for Felicity. If the bodyguards were unreliable, this gun would be very useful. Chapter 345. Less than 2 days after the armor was completed, Thea, who was in the middle of her research, was called out for a meal. The person who asked her out was Shadow, the beautiful forensic doctor at the Star City police station. "Is your father feeling better?" Thea put down her bag and asked casually. "He's still the same, but his complexion is much better than before." The two chatted for a while. Shadow looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then, she began to talk about the purpose of the meeting in Mandarin. "You want to be a superhero and fight criminals?" Thea was a little surprised to hear Shadow's words. A person from an indescribable country came to the other side of the ocean to be a superhero. It was strange no matter how she looked at it. Yes, the crime rate in Star City has been increasing recently. Many criminals were arrested, but were released due to lack of evidence. "Star City is my home now. I want to help," Shadow said with a serious expression. Thea had heard about this before. Malcolm's departure had created a vacuum in Star City's underworld. Many criminals who had been suppressed by him before were showing signs of reemergence. In addition, the number of immigrants in Star City had increased over the past 2 years. The conflict between the locals and the foreigners had also increased the number of violent criminals in the city. Recently, the Quinn group had encountered several small troubles, which were inseparable from these people's eagerness to stand out. However, Sia was so busy every day that she really didn't have the energy to fight the criminals. Maybe she's a good candidate. Thea kept looking at Shadow. The little beauty was getting nervous. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Let's go to my secret base. I'll introduce you to a friend." "Oh no, you know her." Thea said something that confused Shadow. Then, she pulled Shadow to her secret base. "Miss Felicity Smoker, a computer expert. You should have met her before. She's been my assistant. She's been supporting me. This is Shadow. She wants to be a superhero. I think you should cooperate with her. After all, I'm not in Star City most of the time." The two women knew each other before, but they were not close. Now that they shared some secrets, their relationship skyrocketed. Thea waited for them to chat for a while before asking, "Shadow, how do you want to fight the criminals?" Shadow didn't hesitate at all. "I want to inherit my father's legacy. I'll use the bow and arrow." Her tone was resolute and resolute. Thea's eyes twitched as she asked with uncertainty, "Green battle suit?" "Yeah." Thea was completely speechless. Wearing green clothes and using a bow and arrow. Wasn't this the Green Arrow appearing in advance? Was she going to call herself Green Arrow Girl? Green is good, green is good. Felicity didn't participate in the conversation, but she couldn't help but join in when she heard the topic of green. She even gave Shadow a knowing smile. Shadow was a little confused by her smile, but the gentle Shadow responded with a smile. "Let me see your skills," Thea said, and threw her a bow and arrow. Shadow fired 10 arrows in a row. She was a little unfamiliar with the first few arrows, but she was able to fully utilize her skills after that. Not bad. Thea gave it some thought. Shadow's archery skills were amazing in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Thea's opinion, her strength, speed, and accuracy weren't enough. Compared to Thea herself, Old Ma, and the future Olivier, she was still lacking. Shadow had a rough understanding of her skills. "Father once said that I'm not strong enough. No matter how much I train, I can only reach this level. Try this on." Thea tossed her a pair of gauntlets. This was a transitional product between mechanical arms and steel armor. It could only increase strength and wasn't of much use to Thea. After development, it had been left to collect dust. Huh? Shadow was smart enough to put on the gauntlets. The sudden increase in strength surprised her. She pulled the bow and arrow hard, but the bow snapped with a crack. 1 ton of strength. The gauntlets can be adjusted. Try again. Thea tossed her another bow and arrow. This time, Shadow didn't suddenly exert strength. As a result, she could pull the bowstring to its fullest. The speed of the arrows instantly increased, and all 10 arrows went through the target. Shadow was shocked. She took off the gauntlets and carefully felt the difference in strength. As a member of Thea's team, technological equipment was indispensable. Thea took out the equipment she had worn that day. "Are you afraid of heights?" Thea asked. Shadow shook her head. Was there an archer who was afraid of heights? She jumped on the roof every day. If she was afraid of heights, she wouldn't be able to play. Thea couldn't give her atomized hoverboard. First of all, the color wasn't right. She looked weird and green with a red hoverboard. Second, the hoverboard was bound to Thea's brainwaves, so no one else could use it. Fortunately, their machining skills had improved compared to 4 years ago. Gideon could further optimize the structure, so it wasn't as messy as before. In less than an hour, a new hoverboard was produced. Thea also prepared a Kevlar combat suit for her. They were about the same size, but Shadow was slightly shorter. She was equipped with all kinds of technological arrowheads, basically replicating the equipment Thea used to go to Gotham. Seeing Shadow flying around happily, Thea decided to pour cold water on her. You're not good at close combat. If you don't want to use guns, you have to improve your close combat skills. Father only taught me archery. Come, attack me. You can only go out and fight criminals when I'm satisfied. Sia's close combat skills were among the best in the world. In her eyes, Yao Fei's close combat skills weren't that strong either. As his daughter, Shadow was even worse. It was impossible to expect her to be able to shock the world, but she should at least be able to fight back. The next few days were spent training Shadow. In the end, Sia dragged Damien into the class as well, as she had no qualms about teaching Shadow. Damien liked the tactic of teleporting to the enemy's side, stabbing the enemy, and then running away. His magic was limited by his mana, so Thea didn't continue teaching him. She could only teach him close combat. It was too troublesome to teach both sides, so she just pulled them together. When introducing names, they couldn't mention Batman's surname. So, Thea used someone else's name when talking about Damien, which made the kid very unhappy. Shadow could only understand that such a young child had to learn martial arts because the United States was too dangerous. Children at the age of 6 had to learn martial arts to protect themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive. The General Shadow was quite lethal to the kid, so they got along well. Shadow's basic close combat skills were passed down from the Assassin Alliance, so they learned a lot from each other. Occasionally, Thea would feel lazy and let them practice together after teaching them. The two of them improved quickly. Chapter 346. Shadow had a good foundation, and she was an adult. She picked up all kinds of knowledge, especially some Eastern martial arts, very quickly. Damien's strength was that he had a high starting point. His physical fitness was improving every day. Whether it was Ninja Master, Batman, or Sia, their martial arts could be said to be from the same lineage. They taught him the same path. He absorbed the knowledge very quickly. He was catching up to Shadow at a speed visible to the naked eye. All right, let's take a break first. Sia interrupted their fight. Shadow seemed to have the upper hand, but Damien had a lot of strange tricks up his sleeves. He could maintain a stalemate for 30 moves, but after 30 moves, he could no longer do so. Thea, come take a look. Felicity shouted, interrupting their lesson. Thea was about to reply when her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from an old acquaintance, General Ryan. Before she could say anything, the old general on the other end of the line was already shouting, "Please come to the Ministry of National Defense as soon as possible. Now, as soon as possible." With that, the old general hung up. She could hear that the other end of the line was very noisy. It was like a market with countless people arguing and discussing. "What's going on?" Sia muttered in a low voice. General Ryan's dream of being the Minister of Defense was shattered. Perhaps it was because his reputation for human experimentation was really bad. The new Minister of Defense was General Swanwick, a general who had commanded the American Army in many battles. An unidentified flying object is approaching Earth. The Quinn Corporation's satellites have detected that it has entered the moon's orbit. Felicity gave the answer. Aliens are here? Thea's first reaction was that aliens were here to ask for an explanation. She had done a lot of good things recently, such as using the medical pod as a reference and throwing the evil gorilla out to destroy other people's planets. But how is that possible? Thea coughed and told them to watch the house. She put on the yellow light ring and flew to the Ministry of National Defense. There were not many people in the office, but Thea knew them all. The new Minister of National Defense, General Swanwick, General Ryan, Amanda, and the Martian Manhunter who was disguised as the director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. "What is it?" Everyone in the room knew her identity. Thea took off her mask and asked the new minister sitting at the head of the table. The new minister was a black general. Thea had never spoken to him before. When he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely powerful and straightforward. 5 minutes ago, a spaceship from an extraterrestrial civilization entered the moon's orbit. They asked us to hand over an alien hiding on Earth. I think you're the most knowledgeable person on Earth about aliens. How do you think we should respond? General Swanvik felt a headache coming on. To run into something like this right after taking office was beyond unlucky. Fortunately, he knew Thea and hurriedly asked her to come up with an idea. Thea scratched her head. There were too many aliens on Earth. Which one were you looking for? Don't talk about the ones far away. There's one standing in our house right now. After deliberating over his words, he asked, "Mr. Minister, did the other party mention the planet? Does he have a name?" The people in the room tried to recall. He didn't mention the planet. He only mentioned that the leader was called General Zod. The one who answered her question was an old acquaintance, Amanda. General Zod. Thea let out a long sigh. He was definitely not here for her. He wanted to ask for the Martian hunter's opinion. However, many important buildings in the Pentagon, including the Heaven's Eye Society, were equipped with anti-clairvoyance and anti-mind control technology. Her telepathy was completely ineffective here. After thinking for a while, it seemed that there was nothing she couldn't say. I've heard of General Zod's name. He should be a Kryptonian. Krypton is 271,000 light-years away from Earth. Their planet exploded more than 30 years ago. Some say it was the end of the planet's lifespan. Some say it was the invasion of advanced artificial intelligence. Thea was counting on her fingers to calculate the reasons for Krypton's destruction. The black minister quickly interrupted her. He didn't care who blew up the planet. He only wanted to know how powerful the enemy was. "Miss Quinn, I'm very pleased that you're so knowledgeable. But what I want to ask is, do they have any intention of conquering Earth?" As far as I know, General Zod was a stubborn pro-war when he was on their planet. He had destroyed many civilized planets and believed in the law of the jungle. He was a veteran who was good at war. Thea didn't hide anything and told him everything she knew. General Swanvik's heart sank when he heard that. He had dealt with the Iraqis and Afghans by following the law of the jungle. If he put himself in their shoes, it wouldn't be difficult to guess what they were thinking. His mind was in a mess, but he still pretended to be calm. "Can you negotiate with them? I don't expect any results, but at least we can express our wishes." Thea pursed her lips. "What wishes? Isn't it just surrender?" She pretended to be righteous and said, "I'm willing to go, but you'd better come with me. I can only act as a driver and translator. I can't represent the country." F***CK. What you said made sense. The high-ranking officials in this room usually represented this and that, but when it was time for them to represent the country, they all shrank back. What a joke. Why would they go to an alien spaceship to negotiate? Even their ashes wouldn't come back. The people who usually bragged about how powerful they were all speechless. They all lowered their heads, afraid that they would be called to die. General Swanvik also had a headache. The president was hiding in the basement, and he had full authority to deal with the outside world. He also had to command the scene, so he shouldn't go. He looked around, and no one dared to look at him. The Sky Society and the Supernatural Investigation Bureau were not qualified to represent the country. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'll go with you." "Minister, don't. Minister, please reconsider." Several people whispered to persuade him, but no one shouted, "I'll go." They all pretended to be worried, but their tense bodies were relaxed. Even Thea was a little surprised. Without fighting, she wasn't confident that she could deal with those Kryptonians. But running away was not a problem. Whether it was the power armor, the light ring, or the portal, she was sure she could escape. But all of this reflected the courage of the new minister. The grim situation had forced him into a corner, and his own decisiveness was another factor. However, it would be troublesome to bring this guy with her. Thea glanced at the Martian hunter discreetly and found that this guy was pretending that nothing was wrong. In fact, with him and Superman, they could definitely fight the Kryptonians head-on. but it seemed that he didn't want to expose his identity. "Do I need to wear a spacesuit? Do you think I need to bring a pistol?" The minister was about to say his last words. He asked Thea and told his secretary to hand over the things in the office to his wife if he didn't come back. Chapter 347. Should I use a spacesuit or not? Thea thought for a moment before she conjured a respirator and handed it to him. This respirator is modeled after the planet Korriga. It can handle the air in most parts of the universe. General Swanvik touched the thing that looked almost tangible. He was amazed. "How are we going to get up there? Wait for me to make a plane." Thea tried to look into the distance. The enemy spaceship did not have space-limiting technology. Opening a portal was the fastest way, but he did not want to expose his ability in front of so many people. To show his identity as an Earthling, he conjured an F-22. "Come in." Thea waved at the black general. "Does this thing have a firepower system?" General Swanvik was familiar with his own plane. He habitually got into the plane and fumbled around. Suddenly, he remembered something. "It's all in your imagination. It's all fake." Thea knew what these people were thinking and immediately dismissed the idea. "Sit tight. Let's go." Someone had already opened the roof of the office. The layered, purely mechanical structure was claimed to be able to withstand the attack of medium-range missiles. Thea took control of the plane, rose vertically, and flew directly to the moon after it was a kilometer above the ground. The experience of flying out of the atmosphere was a bit exciting for the minister, but his emotions were quickly replaced by a deep fear. He pretended to be calm and asked, "They won't attack first, right?" "No, they won't." Thea answered without hesitation. In fact, she did not know. She was just judging from her impression of Zod. He was a very cautious man with leadership qualities. The two of them were obviously here to talk, so he would not turn them away. "Mr. Minister, you are very brave." Thea meant what she said. Seeing that the Kryptonian spaceship was getting closer and closer, General Swanvik calmed down. When he first boarded the plane, his legs were shaking like noodles. "I'm so old. No matter how useless I am, I can't embarrass myself in front of a little girl like you." "Huh." General Swanvik threw away his politician disguise and revealed his true colors. He didn't have Thea's strength, and he didn't know that Thea didn't care about him in the face of danger. She threw away all her worries and focused on completing her mission. In some ways, he was a hero. Thea chuckled, but did not say anything. They had already reached the side of the Kryptonian spaceship. The spaceship did not attack them. Instead, it opened the cabin and motioned for them to enter. The spaceship was not small at all. Thea steered the aircraft into the cabin and began to look around. The Kryptonians had a very advanced civilization. If they did not seek death by themselves, with their physical fitness and technological level, they would definitely be a powerful force in the universe. "Earthlings, what's the matter?" The person who welcomed them was a woman in black mechanical armor. She had some kind of translator and spoke in English, the language of Earth. Thea was very happy. She didn't have to translate anymore. She was already prepared to run away if the negotiations broke down. "I'm General Swanvik. On behalf of the Earth's government, I want to see your leader." Now that the communication was smooth, General Swanvik started to shake. He waved his arms and spoke in a firm tone, showing his determination and conviction. The woman in black armor seemed to be communicating with the spaceship through some kind of communication device. "Wait here." After that, she didn't leave. She stood still and stared at the two of them, especially Thea. "What? Kryptonian, do you want to compete?" The Kryptonians' genetic modification technology was very advanced. Thea had wanted to go in and observe. She didn't expect the woman to be so sneaky. She would rather have the leader meet them at the edge of the spaceship than let them enter the inner area. Thea was a little upset. She was a little angry that the woman in black armor was staring at her. "You're not Carlair. Your ability is really amazing. This is not a real thing, is it?" The woman in black armor was not angry. She just looked at the aircraft curiously. "Don't be surprised." Thea was interrupted by another deep voice before she could finish her sentence. Along with the voice, a muscular middle-aged man with a height of 1.9 meters appeared. He had a very short beard, and the lines of his face were very stiff. He looked dignified. "Fiora, that should be some kind of materialization. I heard that there's a group of people in the universe who call themselves the Green Lantern Corps. But those people are green while this guy is yellow. They should be related to each other. The middle-aged man, General Zod, glanced at Thea's materialization a few times and said with uncertainty. Thea didn't comment and left the two generals to talk. How can you leave Earth? General Swanvik was a little weak, but he still mustered up the courage to ask. Find Karl Ayer and the central grimoire that was stolen years ago. Zod was much calmer. It was as if he was narrating a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. What grimoire? General Swanvik didn't understand the term. His intuition told him that it was some kind of black technology that even the aliens valued. However, Zod wasn't going to explain it to him. The black minister could only look at Thea. Thea saw his expression and knew that he had misunderstood. She explained, "It's similar to our human genetic map. Many aliens have it." Oh, General Swanvik lost interest the moment he heard about the genetic map. At first, Zod was also wondering how an Earthling knew about their grimoire. However, after hearing Thea's words, many aliens had it. He had worked hard for 30 years to modify the spaceship and arm his subordinates. After that, he came to Earth. His information was extremely limited, and he didn't know anything about the outside world. When he thought of the Green Lantern Corps, Thea automatically upgraded to a knowledgeable Earthling in his heart. The two of them let go of the grimoire. If we give you the people and the grimoire, will you leave Earth? This was the thing that General Swanvik was most concerned about. I'll leave once I get what I want. I swear to Rao, Zod said seriously. General Swanvik turned to the knowledgeable Thea for help. His eyes were obviously asking who he was referring to. It's the god they believe in. Thea was also confused. What kind of deity was this Kryptonian god or Martian god? Did they really exist? Or was it just a figment of the imagination of ordinary people? She could only explain it vaguely. You're very frank. As a soldier, you deserve respect. I agree to your terms, and you'll get what you need. General Swanvik then signaled to Thea that they were almost done talking. It was time for them to leave. Thea was fine with it. She could fight in space, but her ability was not as good as fighting on a planet. Besides, there was no benefit for her at all. She had nothing better to do than to take the blame for Superman. This mission was successfully completed. General Swanvik had consolidated his position in the Ministry of National Defense. Thea had also successfully connected with him. Amanda and General Ryan could step aside next time. Chapter 348. Zod didn't stop them at all, and the return trip went smoothly. Who's Carlisle? Swanwick asked Thea on the plane. His intuition told him that Thea most likely knew these strange people. You should have seen him before, but I don't know his name. The guy in the red cape during the battle at Seaside City was a Kryptonian. I don't know if he is the Karl Ayer they're looking for. Thea's words were 70% true and 30% false. When General Swanwick heard this, he knew that it was good news that they wouldn't have to search for Karl Ayer in the vast sea. The plane landed on the ground, and General Swanwick walked back to the Ministry of Defense in high spirits. He was greeted by everyone's praises. Regardless of camp, brave people were worthy of admiration. For the first time, the African minister's personal reputation suppressed all the voices of dissatisfaction. Immediately, find this Karl Ayer immediately. The high-spirited Minister of Defense issued a new order, and everyone started to get busy. Miss Thea, I need you to take charge for a while. Now that the African minister and Sia had gone through so many trials and tribulations together, their relationship had improved imperceptibly. The way he addressed her had already transitioned from Miss Quinn to Miss Sia. Sia also needed to strengthen their relationship. At the same time, she wanted to see the internal conflict between the Kryptonians up close. Naturally, she agreed. Not long after, Superman and Louise Lane arrived at the Ministry of Defense. Superman was there to surrender himself, while Louise was there to be captured, half forced and half willingly. The reason was that she claimed on the internet that she knew the true identity of the Kryptonians hiding on Earth. Looking at the furious Louise Lane, Thea was speechless. She came to the Ministry of Defense to talk about freedom of the press. The word fear was not in her dictionary. If it weren't for her father, General Lane, who would have talked to her nicely, she might as well drink a liter of water first before she spoke. Standing at 9 meters tall, Superman's red cape fluttered in the wind. He didn't surrender like he did in the original timeline. He hovered outside the Pentagon, waiting for them to come out. It was as if the minister was trying to persuade a suicidal person to commit suicide. He laid out the facts and reasoned with him. There was only one meaning behind his words. He wanted Superman to sacrifice himself for the greater good. On the surface, Superman seemed to be listening to him carefully. In fact, he had already entered a chat channel called Martian Hunter. Once they were out of the high-tech area of the Pentagon, their telepathy returned to normal. Since they knew each other well, Thea was also pulled into the chat room. With the help of the Martian Hunter's powerful telepathic ability, the three of them started chatting telepathically under everyone's watchful eyes. Uncle Rong-in, are you sure you don't want to do anything? Thea had been wondering about this for a long time. With her, Superman, and herself, the Kryptonians who had never been exposed to the sun would be finished in minutes. The Martian Hunter's tone was firm. I want to protect Earth as an Earthling. I won't do anything unless I have no other choice. What kind of situation is considered as a last resort? When this Kryptonian and all of you are dead. Thea rolled her eyes. He obviously wanted to be a bystander, but this guy made it sound so righteous. It was no wonder that he had been teaching psychology classes at the Zhonglian Association every day, cooking for them and cleaning for them. He had reached a new level of idleness. Carla Danvers also wanted to come, but I persuaded her to go back. Rong-in, she still needs you to take care of her. Superman's voice was a little sad. On one side was his fellow Kryptonians, and on the other side was the Earthlings who had raised him. He didn't know what to choose. Maybe he just wanted to take it one step at a time. Miss Thea, if possible, please take care of my foster mother for me. Seeing that he was saying his last words, Thea had to nod and agree. His mother must be that peasant woman. Her name was something like Martha. Superman looked like he was going to the execution ground as he ended the conversation between the three of them. While he was being lovey-dovey with Louise Ryan, he didn't know that his future father-in-law, General Ryan, was among the onlookers. Although he was curious as to who this old man was, this wasn't a game, and his character didn't have a name above his head. Plus, he had too many things on his mind right now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He let go of Louise Ryan and flew towards General Zod's spaceship. Is this the end of the matter? The African minister asked Thea in a low voice as he asked everyone to go back to work. Should be. Thea laughed secretly. This was only the beginning. But in order not to hurt them, she told a white lie. Where is the grimoire that they want? The African minister suddenly remembered this. Thea shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. However, the minister reminded her that the Kryptonians' biotechnology was at the peak of perfection. The genetic makeup of their people had reached a perfect level. From a certain point of view, they were man-made gods. Superman's father injected the genetic map into Superman's blood and combined it with the device on the Kryptonian spaceship. Both the blood and the device were indispensable. In the original time, Zod was so sad when his spaceship was destroyed by Superman. He felt that the hope of Krypton had been destroyed. Maybe she should make a copy of this data in advance. Their genetic technology was not very useful to her. But even if it couldn't help her, it would still be beneficial to Moira, Malcolm, and the others. But these things could only be done secretly. She couldn't let these politicians know. Thea was secretly planning her plan. Tom was also slowly moving forward. Sir, 2 small spaceships have entered the atmosphere. A lieutenant reported. Calculate their landing point. General Swanvik hurriedly asked. These aliens would go back on their words after getting the item. At the same time, he felt lucky. If they landed in another country, he wouldn't have to worry about them. But the lieutenant's next words shattered his fantasy. Sir, the landing point is in Kansas. Ouch. General Swanvik's expression was as if he had eaten expired food. His face instantly turned yellow. Was it too late for Kansas to become independent? I'll go take a look. Thea didn't wait for him to speak. She took the initiative to accept the mission. If she remembered correctly, Zod and the others were looking for the alien spaceship that Superman had when he was young. She had promised Superman that she would take care of his adoptive mother. No matter what, she had to do something. Kryptonians. Oomph. Thea felt her fighting spirit rising rapidly as she flew. She wanted to test the combat ability of her new armor. Thea finished changing her armor while accelerating. A silver armor with a red cloak covered her body. General Zod had entered through the atmosphere, while she had flown over from Washington. Their speeds were about the same, but they were much closer to Sia. She had checked Clark Kent's farm from the armor's onboard computer and arrived at the destination first. "I'm Clark's friend. Old lady, you should hide first. The enemy will be here soon." Thea took off her mask and waved to Martha Kent, who had mustered up her courage to come out to investigate. The old lady didn't know what was going on, but she still ran away with the dog. Chapter 349. Before the old lady could run 100 meters with the dog in her arms, two alien spacecraft landed on the ground. General Zod and Fiora walked out. Both of them were wearing black power armor and long black cloaks, but General Zod's armor was stronger and thicker than Fiora's. He first looked at the surroundings before turning back to look at Sia. Sia's armor was completely different from the yellow light battle suit, but with the unique aura of a powerhouse, the two still recognized her. "Earthling, it seems that you want to fight us?" General Zod's stern face had a hint of contempt. "I'm afraid you don't understand our true strength. I have conquered countless low-level planets like Earth in my lifetime." Thea laughed with her hands on her hips. "Kryptonian, let me tell you something. I have been all over the universe. I have grazed cows in Korga and fought in Ura. You Kryptonians have only conquered a few galaxies around you. There are 3,600 sectors in the universe. Do you know which sector you are in? Remember, you are in Sector 2813, the neighbor of Sector 2814 on Earth. Next time someone asks you, you can answer him loudly. Ha! After that, she looked at General Zod as if he was a country bumpkin. "What the F***CK? General Zod's face darkened. He was half angry and half ashamed. The Kryptonians had always thought that their civilization was advanced. Every time they conquered other planets, they looked at the local natives as if they were mentally retarded. Now that the situation had been reversed, General Zod felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt like he had just been F***ed up. However, he did not have the words to refute because he was not sure if Thea was telling the truth. The light ring could open up unlimited wormholes and warp between different regions. Although their spacecraft could also open up wormholes, it required a lot of energy, so they would not do it easily. They had landed on the surface aggressively, but now they were treated as country bumpkins. Their momentum was weakened by 20%. "I don't want to argue with you. Hand over the grimoire." General Zod was not a person who was good with words. He used to look down on the people of Earth, but now he did not mention it. He only focused on the matter of the grimoire. Thea was also a little puzzled. She remembered that in the movie, after Superman walked into a trap and was caught, his blood was drawn and his memories were read. However, he quickly caught up with them. She had been talking nonsense with them for a long time, but where was Superman? Is it because Louise Ryan didn't board the spaceship? Was that why he took so much time to escape? If he hadn't come to Kansas, wouldn't his adoptive mother be dead for sure? Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the white dwarf star converter on his chest began to violently output energy. The magic runes on the inner layer were all lit up, and a large red cloak fluttered even though there was no wind. There was a hint of heaviness in the air. "Show me what you're made of." As soon as Thea finished speaking, the thrusters under her feet abruptly kicked off, propelling her body high into the air. She drew an arc in the air and threw a punch at General Zod. General Zod roared and gathered all the strength in his body to counter her attack. Bang! There was a muffled sound, but there was no electricity or explosion. This was a pure physical confrontation. With the two of them as the center point, the shockwave spread in all directions. Clark Kent's lawn and wooden house were all shattered. A red pickup truck was directly sent flying, rolling more than 30 meters before it fell to the ground. It was not surprising that it was scrapped. Thea did a backflip to eliminate the impact of the opponent's punch, while General Zod took a step back. The opponent's punch strength is 1,020 tons. Our armor withstood 95% of the reaction force. There are slight cracks on the right arm armor. 37% of the armor is damaged. Gideon, who was acting as the assistant control system, quickly scanned the damage of both sides. What a cheat-like race. They had never been exposed to the sun for a day, and yet they had such great strength. It was not wrong to say that they were gods who walked on the ground. I'll hold her back. Fiora, you go and get the grimoire. The fierce confrontation between the two of them destroyed the Kent family's wooden house. The spaceship that Superman rode in when he was young was particularly eye-catching among the debris. General Zod jumped up high and launched a fierce attack on Thea. At the same time, he shouted loudly to remind Fiora, "You'd better come and help your general." Thea sprayed a large amount of frost on the path that Fiora had to pass through. No technological armor could ignore absolute zero. Fiora was also very knowledgeable. She paused for a moment, allowing Thea to grab her by the arm and throw her towards General Zod. Strictly speaking, General Zod was not a bad person. Moreover, he was a general now, and he only had a few subordinates. There were only 10 of them in total. It was fine to call him General Zod, but it was also fine to call him Captain Zod. Naturally, he could not kill his loyal subordinate with a single punch. He twisted his body in the air and avoided Fiora's direct attack. He lightly patted her leg and changed from flying horizontally to standing upright. Fiora cooperated with him very well. She nimbly did a 180-degree turn in the air and landed on the ground again. The two of them tacitly exchanged glances and pounced on Thea together. Thea blocked Zod's whip kick with her left fist and grabbed Fiora's wrist with her right hand. Fiora pulled out a dagger-like short sword and stabbed and slashed. It was completely different from the martial arts on Earth. There was no difference between real and fake moves. Every move was ruthless and merciless. Thea's armor, which could withstand the bombardment of a nuclear bomb, was scratched by her. Unknowingly, Thea's attention was attracted by Fiora. Fiora's martial arts were very elegant. It had a kind of dance rhythm. However, there were fatal attacks hidden in the beautiful martial arts. Zod was the exact opposite of her. He used the traditional fighting style of the Kryptonians. He relied on his strength, speed, and abundant stamina. He was not afraid of getting tired and would seize any opportunity. Thea's individual strength was slightly weaker than Zod, including her armor. If it was a fair fight, it would not be a problem for her to fight for dozens of rounds. However, with Fiora, who was not much weaker than her, it was a little difficult. Thea had to rely on the freezing air of the frost gun to obstruct Zod's attacks. The surrounding temperature dropped visibly. Zod and Fiora's armor inevitably became a little sluggish. Damn it, where the hell is Superman? Should I leave now? Thea was a little depressed as she punched Zod again. What she did not expect was that Zod did not use much strength in his punch. Instead, he borrowed the force of her punch and flew into the wooden house behind him. Thea was just about to chase after him when she saw Fiora rushing towards her as if she did not care about her life. The dagger in her hand flashed with bright electric arcs. The dagger could cut through armor without electric arcs. Now, the electric arcs were definitely not for decorative purposes. Thea did not know the power of the dagger, so she did not dare to take it head-on. She dodged 2 consecutive attacks. On the other hand, Fiora had completely given up on defense. Every attack was aimed at her vital points. It was not difficult to guess what she was thinking. She was trying to stall Thea. No, the Central Grimoire is not here. General Zod shouted as he jumped out of the wooden house wreckage. He looked at Thea immediately. Did this earthling know something? However, he saw Martha Kent hiding far away from him for the corner of his eyes. He instantly had an idea. Chapter 350. That old lady must know something. Fiora, you continue to stall that earthling. I'll go catch that old lady. General Zod's voice was extremely loud, and it was estimated that everyone within a 2-mile radius could hear him. This was where his brilliance lay. He could not only inform his subordinates of his purpose, but also cause trouble for Thea's actions. Zod did not believe that the other party had come all the way here to protect an Earthling's old lady. This was a blatant conspiracy, and Thea was indeed affected as he expected. That old lady didn't go far. Thea was superior to Fiora in terms of martial arts and strength. At this time, she already had the upper hand, and Thea had already knocked away the dagger that was emitting electric arcs. Hearing Zod's sudden shout, Thea was really shocked. This American old lady was really not afraid of death. She's not running even after such an earth-shattering fight. She kicked Fiora away and turned her head to look at Martha Kent's position. Oh my God! She saw the old lady hugging a dog and hiding behind a big tree. She was observing the battlefield with her hand over her eyes. She actually thought that running 300 meters away would be safe. Thea saw that Zod was about to rush forward, and she did not have time to deal with Fiora. The thrusters under her feet were operating at full power, ready to stop him. But an accident happened. Whether it was Thea or Zod, their thinking remained within the scope of normal people. They did not expect that there would be such unreasonable people in this world. A red and blue figure drew a straight line from a very far distance, and with a loud explosion, it crashed into General Zod, sending the iron-blooded general flying a few thousand meters. The angry Clark raised his casserole-sized fist and greeted Zod's face with all his might. "How dare you threaten my mother?" The momentum was so great that the two of them rushed through the farm, rushed across the road, and destroyed countless buildings along the way. Finally, they stopped in a small town 5 miles away from Kent's farm. Thea glanced at him and stopped looking. Superman still had his old problem. That was his attacks were not organized. Zod's martial arts skills were much better than Superman's, but he could only barely hold on under the furious Superman's punches. His hood was quickly broken, and the moment his skin came into contact with the sunlight, his supersensory ability was activated. A large amount of chaotic and disorderly information flooded his mind, causing him to have a splitting headache, and his combat power directly fell to the bottom. Thea knew that there would be a spaceship coming to pick up Zod soon. The next time Zod came to Earth, he would not be able to deal with him. With his super senses, super strength, heat ray, and many other abilities, it would be better to leave such a powerful guy to his fellow countryman, Superman. The general was sent flying. Looks like his strength isn't that great. Come and be my subordinate. I admire your ability. Fiora, who was kicked, stood up shakily. After being suppressed by Thea for so long, her armor was severely damaged. It was just that it didn't break. Bullsh asterisk T. In the face of Thea's brazen surrender, Fiora was furious. She did not have supervision now, but Zod was beaten up by Superman, and his vital signs were rapidly decreasing. She knew that there were spaceships coming to support him. Although she was cursing, there was still a shadow in her heart. Could it be that the invincible general had been defeated? Thea, who was good at brainwashing people, felt a slight change in her. Without the right guidance, this shadow would quickly be filtered out from the brain by the subjective consciousness. But what was the situation now? They were in the middle of a battle. Fiora's ability was very good. She had brains, combat power, and a certain vision. Coupled with her excellent Kryptonian bloodline, she was the third subordinate of the Yellow Lantern Corps that Thea was going to recruit. As a long-term adjutant, she was competent for most of the work. Whether it was taking over the Yellow Lantern Corps in the future or fighting on Earth, she would be a capable assistant. But all of this had to be done secretly. Superman could know part of it. After all, they were compatriots, but the U.S. government must not know about it. Thea's Eye of Horus had seen that the Kryptonian fighter had picked up General Zod, and at the same time, these military aircraft were rapidly approaching her. Thea did not hold back anymore. A large amount of water magic was injected into the armor. Because of Kamal, the shark god, this armor was not very good at all kinds of attributes. Only the water attribute performance of the armor could be exerted at 200%. Thea directly persuaded Fiora to surrender. She was not that good at talking. She was going to capture Fiora alive and bring her back for training. But Fiora's combat power was not ordinary. She was not a watermelon that could be picked casually. Plus, the U.S. military was approaching, and there was not enough time. If it was before, Thea would have no choice but to give up and wait for the next opportunity. But the passive attribute of this armor gave her a new option, and that was to fight in the water. In the water, her combat power would be greatly enhanced, and her opponent would be weakened. Plus, the seabed was very well hidden. Presumably, the Atlanteans would not tell the Pentagon. Come with me. Two dark blue magic tentacles stretched out from Thea's armor. In Fiora's confused eyes, they grabbed her and flew out of Kansas, all the way south, Oklahoma, and Texas. Fiora struggled desperately, but the magic tentacles were very tight. In the end, she followed Thea and plunged into the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. "What are you doing?" Fiora roared. As Thea expected, their armor could fight in the water, but the ability was very weak. It could only be said that it had the ability to fight underwater. As for the extent of this ability, it could be seen from the constant alarms on her armor. "I'm going to take you to see the vastness of the universe. Your vision is too narrow. You have no idea how big the world outside is." Thea was full of nonsense. She just swam to the deep-sea area. Fiora was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Although she had heard this before, she still felt that it was too annoying. It was as if the Kryptonians were uncivilized aborigines. In the past, they were the ones who felt superior and used this to criticize others. Now that the situation was reversed, how could she not feel aggrieved? The most important thing was that Fiora did subconsciously believe Thea's words. Previously, General Zod only vaguely knew about the Green Lantern Corps. Out of caution, he did not argue with Thea, which was a kind of tacit agreement. Fiora, who had always regarded General Zod as a leader, misunderstood him and subconsciously developed the concept that the Kryptonians were frogs at the bottom of a well. It could be said that General Zod's caution inadvertently helped Thea. Thea's swimming speed was very fast. Although she was carrying a person and Fiora was constantly struggling, her speed was still more than 1,000 nautical miles per hour. No sea creature or submarine could catch up with her speed. Fiora's armor was already seriously damaged. The huge pressure in the deep sea accelerated the speed of the armor's damage. At first, she could barely resist a few blows. Later, her consciousness became a little blurry, and she could only punch and kick mechanically. Chapter 351. Their fight at the bottom of the sea, or rather, Thea's one-sided abuse, startled a lot of underwater creatures. But the powerful shockwaves of the fight and the fast swimming speed made these creatures choose to stay far away. However, the Kryptonian's body was really resilient. Thea's armor was passive, so her strength under the water was not weakened, but increased. Hundreds of tons of force hit Fiora, but she did not suffer any fatal injuries. But many a little makes a mickle, and in the deep sea, Fiora's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, after Thea punched her in the abdomen, she could not hold on and fainted. Phew! Thea was also exhausted. It was too tiring to use physical attacks to fight the Kryptonians. The body of this kind of genetic science was too strong. It took almost 10 minutes for her to knock Fiora out. If they were on land, how long would it take? Looking up, there were a few small islands on the sea surface. Unsurprisingly, they had swum from the Gulf of Mexico to the Caribbean Sea. Thea pulled the unconscious Fiora out of the sea surface, looked around, and found an uninhabited island to rest for a while. Where should I train this Kryptonian? On Earth? Thea quickly gave up the idea. Superman was happy to see his compatriots turn over a new leaf, but he did not like to see himself brainwashing Fiora. Thea contacted the gorilla, Gertrude, remotely. On the surface, he was under the jurisdiction of Sinisto. The gorilla was spreading the fear of the yellow light ring on a planet, controlling two groups of aliens to fight each other. Gertrude was very happy. After a few consecutive wormholes, Thea took Fiora to a planet far away from Krypton and Earth. Asking Gertrude to find a quiet place for her, Thea began to modify Fiora's memory with magic. Compared to the Kryptonians' bodies of steel, their willpower was not strong. Thea went into the depths of their minds without much effort, This was a forbidden area that ordinary people could not touch. It was the place where all the subconscious and original consciousness were entrenched. Except for Superman, who gave birth naturally, all the Kryptonians, including Supergirl, were genetically modified. Their fate was determined before they were born. Some were warriors, some were scholars, and their genes were optimized in this direction. The fate of all the Kryptonians was determined from birth. Even if some wanted to resist, they would not take up other jobs because they could not learn anything. Superman's parents gave him freedom or the right to choose. Superman could do any job. Zod's combat power was about the same as his, but he couldn't do anything else. His fate had already shown that he was born in battle and must die in battle. Their genes had optimized some of their characteristics, but their overall composition was delicate and fragile. Thea searched carefully and finally found what she needed. Fiora's loyalty to General Zod was very firm and unshakable. But if one observed carefully, one would find that the object of her loyalty was not entirely General Zod. Fiora's genetic modification was a little special. She was optimized as an adjutant. She had a little bit of various abilities, but relatively speaking, they were not the best. She had to have an object of loyalty in her subconscious to realize the value of her life. God is helping me. Thea had to think so. She slowly changed Fiora's impression of Zod. Father, teacher, these were the labels that Thea put on Fiora's mind. As for the object of her loyalty, she changed it to herself. Of course, the process could not be too fast. It was estimated that it would take a month for Fiora's mind to change. Thea left a cloud of dark magic in her brain. This small cloud of magic would keep her in a coma for 7 days. She had to deal with the things on Earth first before continuing the brainwashing. After instructing Gruder to take care of Fiora, Thea returned to Earth alone. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, only 20 minutes had passed. General Zod was carried away after his first exposure to sunlight, but several of his subordinates stayed behind. Originally, Fiora, the adjutant, and another tall Kryptonian were fighting Superman together. But now, Fiora had mysteriously disappeared. Not to mention Superman, even the people on Krypton did not know where Fiora had gone. No matter how advanced their communicators were, they would not be able to find Fiora across half the universe and tens of millions of light years. In order to buy time for Zod, the tall Kryptonian guard captain could only fight Superman alone. Unfortunately, there was a big gap between their strength and Superman's, and he was beaten to the ground. Just when the Kryptonians were in despair, the Earth's army once again played the role of a useless teammate and surrounded Superman and him. Dense missiles bombarded the small town in Kansas. The Kryptonians took the opportunity to attack the Earth's army and fled back to the spaceship while Superman was saving people. Clark did not chase after them, as he did not know what to do with his compatriots. With his behavior of repaying evil with good and his strong, sunny face, he had established a relationship with the leading colonel and officially earned the title of Superman. Thea observed this scene from outside the atmosphere. Superman and Superman looked at each other from dozens of kilometers away. Superman nodded slightly, grateful that she had saved his mother. Nothing serious happened on Earth. Thea looked at the Kryptonian spaceship again. The Kryptonians were very experienced in combat. They used special means to block all the satellites on Earth. The Department of Defense was blind at this time. They could not see anything in space, which made it easier for Thea to carry out her next plan. She did not act rashly. Instead, she looked at the spaceship attentively and almost laughed out loud. Several people on the spaceship did not know that General Zod's body cells were undergoing qualitative changes due to his sudden exposure to the yellow sun. They thought that there was some kind of virus on Earth. They pushed General Zod into a super-advanced medical cabin and were busy disinfecting and sterilizing him. The timing was perfect. Thea was worried about when to get the genetic configuration map. Combined with the central tome in Superman's blood, the scientists on the spaceship had restored the Kryptonian genetic configuration program. Once General Zod recovered, they could transform Earth and rebuild Krypton. The time between restoring the map and the spaceship's explosion was very short. Thea had to admit that she was very lucky. Among this group of Kryptonians, only General Zod and Fiora were powerful. The rest of them were not worthy of Sia's attention. She directly opened a portal outside the atmosphere, stepped out, and entered the spaceship. Who is it? The Kryptonian scientist, who was debugging with his head down, did not realize that an outsider had come in. He did not look up and asked casually in the Kryptonian language. "Ah, I'm just looking around." Thea switched the ring's language to the Kryptonian channel and replied with perfect pronunciation. The Kryptonian scientist did not notice at first, but soon realized that something was wrong. The Kryptonians had a clear division of labor. Everyone had a strong purpose in doing things. How could someone say "looking around" in such a casual tone? Chapter 352. His brain sensed that something was wrong, but he was not a warrior. He looked back reflexively and saw an iron fist gradually expanding in front of him. Then everything went black, and he could not see anything. TSK tisk. Thea shook her hand. This guy was too weak. The weakness of genetic modification was too obvious. Fiora could take 100 punches of this level without batting an eyelid, but this big-nosed Kryptonian scientist could be knocked down with one punch. The gap was too big. Thea then put her hands on both sides of the Kryptonian scientist's head and began to read his mind with her modified version of the Martian Manhunter. This scientist might have a sharp mind and was good at doing research, but his willpower was worse than Fiora's. All the memories were placed in an orderly manner, waiting for an outsider to read them. Thea learned how to operate the main console without hesitation. The Kryptonians were limited by the rule of technological planets that did not allow the development of artificial intelligence. They had created a pseudo-artificial intelligence that did not have the ability to think logically and could only execute orders. Thea took out the communication interface of the power armor and used the authority of the Kryptonian scientist to turn off the pseudo-artificial intelligence on the spaceship. She then connected Gideon to the Kryptonian system. "Scan and copy all their data," Thea ordered. After receiving the order, Gideon quickly started the file transfer, and a large amount of data began to enter the power armor's memory. "Who are you?" In less than 2 minutes after the data transfer, some of the backup data still caused the spaceship's alarm to ring. The tall guard captain, who was beaten up like a dog by Superman, rushed over when he heard the spaceship's alarm. But when he saw Thea, an outsider, he was obviously confused. Only Zod and Fiora had seen Thea in her yellow light costume, but now both of them were unconscious. During the battle on Earth, several Kryptonians had seen her through the monitor, but at that time, she was wearing a power armor. In other words, her yellow light costume was a new look in the eyes of the Kryptonians. "What are you doing?" The tall guard captain saw that she did not respond and asked again. In less than 30 seconds, the remaining people on the spaceship also came to the main control room. They had lived on this spaceship for 30 years. They were so bored that they almost named the microorganisms on the spaceship. Now that Thea had jumped out, they were at a loss for words. Krypton was a hierarchical planet. Several Kryptonians looked at the guard captain, who had the highest military rank, and waited for him to make a decision. If Zod and Fiora were here, they would have started the battle long ago. However, his way of thinking was still stuck at the stage of obeying orders and listening to commands. He was completely dumbfounded when he was asked to make a decision all of a sudden. Thea didn't know about his hesitation, but she didn't mind stalling for time. For a moment, it was very quiet, and only the alarm on the spaceship could be heard after the information from the mainframe computer was read. "Take him down." The guard captain finally gave the order. Although it was an order, there were only 10 people on the spaceship, including the leader and the soldiers. Zod and the big-nosed scientist were dizzy. Fiora was countless light years away. Plus, there was a lab technician who couldn't fight, a spaceship mechanic, and a medical staff who was still taking care of Zod. The Kryptonian guard captain rushed up with 3 of his subordinates. Thea was too close to the control panel, so they didn't dare to use laser weapons. They were going to take down Thea with their skillful combat skills and ask her who she was. Thea was also waiting for the data to be transmitted. She wanted to have a fight with her fists and legs. She used the chosen talent, Eternal Night. Except for Fiora, who was far away in the sky, all of these guys were men. Her overall strength was suppressed by 30%. After that, she conjured a miniature version of Ares and fought with them with a spear. In outer space, there was no need to worry about Diana's feelings. The Ares that Thea conjured had the same appearance as herself. He wore a horned helmet, a half-body armor, a leather apron, and Roman shoes. He was surrounded by fighting spirit and was not to be offended. First one, a low voice came out from the conjured mouth. The Kryptonians had underestimated their enemy. Plus, their strength was suppressed by Thea's talent. The Ares conjured quickly found a flaw. He suddenly exerted force in his arms, ignored their armor, and pierced through a Kryptonian with his spear. He then shouted and threw the unlucky guy far away. The force of his swing was so great that the Kryptonian collided violently with the hull of the spaceship. With a muffled bang, a visible dent appeared on the hull of the spaceship. Several circuits were obviously damaged, and alarms were ringing like crazy. Thea didn't look at the result of her battle. If this had happened to an ordinary person, he or she would have died. But the Kryptonians might not die, and their combat strength would not be restored in a short time. The conjured Ares let out a deafening roar and dodged the chief guard's giant axe. At the same time, he turned his spear and blocked the long swords of two Kryptonian warriors. The three of them cooperated well. When the chief guard attacked, the other two would defend and vice versa. Their combat skills were not as complicated as those on Earth, but they were better in terms of simplicity. Thea changed several sets of martial arts in a row, but she still couldn't break through their defense. She pierced the arm of a guard, but the chief guard also hacked at her with his axe. These guys were really good at martial arts. She replenished the yellow energy and conjured Ares with a new look. The three of them were a little speechless. Could this thing be killed? The Kryptonian warriors had this question in their minds. Just as they were about to continue attacking, Thea threw out a chain and tied up a Kryptonian warrior who jumped in the air. When he landed, she lifted her foot and kicked him in the lower abdomen, sending him flying to the other two enemies. The two of them quickly put away their weapons and hurried to pick up their companions. After fighting for so long, Thea could see that the Kryptonians were very close to each other. She just wanted to buy time to copy the data, not kill them. Thea had always valued knowledge. This spaceship was modified from a Kryptonian prison, and after 30 years of hard work, there were many more spaceships in the universe that were more advanced than this one. She conjured Diana's lasso and tied up two non-combatants who were watching the fight. She shook her wrist and threw the lasso at the chief guard. "They are not combatants," the chief guard roared and went to pick up his companions. Thea didn't care whether they were combatants or not. The lasso she conjured seemed to come alive and tied up the Kryptonian warrior who was seriously injured earlier. She clasped the neck of the seriously injured warrior like a villain. "Don't come over. I will kill him if he comes over." Apparently, the chief guard had never watched such a TV series. He was so angry that his mouth was trembling. He kept saying things like, "You don't have the honor of a warrior, and come at me if you dare." Chapter 353. When the replication of the data reached 100%, Thea threw out the hostages. While they were busy trying to save the hostages, she shouted and threw the golden spear in her hand at the weak point of the spaceship. The spear was as fast as lightning. Thea threw it out fiercely, and it pierced a big hole in the spaceship while the Kryptonians roared in horror. Whoosh! The broken hole was followed by an unparalleled suction force. At this time, it could be seen that the Kryptonians were physically strong. They had the ability to fly in space, and they were not as panicked as humans. Several of them held on to fixed objects or pulled their companions, but none of them flew out. "Everyone, take care." Thea felt a little regretful that she did not see their panicked expressions. Although they might not want to see her again, Thea still said goodbye to them. She summoned the aircraft and got out of the hole. Thea did not return to Earth. Instead, she observed from a distance. She saw that the Kryptonian spaceship was constantly on fire. Although there was no oxygen in space, they carried a lot of oxygen on the spaceship. Explosions occurred from time to time. Despite their efforts, the spaceship's orbit was inevitably tilted, and it was faintly colliding with Earth. Let's call it a day. Thea had gotten everything she needed. The Kryptonians looked like humans, but they were not the same species. They were not of much help to her body that had been transformed by divine power, but she could use the Kryptonian gene modulation technology to strengthen the physique of her parents and two brothers. She flew directly to a nearby planet, put away the aircraft, and opened a portal to return to Earth. She did not want to care about the big, swaying target in the air. Whether Superman flew up to fight it or the Earthlings blew it up with some black technology, it had nothing to do with Thea. She pretended to be injured and flew slowly back to the Ministry of Defense. Sorry, the alien was too strong. I couldn't catch her and let her escape. Thea gave them the illusion that Fiora had run back to the spaceship. General Swanwick repeatedly said that it was okay. He was quite concerned about her and asked if she was hurt. Compared to Superman, an alien with boundless abilities, Thea, an Earthling, who he knew well, was much more precious. Although the foreigners had never heard of this saying, the principle was the same. She was one of their own, so she was trustworthy. Therefore, they took the opportunity to label Thea. Thea's materialization ability, according to the analysis of several experts at the Department of Defense, was nothing more than imagination. The battle with Zod was nothing more than a power armor. The authorities were not afraid of technological weapons at all, but they were afraid of Superman, who could fly thousands of miles with a single punch. After General Zod obtained the Krypton gene modulation blueprint, he immediately split his spaceship into two and headed to the north and south ends of the Earth in an attempt to modify the Earth's climate and turn it into a new Krypton. But at this time, they were busy repairing the spaceship and had no time to care about Earth. The situation was a little strange. All the satellites were blocked, so they did not know what was going on in the sky. Based on their intuition, they guessed that the aliens had not left. The situation now was that the aliens could not come down from the sky, and the Earthlings could not go up. General Swanwick did not know what to do. One of his aides suggested that Thea lead the team to destroy the aliens, but he rejected it directly. What a joke. Superman was in this room. If he suddenly attacked, who would be able to stop him? Although in the minister's mind, 3 to 5 Thea together could not defeat Superman, she could at least stop him. Fortunately, Superman and Louise Ryan shared their feelings and kissed on the spot. The guilt in his heart for raising his fist at his compatriot dissipated a lot. Because his attention was on Louise, he did not see the scene when Thea destroyed the spaceship. Now that the Kryptonians had repaired the spaceship, he did not notice anything strange. I'm going to end everything. Clark looked at Louise affectionately, then nodded to the generals and flew into space. His smile was very charming in Louise's eyes, but in General Swanwick's eyes, it was an expression of arrogance, and even a little provocation if one were to look deeper into it. They waited anxiously for the news. After a while, a guard ran in quickly. General, the satellite signal has been restored. Everyone, including Thea, breathed a sigh of relief. The Quinn family also had satellites in the sky. Although they did not have as many as Luthor and Batman, there were still more than a dozen. If all of them were destroyed, the loss would be great. 7 or 8 military satellites immediately transmitted signals to the minister's office. Thea, Amanda, and the Martian hunter, who had been watching the room for a long time, also saw the live broadcast. They saw violent explosions on Zod's spaceship. From time to time, people were knocked out of it. The spaceship, which was only temporarily repaired, was riddled with holes. What was more frightening was that the spaceship's power system was out of control. Under the influence of Earth's gravity, it was rapidly falling to the surface. The minister quickly picked up the phone and asked the Department of Defense scientists outside the room, "Where's the landing point? Quickly calculate it for me." The person on the other end of the line was busy talking and finally gave the minister an answer. "The landing point is in Metropolis." The minister put down the phone and was dumbfounded. Everyone in the room was also dumbfounded. The Martian hunter hesitated for a moment, but stopped in her tracks because Thea had jumped out. "I'll rush over immediately. My employees are all there." After saying that, she flew out of the office without greeting them. "It's too late. It's falling too quickly. The minister wanted to stop her, but before he could finish, Thea had already disappeared. Thea had only used half of her speed throughout the journey. On one hand, it showed that she had not recovered from her injuries. On the other hand, she was the one who had directed this scene. When she was copying the data, she had secretly instructed Gideon to hack the spaceship's control system. Regardless of whether Superman came to wreak havoc or Earth launched a nuclear weapon, the wreckage of a spaceship would rush toward the tallest building in Metropolis. Lex Luthor's Building L. Gideon had calculated 2,239 possibilities for the spaceship to be damaged and had arranged 551 alternatives. Unless the spaceship was smashed into powder, its target would only be Building L. The Quinn group had entered Metropolis. Unlike the Luthor group, they had no foundation at all. What should they do? Thea's idea was to increase her reputation. She would not expose her ability to stop the spaceship from crashing in front of the public. Instead, she was prepared to use her original identity to provide disaster relief. If the group's reputation grew, her reputation would naturally rise. If there was no place to stay, the Quinn group would build a house for them. If they were injured, they could lie in a medical cabin and be done with it in 10 minutes. If there was no food or drink, the former Merlin shipping department would send them a large amount of food and drinking water. These are all free. In a few days, when the Quinn group's new headquarters was set up in Metropolis, the citizens would welcome them with food and drink. Chapter 354. Zod's spaceship crashed very quickly. Not long after Thea flew out of Washington, she saw the Kryptonian spaceship slamming into Lex Luthor's building. Thea even deliberately used the Eye of Horus to observe Luthor's expression. Disaster came from the sky when one was at home. Normal people would have been stunned, but Luthor, one of DC's 3 most popular villains, reacted very quickly. Sensing that something was wrong, he left his secretary, who was reporting to him, and flew up. His shoulder smashed through the floor-to-ceiling glass, and in midair, he pressed a switch on his watch. A pair of green hang gliders bulged out from the back of his belt. Luthor glanced at the trajectory of the spaceship, which glided in the opposite direction. He's lucky. Thea and Luthor were competitors now, and many people knew that. Her identity as a superhuman restricted her from using illegal means to deal with Luthor. Although Luthor didn't know her ability, he had a lot of black technology in his hands. He was also restricted by the rules and couldn't use these lethal means to deal with Thea. Their respective abilities limited them, and they could only fight in a small area. Unless one of them had the ability to crush the world and ignore all the rules, the fight would last for a long time. Today's spaceship crash was an outside trick, and in the eyes of outsiders, it was an irresistible factor. Unfortunately, Luthor was too decisive. He left his secretary and bodyguard behind and jumped down from the 100-story building. He didn't have superpowers. If the glider malfunctioned, there was a 1,000% chance that he would fall to his death, and it would be the most tragic kind. But this man's decisiveness was unparalleled. He didn't hesitate to make the choice to save his life. His subordinates, his employees, they were all abandoned. Unlike the old lady in Kansas who loved to watch the fun, Luthor's hang glider flew straight to the roof of a building, climbed onto a helicopter parked there, and chose to leave the city directly. Thea flew forward slowly. When she arrived at the Metropolis, the formerly prosperous city was like purgatory on Earth. General Zod's spaceship crashed into the Luthor building at a 45-degree angle. This landmark of the Metropolis was directly cut in half. After that, the spaceship continued to roll on the ground for thousands of meters, destroying all kinds of houses and buildings. In the end, the spaceship exploded into 2 pieces with a deafening boom. All the Kryptonians in the spaceship were killed. Only Superman, who could not be killed, and Zod, who could absorb the yellow sunlight, survived. Thea was speechless as she looked at the furious General Zod, who was having a good time with Superman. Back then, Superman's adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, would rather die in order to save a dog than allow Superman to use his superpowers to save him. If he saw this scene today, he would probably feel that his death was not worth it, right? It was hard to understand why this Kansas farmer made such a decision. He might have hoped that Superman would live out his life as an ordinary person, but the arrangement of fate was not something he could control. Superman still went against his wishes and walked in front of everyone, taking the most important step in the eyes of the world. The Metropolis Library, the Food Center, the Art Center, and other buildings were reduced to ruins during the fight between the two. In the end, in the struggle between the two, Zod used the lives of humans as a bargaining chip and threatened Superman to make a choice. Superman had no choice but to follow his heart and become an Earthling, killing General Zod. Seeing the end of the fight, Thea knew that it was time for her to enter the scene. She found an empty room, changed back into her clothes, took out her mobile phone, and began to arrange the disaster relief mission. Although the CEOs of the group felt that it was a bit strange to go to the Metropolis for disaster relief, they did not refuse. These CEOs were all employees, and the disaster relief cost was not their own money. They could earn a good reputation if they contributed their own efforts and gave instructions on the spot. Why would they not go? All of them went. A large group of people took the group's Airbus to the Metropolis. What? Miss Thea, you went to the Metropolis? After receiving Thea's call, Digger was completely dumbfounded. He was still looking for someone in Star City, but his employer had gone to another city. He did not know what to say. Although he was a little dissatisfied, Thea asked him to lead a team to save people. For John Digger, who was full of a sense of justice, this was a mission full of honor. He had no reason to refuse. Thea instructed Digger to bring out the hundreds of bodyguards he had recruited. This group of young and strong people was the main force of the disaster relief. After that, she contacted Bruce Wayne and Lucius Fox in Gotham, hoping that the Wayne Group would also help. In the original space-time, Batman inexplicably went to the Metropolis to save the injured because his Wayne building was also in the Metropolis. But in this space-time, because of Thea's participation, things took a turn. The merger of the Wayne Merlins and the news of the new headquarters being located in the Metropolis made the Wayne Group give up on the strategic deployment of advancing into the Metropolis. They chose to wait and see, and even had thoughts of benefiting from the conflict between the Snipe and the Clam. At this time, Bat was watching TV with Fu at home. After receiving Thea's call, although Batman was a little dissatisfied with Superman's unscrupulous fighting, nothing had happened to his people, so he naturally would not hate Superman so much. He expressed his support for Thea's wish to help with the disaster relief. As for him personally going to the disaster relief, he did not have the time because the clown had run away again. Jason Todd, who had become the second-generation Robin, was working hard to track down clues. After watching the live broadcast of the Metropolis, he still had to catch the clown. Lucius Fox's relationship with Thea was naturally a little cold because the Wayne Group had been snatching the Wayne Group's business recently. But he also said that he would send people to participate. Thea went directly to the Wayne Group's stronghold in the Metropolis. Luthor was in the north, Wayne was in the south, and the spaceship landed in the Luthor building in the north. Naturally, the battle site was also in that area. The south was affected, but the losses were not great. She found the person in charge of the scene and explained her purpose. The person in charge had no objection. After all, it was Thea who paid for it. Many of their employees were locals of the Metropolis, so there was nothing to say about helping with the disaster relief. Many people took all kinds of tools and started to follow Thea to save people. Little friend, be good. Follow this uncle to the side and rest. We will save your mother. Madam, don't worry. Your husband's injury has stopped bleeding. Our medical cabin will arrive soon. This kind of injury can be treated very quickly. Your boyfriend is still down there? Okay, you go to the side and rest first. We will save him. Thea kept searching for survivors in the rubble. She did not use the Eye of Horus. She only relied on the thermal imaging equipment of the Wayne Group to rescue many trapped citizens. Now that she had been on many television interviews, she was also a celebrity. Even if there were people who did not know her, they would know who she was after being introduced by the people around her. She was a good person. It was rare to see such a conscientious capitalist. People had a herd mentality. More and more citizens gathered around her. Chapter 355. Everyone worked together to speed up the rescue operation. Digger and his bodyguards also arrived at the scene. They all wanted to show off in front of their new boss, so they fought to be the first to join the rescue operation. The team gradually moved from the South City to the North City. Many hot-blooded citizens who were not injured also automatically followed Sia's team. After all, Sia's team was very capable and had a large number of people. They could even be said to be the only rescue force in the city. "Please, God, can someone help me?" Thea heard a faint voice calling out to her. "Get a few people to follow me over there." Thea did not have time to explain. She led Digger to the west. She saw two middle-aged men trying to pry open a stone slab. A woman was struggling in the gap. "Editor Perry?" Sia realized that this was an acquaintance. This guy was the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet. Although Louise Lane had done all the interviews, Sia also knew the editor-in-chief. "You are? Oh, Miss Thea, come help." At first, the old man didn't see who Sia was. In order to increase her reputation, Sia, who was a little bit of a clean freak, also went all out. Now, her face was covered in dust. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't recognize her. More than 10 strong men rushed forward and rescued the female reporter who was pressed down below. "Is everyone okay?" The female reporter had just crawled out and hadn't even caught her breath when she saw Louise Ryan running over from afar. Louise did not know that Sia had been involved in this matter, either openly or covertly, but she recognized Sia in an instant. The two of them greeted each other, and at the same time, a thought appeared in their minds. Why is this guy here? Sia's thoughts were very simple. Why did she always see this guy in dangerous places? Is there a mistake in my memory? Is Louise Lane not an ordinary person? Does she have the ability to teleport to wherever there is danger? I remember that she was in Washington before this. She looked behind Louise Lane and saw that a large number of American troops had entered the city. General Swanwick was directing the rescue operation with a righteous face. F***CK. How dare you fight with me for prestige? Thea couldn't take it anymore. She told the people from the Daily Planet to go back and rest while she led the rest of the team to harvest the worship of the citizens. Superman had originally planned to call it a day and go home after the fight. However, when he saw Thea helping with the disaster, he thought about it and started to rescue the citizens. Most of the people would form 3 groups to help the disaster relief. Superman was busy working alone. Ordinary people couldn't keep up with his strength and speed, and the ruins were all caused by his battle with Zod. Now that Zod was dead, the resentment of the citizens would naturally be vented on him. Although he had indeed helped a lot of people, it was impossible for the citizens to be grateful to him. The other 2 groups of rescuers were Thea and the military. Both of them had a lot of followers following behind them. Thea seemed to be more approachable. She actively helped the injured and treated everyone equally, regardless of whether they were rich or poor. General Swanwick's image wasn't as good. After all, he was in his 50s. Thea helping an old lady was an act of kindness. He really couldn't bring himself to help an old lady. What if he was called a hooligan? However, the military's reputation still attracted many citizens to join his rescue team. Those who didn't know the inside story of Thea's actions would only think that she was being kind. However, General Swanwick knew the truth. He wasn't sure if she was being kind or not, but Thea leading 4 or 5 young people and pretending to be struggling to rescue the citizens under the cement pillars was 100% putting on a show. However, he didn't object to putting on a show. How many people around him didn't put on a show? From a certain point of view, he was even a little relieved. This was the performance of one of his own people. Politicians weren't afraid of putting on a show because they did it too. It didn't matter if there was one more or one less person. What they were afraid of was someone with impeccable moral integrity. For example, the guy in the blue tights and red cloak in the distance, who was known as Superman, had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to have his feet touch the ground. He had been hovering in the air to rescue people, and his feet didn't touch the ground at all. This made General Swanwick feel a little empty. Could such a person really obey the orders of the country and respect the Constitution? General, the young heir of the Quinn Group, wants our transport plane to help her transport the medical pod. One of the African minister's subordinates reported to him. Thea didn't intend to reveal her identity in front of everyone. The African minister immediately understood what she meant and nodded in agreement. Benefits were also a way to build relationships. It couldn't be a one-sided effort. Only by helping each other could the relationship be stable. The two didn't communicate with words or eyes. They completed the cooperation tacitly. With the orders of the Minister of Defense, the military transport plane C-17 was mobilized quickly. In less than half an hour, the medical pod produced by the Quinn Group had been transported to the metropolis. 70% of the injured citizens had external injuries. A series of debridement and suturing work could be completed within 10 minutes of lying in the medical pod. The medical personnel on the scene were still dissatisfied with this kind of technological equipment for destroying their livelihood, but they were secretly relieved that their workload had been greatly reduced. Superman could destroy the world, but he didn't have the ability to heal. Seeing that Thea's medical ability was fast and that countless seriously injured people were transported over, the citizens finally had a good impression of him under his perseverance. They were no longer as cold as before. However, medicine couldn't cure diseases. No matter how heaven-defying the medical pod was, it couldn't save the dead. When the rescue team arrived at the ruins of the former Luther building, a large number of the dead were transported out. The impact was swift and violent. Many people were not as decisive as Luther and were directly buried under hundreds of tons of rubble. Superman didn't know that his ability was strongly feared by the military. With the combination of X-ray vision and super strength, although most of the buried people were dead, he still rescued a few seriously injured people. "Chairman, we found Mr. Luther's secretary. She's seriously injured," a senior executive whispered to Thea. Thea had already seen the secretary sent out by Superman, Mercy Graves. This woman was not only Luther's secretary, but also his bodyguard. She was extremely skilled and could even exchange a few blows with Death Knell. She was loyal to Luther. The only pity was that her name wasn't good. Mercy? Mercy? Whether it was the original space-time or the present, she had been ruthlessly abandoned by Luther. The secretary sent out by Superman was seriously injured. Her usually cold and delicate face was a little distorted. Although her reaction wasn't bad, she didn't have the technological equipment. The impact was too fast. She relied on her superb skills to avoid fatal injuries. However, falling from a height of hundreds of meters still put her body in a state of near death. Both of her legs were fractured and her organs were severely damaged. With the current medical conditions, it would take a miracle for her to recover. Save her. Thea glanced coldly at the senior executive who wanted to offer advice and stopped him from speaking. Near evening, the construction team of the Quinn Group arrived and built simple houses for all the homeless people to live in. Chapter 356. After taking a stroll outside and finding that the metropolis was safe, Luther and the president, who had been hiding in the basement, also sent a special envoy. The two groups of people arrived at the metropolis at the same time. Before the special envoy could make a passionate speech, he was stopped by Luther, who had arrived one step ahead of him. "What did you say? Ask the government to compensate your building and employees' pensions?" "Mr. Luther, are you sure you're not overly shocked?" The special envoy was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. He refused Luther's request without hesitation. "If you don't want to compensate, then the military should pay. In short, your incompetence has caused me great losses. You have to give me an explanation." The long-haired Lex Luthor ignored the angry stares of the special envoy and Swanwick. His expression was solemn and serious. Luthor was different from Bruce, who was severely constrained, and Thea, who had just taken over the group. His personal prestige was at the top of the group. He had hidden some technological weapons and secret bases all over the world, always in case of sudden changes. He didn't care how much the building and the employees' pensions cost. He just wanted to take the opportunity to get some benefits, such as the wreckage of the alien spaceship or Zod's body. But he seriously underestimated the military's fear of Superman. Dream on. You want the military to compensate. The military also provided protection. Now, most of the people who are treating the civilians are soldiers. Swanwick refused immediately. "No way. These things belong to the military. No one could touch them. Luther's hidden strength was not small, but he couldn't openly confront the U.S. military. His eyes flashed with wisdom, and in the end, he chose to wait and see. Miss Quinn, thank you for treating my employees. Luther was arrogant, but he was not a rude person. On the contrary, he was very polite. Seeing Thea constantly treating the wounded, he immediately rushed over and expressed his gratitude to Thea. Mr. Luther, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Your secretary, Miss Mercy Graves, is seriously injured. If you have a better way, you should treat her quickly. Thea wanted to see how Luther would respond. Luther's eyes flashed with a strange light. Thea did not intend to let go of this opportunity. She said with a hint of sarcasm, Miss Mercy's name is not good. Mercy? Pity. Mr. Luther, only believes in himself. He doesn't need pity. Lex Luthor still maintained his demeanor as if he hadn't heard anything. He nodded slightly. I'm going to visit my employee. Humph. Thea snorted softly. She didn't expect this little episode to defeat Luther. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. She just felt that the arrogance in his bones was annoying. The treatment lasted for 3 days. Whether it was the president or the various representatives, they went around the metropolis like a merry-go-round. Other than showing their presence, they did not provide any practical help. Because the nature of the incident had not been determined, was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? They couldn't even find the culprit. Student Superman had escaped that very night. Now, the person who appeared in the metropolis was a young man from Kansas with old-fashioned eyes. His name was Clark Kent. There were injuries and deaths in the Daily Planet, so there were many vacancies. Naturally, he successfully obtained the position of an intern reporter. These Americans' face blindness is too serious. This disease needs to be cured. Can't they recognize him just by wearing ordinary clothes and a pair of glasses? Thea saw Brother Superman pretending to be an ordinary reporter from the corner of her eye and couldn't help but think so. She was now sitting in the audience. A representative from Kentucky, Ms. Joan Vinci, was giving a passionate speech. Thea pretended to listen carefully and clapped from time to time to show her attitude. Ms. Vinci, what you said was great, Thea said after the meeting. Thea, you're getting more and more beautiful. What a sweet mouth. Joan Vinci was Moira's political ally. Whether Moira's next step was to enter Congress or run for governor, she would need a lot of supporters. Thea just showed her support and didn't say much. She now had more things to do than these politicians. The cake of rebuilding the metropolis fell into the hands of the Quinn Group. Just the initial estimate was that it could bring in a profit of $1 billion for the group. Luther was naturally jealous, but he was a high-tech group. He had no problem researching technology, but he had to stand aside when it came to building houses. And in the past 2 years, rebuilding Seaside City and Midway City, the Quinn Group's urban construction team was trained. A large number of skilled workers were hard work in itself, so it was useless for other groups to be jealous. After gaining a lot of reputation, the Quinn Group's new headquarters was officially built in the metropolis. The unlucky Luther gave up on the compensation. The original site of his group was forcibly requisitioned by the military because it was the crash site of the alien spaceship. He couldn't win against the military, so he had no choice but to gather his people and choose the site to rebuild Building L. In a short time, the bustling metropolis could be renamed as a big construction site because there were more excavators than cars in the city. That evening, Thea avoided everyone's gaze and changed into a yellow light costume alone. She went to a hidden corner in the city. Death Knell, what's the matter? The burly Death Knell walked out from the shadows. His originally burly body was now transformed by the energy of the light ring, making him as strong as a brown bear. Boss, someone issued a high-reward mission in the underground world. Death Knell was hesitant, but he still said it. I won't interfere with your mission. I remember I told you before. Death Knell organized his words and said cautiously, according to my principles, I will accept it. But personally, I am very against it. Oh, Death Knell, who valued money more than his life, was there a mission that he didn't want to accept? Thea's curiosity was piqued. What mission? Threaten a rich man who has been in the limelight recently. In the limelight? Thea made some connections, and with death knells personally against it, she seemed to have guessed something. What's the name of the rich man? Death Knell gritted his teeth, but the hinting technique made him choose to obey. Quinn Merlin Group's new chairman, Thea Quinn. As if he was afraid that Thea would accept the mission, he quickly added, I have a good relationship with her brother. I don't really want to do this mission. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. Thea could only rely on this to express her dissatisfaction. She wasn't sure if Luther was the one who did this, but it was definitely one of the few people who were jealous of her getting the big cake. Moreover, she actually heard this news from Death Knell. This was too melodramatic. She thought carefully about Death Knell's description. Threaten? The other party seemed to have some scruples as they didn't issue any mission with a bounty. Luther's chances of success increased by 20%. Thea knew that she had to reveal her true identity. She asked Death Knell softly, Do you know who I am? Death Knell was a little confused. Why did the topic change? The jump was too big. After thinking carefully, he shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Thea took off her mask and looked at him speechlessly. I am Thea Quinn. Chapter 357. Death Knell felt like a crow had just flown over his head. He was stunned for a long time before he realized that his hearing wasn't faulty. He then glanced at Thea's face. That's right. She looked exactly the same as the one that appeared in the news. After Thea's heroic act of saving the citizens of Metropolis City was exposed, the number of people who knew her increased at an alarming rate. Her picture appeared in many newspapers, magazines, and online media. You're Olivier's sister? Death Knell asked with uncertainty. Thea nodded. That's right. Death Knell didn't say anything. He lowered his head and fell in a deep thought. What did Olivier say about his sister back then? Kind, cute, obedient, naive, and pure? He couldn't help but tilt his head to look at Thea. This which in front of him has nothing to do with any of those words, right? He recalled Olivier's vow to protect his family and his sister. But does this guy really need you to protect him? Even if the Earth exploded in the next second, she would still be able to survive. The experienced Death Knell couldn't help but think deeper. Olivier definitely didn't know about his sister's abilities. Compared to Thea, who hid her abilities well, Olivier was as innocent as a little bunny who wandered alone on a deserted island, while Thea inherited the family business. Is there some kind of inside story? Thea didn't know about Death Knell's wild thoughts. Since she had shown her true colors, there were some things that she could tell Death Knell. She said half-truthfully, That day, I went to Purgatory Island to look for you guys. Unfortunately, I was delayed by something. When I returned to the island, you guys had already left. The amount of information he received in a short period of time was a little too much. Death Knell's sharp mind spun a few times before he understood. The one in red on Purgatory Island that day was you. You're the one who took Shadow away. In his anger, Death Knell's suggestion spell almost failed to suppress his emotions. He was halfway through drawing his sword, but his consciousness was still affected by the spell and automatically calmed down. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about Shadow? Your daughter is about the same age as Shadow, right? Thea sneered. Death Knell harumphed. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it, Shadow was just a beautiful object in his heart. It was completely due to his male desire to monopolize her. It was a far cry from love. If Thea hadn't mentioned her today, he would have forgotten about her. The two of them quickly brushed past the past and focused on the present. Death Knell might look like a burly man, but he was actually very intelligent. A few thoughts flashed through his mind, and together with Thea revealing her identity, he immediately thought of many things. You're competing with Luther? Do you suspect that he hired someone from the underground world? Death Knell had seen too many of the methods of these rich people, so it did not take much effort for him to guess the answer. The chances of it being Luther are higher, but it could also be someone else. She did not care about any threats. The weapons on Earth had almost no effect on her. Her only weakness was her family. If she went all out, no matter how high Luther's IQ was, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from her. I know Lex Luthor. He's too smart. Even if you have superpowers, you can't underestimate him. Don't worry. I can roughly guess Luthor's mentality. His intelligence made him who he is, but it will also destroy him. He's too arrogant, thinking that he can control everyone's fate. It's just because I stole his limelight. In a few days, he'll find his nemesis. Thea's words were a little confusing. Death Knell did not fully understand, but he was not the type to get to the bottom of things. What do you need me to do? Infiltrate his inner circle and pass on a message? You don't have to do it deliberately. Let nature take its course. Luthor doesn't trust anyone, so there's no need to waste your time. Your mission is to continue to take root in the underground world and understand all the dark corners of this world. Thea finished and thought for a moment. You can accept the mission to kidnap me. Just pretend to fight. As for Luthor's side, use other channels to issue a mission, regardless of life or death. These rich people have nothing better to do. They just want to put on a show for others to see. As a mercenary, Death Knell was a little dissatisfied with this matter, but he still agreed. On the third day after the two ended their conversation, Thea was attacked. A few days later, she was attacked twice in a row. During the third attack, Death Knell personally took action, but he was repelled by Digger, who was armed with a simple frost gun. Thea was attacked, but Luthor's side did not have it easy either. Within a week, he was attacked by gunmen 4 times. The last time, the mercenary Death Archer, who fought alongside Thea against the Charm Witch, could not resist the temptation of money and personally took action. He shot Luthor's long hair from a distance, but the bullet was blocked by a layer of transparent energy shield. Subsequently, the underground world removed these 2 missions at the same time. Both of them revealed some technological equipment. As for whether it was active or passive, only they knew. Just as Thea predicted, Luthor quickly shifted his attention. Ordinary business battles did not have much interest in him. He had his eyes on the superhero who had recently risen in the metropolis, Superman. This pair of old enemies still had the fate of going against each other. Because of the battle between Superman and Zod, where the spaceship destroyed his iconic building, the conceited Luthor was jealous, dissatisfied, fearful, and other emotions mixed with hatred. As for Thea, because she was too busy, some people sent her a signal to stop, and she obediently withdrew the bounty. She spent the extra energy on studying the Kryptonian genetic modulation map. The data was extensive and profound. In the movie, Luthor secretly used Zod's corpse to create Doomsday. This was simply nonsense. The probability of finding information on the super biological cells invented by the ancient Kryptonian scientists in such a huge amount of data was less than 1 in a billion. Thea was clearly looking for information on Doomsday. Gideon worked with the supercomputer and searched for 2 days before he found it in an inconspicuous corner. Luthor was very smart and had the so-called Level 9 intelligence, but this referred to his IQ. In terms of pure computing power, he could never catch up to an artificial intelligence. It was obvious that someone of a higher level had interfered with his judgment. The mastermind behind this, if there were no surprises, was Dawnstar Darkseid's uncle, the Wasteland Wolf. The other party definitely did not teach Luthor the knowledge of Doomsday, just because he was a complete celestial being. There was a lot of inside information. Thea could not see the other party's intention at the moment. She could defeat mortals, but she was a little weak in the eyes of the new gods. She needed a plan ahead. Kill Luthor directly? First of all, Luthor was not easy to kill. Second, if Luthor died, there would be others. There was a company of mad scientists on Earth. What was to come would come, and it would not stop because of one person's life or death. Thea did not want to run away. She wanted to see how strong these new gods were. She ordered Gideon to bring up all the information on Doomsday. She wanted to study it carefully to see if there were any flaws, and if she could even take Doomsday for her own use. Chapter 358. No, it's still not working. Thea flipped through the records of Doomsday from the past tens of thousands of years on Krypton. Countless scientists had tried to control Doomsday and make this biochemical weapon their own. Genetic modification, cell manipulation, targeted therapy, some methods that Thea could think of, and some that she had never seen before had been tested on Doomsday one by one. But all these attempts failed without exception. The scientists did not dare to let Doomsday's cells grow, so they had no choice but to seal off the Phantom Zone. Doomsday had been resurrected twice over the past tens of thousands of years. Although the Kryptonians did not have the power of Superman, they still found Doomsday's weakness, which was his fear of kryptonite. Both times, Doomsday was defeated by the sheer number of Kryptonians. The ancient Kryptonian god, Ra, once left a prophecy that Doomsday would return to the world. In order to prevent the recurrence of the disaster, the Kryptonian Supreme Council originally planned to destroy all the data, but in order to preserve the information of Doomsday for future generations, they finally chose to seal it. There were 3 conditions to resurrect Doomsday: Doomsday cells, Kryptonian corpses, and Kryptonian genetic modification technology. Now, Doomsday cells were brought out by Zod, who was exiled to the Phantom Zone. Besides General Zod, there were 4 more Kryptonian corpses than in the original timeline. When the spaceship exploded, there might be some corpses that were blown up, so it was hard to count. Thea had all the genetic modification technology in her hands. When she first read the data, she was very rough. It was more like cutting than copying. Plus, the spaceship had crashed. At best, only 10% of the data was left for the military. Even this 10% was incomplete. Some of the data had conclusions, but no derivation process, and some had reasons, but no results. It was difficult for the scientists on Earth to derive anything from these incomplete data. Thea had tried to participate in the research of extraterrestrial technology, but the military's intention was obvious. They would only allow outsiders like Thea and Luthor to participate if they could not find anything. As for Superman, he wanted to participate. He would wait until all the people on Earth were dead. Everything was back on track, and the citizens of the metropolis had recovered from the shock. The official data was that thousands of people were killed, but Thea was in charge of the medical cabin. According to the most conservative estimate, the death toll was no less than 5,000, and tens of thousands of people were missing. However, this was all Superman's fault and had nothing to do with her. She would rush to the alien planet every few days to modify Fiora's memory to the final stage. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. The image of General Zod gradually became an elder in Fiora's heart, a relative. Subconsciously, she did not reject this kind of scene. However, when it came to the change of allegiance, Thea felt a strong resistance. Fiora's recognition of her was really low. Thea refused to admit defeat and continued to increase her magic output. She had to convince her. Fiora, who was unconscious on the first day, subconsciously lost her loyalty and was filled with confusion. Thea took advantage of the situation, and the effect was remarkable. However, there was a sudden change on the second day. Fiora's allegiance was forcibly conjured up in her mind, and it was none other than Thea's old acquaintance, Clark Kent. Damn, do you know each other? You should pledge your loyalty to him. In the original space-time, you had at least fought with him once, but in this world, Fiora had only met him once when Superman surrendered. The two of them weren't familiar with each other at all. She had painstakingly spent half a day to train someone else's underling. Thea was not so selfless. Her magic continued to pour in. On the third day, something even more devastating happened. Perhaps Fiora really did not have a deep impression of Superman, and the idea of pledging her loyalty came and went quickly. However, there was an inexplicable mission to continue Krypton in her mind. It sounded great and noble, but Fiora's subconscious thought was that the way to continue Krypton's mission was to give birth to babies for Superman. Thea directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just thinking of the image made her irritated. She might as well pledge her loyalty to Superman. In desperation, Thea could only wake Fiora up. In order to get her wholeheartedly support, she had to break her original worldview. It was too easy to break the worldview of the Earthlings. She just had to drag them to another planet. Although it was more troublesome to deal with this Kryptonian, there are still ways. Where is this? Thea withdrew her magic from Fiora's mind. The Kryptonian's powerful self-healing ability kicked in. She quickly sat up and looked at the purple sky outside the house. She asked with uncertainty, "If Krypton and Earth are in the south of the universe, this is the west. It's a planet in Sector 1125. With the speed of your Kryptonian spaceship, you can return home in about 812 years." Thea replied with her arms crossed. It was good news that the Kryptonian spaceship did not start a war. "General and the others?" Fiora's voice returned to normal, as if she was asking about something unrelated to her. General Zod was a true warrior. He was born on the battlefield, and he died on the battlefield. Thea had been studying Kryptonian genetic modification recently. The information revealed between the lines gave her some understanding of Kryptonian customs. For someone like Zod, who was born a warrior, dying on a battlefield was definitely more honorable than dying at home, especially since he was of the same generation as Superman's father. He was not young anymore. The destruction of the planet and the continuation of his race weighed heavily on his mind. It was not a bad thing for him to die on the battlefield. Is that so? He died on the battlefield. Fiora was silent for a while. "You want me to be loyal to you? Sorry, I don't see that you have the ability to help me restore the glory of Krypton. You can kill me, but I will not be loyal to you." Fiora, I once said that you are short-sighted. My words are still true. You don't understand the true nature of this world. Do you want to see it? Thea said with a faint smile, like a tempting demon. Fiora was actually hooked by her words. The true nature of the world. It sounded very high and mighty, but where was this thing? Could she see it? I want to see it. I have also sailed in the universe for many years and conquered countless planets. You're the most boastful person I have ever met. Fiora looked at her seriously after she finished speaking. "Let's go to space." She took the lead and walked out. Fiora thought for a while and followed her. When the two of them reached space, Thea immediately opened a wormhole and started a long-distance journey with Fiora. When they crossed the 16th wormhole, the surroundings were dead silent. It was as if they had walked into the desert of civilization. There were no more intelligent planets and no signs of life. Fiora could not hold it in any longer. "Where are you taking me?" "The end of the world, the edge of the universe." The continuous large-scale long-distance warping consumed a lot of energy from her light ring. She had never been to this area before. There was only a void around them. Only her yellow light ring could emit some light, allowing the two of them to see each other. Chapter 359. The End of the World. Fiora's head was full of question marks. Wasn't this a philosophical concept? Did the universe really have an end? Curiosity killed the cat. Fiora felt that if she continued to follow Thea, she might be able to see something unimaginable. This Earthling's knowledge was beyond all the Kryptonian scholars she knew. "Let's keep going." Thea saw her hesitation and did not explain further. She opened a wormhole and continued to follow the coordinates in her mind. Yes, she was going to take Fiora to see the wall of origin, the boundary of the universe. If Thea could maintain a complete worldview after seeing the wall of origin, she could only say that she was impressed. During the battle with the Parallax Demon, as the first person in the world to wear a dual-color light ring, the light ring showed Thea the existence of the wall of origin and left a unique coordinate. Otherwise, she would not be able to find it even if she searched until the end of time. When a wormhole jumped for the 33rd time, Thea was so tired that she could not speak. "Are you okay?" Fiora asked. Her tone was a little hesitant. She was not worried about Sia, but she was afraid that if Sia died, she would not be able to return. Fiora did not have much knowledge about space, but she knew that her location was probably beyond the limit of the universe described by the Kryptonian scholars. Kryptonians could survive in the universe, but if something happened to Thea, she would not be able to fly back even if she was exhausted. "We'll be there soon." Thea pretended to be calm, but in fact, she was cursing in her heart. This time, she was a little too arrogant because the journey was much further than she had imagined. She had planned to bring Diana here next time, but now she had to give up. If there was nothing else, she would rather die than come here again. At first, Thea was worried that she would be discovered by Yojia Khan, who was glued to the wall. He was a fierce man who could scare Darkseid into peeing his pants. If he had not insisted on sticking to the Wall of Origin, no one in the entire universe would be able to defeat him. The Light Rings did not want the heir of the emotional spectrum to go up against him. The coordinates they left for Thea were the few places where she would not be discovered. It was as if they were sneaking into the village to shoot at her. "We're here," Thea panted as she spoke. Fiora was not in the mood to care about her anymore. What did she see? There was actually a wall of unknown height in the universe and the void. Fiora couldn't see where the boundary of the wall was even after using her eyesight. All she could see was a mysterious brilliance. All kinds of brilliance reflected each other's brilliance. It was really difficult to use words to describe the wonders here. "This is the world boundary you mentioned?" Fiora had to admit that she was stunned. If Krypton hadn't been destroyed, she wouldn't have been able to witness such a scene for the rest of her life. Thea rested for a while before carefully looking at it. It was also her first time here, and she found that it was countless times more sacred and solemn than she had imagined. Even though she was mentally prepared, she still felt incomparably shocked by the vast and distant sense of mystery. Facing Fiora's question, she cleared her throat and said, "This is the universe boundary I mentioned, the end of the world. The ancient scholars called it the Wall of Origin. Outside the wall is the source, and all the answers are there. The source of everything is there. Countless strong people have tried to pass through this wall to find the source, but without exception, they all failed. Those who failed would be stuck on the wall. Currently, there's an unparalleled strong person on the wall. We can't call him by his name directly. You only need to know that even the most powerful evil god in the universe would turn around and flee upon hearing his name. You can imagine how terrifying this place is. Then why did you bring me here?" Fiora couldn't see what the wall had to do with her. "It has nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with me. I'm still very weak now, but I want to go to the other side of the wall to see what the source is. If I can control the source, perhaps I can have the power to change cause and effect, change time, and turn non-existence into existence." Thea said softly. She didn't finish her sentence and hid the second half of her sentence. Perhaps if she could control these powers, she would be able to compete with those existences whose names couldn't be mentioned. Just thinking about it made her excited. Turning something that doesn't exist into something that exists? Fiora muttered in a low voice. "That's right. On that day, perhaps Krypton could return to the universe again. Your parents and friends might still be waiting for you to return home like before you were destroyed." Thea didn't know if she had such an ability, but she wanted to draw a big picture first. Anyway, she was determined to reach the peak. If she were to die midway, then there would be nothing left to talk about. But what if she could succeed? What if she could really embark on the path of immortality? At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to restore Krypton. Fiora was completely stunned. She couldn't think of such an ingenious idea, even in her dreams. She wanted to ask Thea if she was bragging, but the endless wall in front of her reminded her that Thea was indeed extraordinary. Seeing her hesitation, Thea decided to give her another dose of medicine. "Do you know how Krypton was destroyed?" Fiora didn't know why she suddenly asked this question, but she still answered. "The core of the planet was destroyed, and the planet exploded. This is what we saw with our own eyes in the Phantom area. What you said is only one of the current mainstream views." Thea didn't give Fiora a chance to interrupt and continued. "The Green Lanterns once went to the wreckage of the planet to investigate. There were traces of the advanced artificial intelligence Brainiac's activities at the scene. There were also many alien scientists who asserted that the entropy of Krypton was much higher than normal. This didn't seem like a natural reaction. Many people thought that it was man-made. This is also a view." And Thea told her about 5 to 6 reasons she knew about the destruction of Krypton. Seeing that Fiora was dumbfounded, she continued, "Do you understand? The genetic technology of Krypton has reached the point where it can threaten some strong people. The destruction of your planet is not simple. I can only say that there must be the answer you want to know in the source behind the wall." Thea reached out her hand. "I'm still very weak now, but I really need your help." Fiora was struggling in her heart. The information she received in this quarter of an hour was more than the information she received in the previous 30 years. Did she know nothing? Facing Thea's hand, she was full of hesitation. Pledging loyalty to an outsider was simply unimaginable. But the glory of Krypton was restored, and she was full of expectations. How should she choose? Thea didn't urge her, but just raised her hand and waited for her response. Time passed by, and finally Fiora made up her mind. Her genes determined that she was an adjutant, and she could only be an adjutant. If there was no one to assist her, her life would be meaningless. This was a command that was deeply rooted in the genes, and she couldn't refuse. Okay, I promise you. The two of them shook hands with each other. Thea revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 360. Thea was very happy that she had successfully subdued Fiora. This time, she did not use magic. Instead, she used facts and reason to convince others. This feeling of accomplishment was really intoxicating. Although Fiora's desire to revive Krypton played a decisive role, the deterrence of the Wall of Origin was also a factor. With the combination of several factors, Thea was able to persuade the Kryptonian adjutant to surrender. It's really not easy. Thea could not help but sigh. This Kryptonian lady was good at fighting and tanking. She was currently the most lacking strength in the small team. The next time they formed a team, there would finally be someone who could stand at the front and tank the monsters. Controlling skills were very powerful, but a team full of control types without any offensive skills would be too awkward. Now that they had found a powerful general, the team's dilemma was finally resolved. Especially this strengthening method, which was safe and pollution-free. As long as she basked in the sun, her strength would increase exponentially. There was no easier way to strengthen than the Kryptonians in the entire universe. As for once Fiora was out of control after strengthening, Thea was not very worried. Kryptonians could strengthen, and her own improvement speed was not slow either. Superman had stayed on Earth for 33 years to reach his current strength. Fiora would not be able to catch up with Thea even after basking in the sun for a year and a half. Coupled with the genetic modification of the Kryptonians, they were more straightforward. Like Superman, Supergirl, and Zod, they were the kind of people who did what they said and did. They were almost simple-minded people. For the perspective of the mind-playing game, 100 Kryptonians were no match for one Earthling. Thea did not stay too long near the Wall of Origin. After recovering a little strength, she began the journey back with Fiora. After a few twists and turns, Fiora heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the traces of a civilized planet again. Previously, she was afraid that Sia would die from exhaustion, but now that she saw traces of intelligent life, she was finally not so worried. What do you want to say? Thea had used up a lot of her strength and needed to stop and rest from time to time. She saw that Fiora was hesitating to say something. General's body. Can you help me get it? Fiora asked uncertainly. Don't worry, I've already gotten it back, Thea said, retrieving General Zod's corpse from her spatial ring. General Zod was the most important person to Fiora, and his death at the hands of Superman was considered a civil war among the Kryptonians. It would not cause much backlash. However, if his corpse was dissected by the Earthlings, Fiora would definitely not agree. Thus, Thea had long sought out the African minister to obtain the corpse. Earth scientists are more concerned about spaceships and don't care much about corpses. Thea also has the habit of sending alien corpses for burial, Abinsu in the green light incident. When the minister hears that she only wants a corpse, he agrees after thinking for a while. Zod's neck was broken by Superman, but there were no other wounds on his body. He lay quietly in the coffin as if he had fallen asleep. Fiora gently stroked Zod's coffin and remained silent for a long time. Where do you want to bury him? Thea asked after a while. Do you know the original coordinates of Krypton? Yes, Thea not only knew it, but also visited such a famous place with Diana. The two soon arrived at the place where Krypton exploded. The original planet was long gone, replaced by countless fragments of planets and space junk, which were scattered messily, indicating that there was once a strong civilization here. Thank you, Fiora found a largest fragment of the planet and buried General Zod on this piece of land. Then, she turned back and sincerely thanked Thea. "What are you talking about? We are partners in the future." After solving all the problems, she returned to Earth with Fiora and found an empty house in Star City. "Take off your helmet," Thea ordered domineeringly. Fiora was dumbfounded. After listening to Thea's explanation, she realized that she was going to be exposed to the sun. Although she was puzzled, she still took off her helmet. The first time she was exposed to the direct sunlight of the yellow sun. The Kryptonian cells in Fiora's body were activated by the sunlight, and a large amount of information flowed into her brain. Fiora only screamed once before she fainted. She knew it. From the first time she came into contact with the sunlight, it could be seen that Fiora's combat talent was far inferior to Zod's. Although Captain Zod was also dizzy from the sunlight, he was still conscious. He could still walk 2 steps with the help of others. Fiora, on the other hand, directly fainted. The difference was obvious. Sia conjured some tables and chairs, placed her properly, and waited for her to wake up. 2 hours later, Fiora slowly woke up, but his condition couldn't be described with just the word bad. His eyes were blurred, and his voice was wavering. Only when Thea dragged her into a room made of pure lead did Fiora breathe a sigh of relief. "What happened to me?" Fiora asked weakly. "You Kryptonians can increase your strength by absorbing the yellow sun, and there is no upper limit. This is a unique talent in the entire universe," Thea said enviously. Fiora did not have the strength to argue with her. She shook her head and did not want to talk. She did not know? Thea rubbed her chin and pondered. Finally, she realized that there was something wrong with the sequence. Fiora did not see the battle between Superman and Zod, so she did not realize how strong the Kryptonians were. This was easy. Thea pulled up the video of the battle from a satellite and showed it to Fiora. When she saw Zod flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, and his eyes were emitting heat rays, Fiora was stunned. She looked back at Thea, who understood the situation and hoped for further explanation. Thea pointed at the screen. "This guy in blue tights and red cloak is the corollary you are looking for. You have seen him before. He has lived on Earth for 33 years. Now, people on Earth call him Superman because he is so powerful. The one who fought with him is General Zod. He was in the same situation as you are now. He was directly exposed to the yellow sun, and that is why he has such earth-shattering power. You see, this is the real strength of the Kryptonians. As long as the yellow sun is not exhausted, your strength will increase without limit. Do you understand what this means?" Thea asked. Fiora shook her head blankly, indicating that she did not know. "If there are 1,000 or 100 Kryptonian warriors like you, no other race will survive. After knowing this, do you still think the destruction of Krypton was accidental?" Thea asked Fiora seriously. Fiora was speechless. In this short span of a day, she had accepted too many things that she didn't know before. Her brain, which was originally considered sharp, was now a mess. She really didn't have much ability to think. Chapter 361. The Kryptonians' first exposure to sunlight was mainly due to receiving too much information in a short period of time, causing them to faint. After Fiora adapted to the environment and blocked out a large amount of useless information, the only thing left was feeling comfortable. Super senses, heat rays, freezing breath, super strength, speed, endurance, and that incredible super recovery ability. The two occasionally exchanged pointers. Thea had tried to attack Fiora with magic, but she was somewhat speechless because of their super recovery ability. Even if she used magic to control Fiora, it was useless. Warriors like Zod and Fiora, who had conquered countless planets, had strong willpower. Their magic could not be controlled for long, so it was difficult to cause fatal damage to them in this limited time. For example, the Kryptonians were the type of people who had a long HP bar and fast recovery ability. Without kryptonite to weaken them, it was impossible to kill them. Usually, after casting a bunch of spells, the damage received would be offset by their strong recovery ability. When the Kryptonians woke up, they would be fine. If there was no kryptonite in this world, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Kryptonians were gods walking on the ground. After Fiora adapted to the new strength in her body, Thea took her to Korriga. This is your new subordinate. Thea and Sinisto met again. Both of them looked behind each other at the same time and were a little speechless. Sinisto's first two recruits were all normal people. Perhaps he felt that Thea's previous recruits, such as the dead people and the evil gorillas, were very different and cool. This time, he had also spent a lot of effort to find two subordinates with unique bones to compete with them. But he did not expect Thea to change her style and take the normal route this time. His original intention to compete with her was like a punch to the air. Thea looked at the two subordinates that Sinisto had recruited this time and could not help but sigh. The universe was so big that it was full of strange things. One of them was called Sludge, a cell-like creature. Its outer membrane was a corrosive liquid, and its insides contained the corpses of many enemies. Usually, it would lie on the ground in a green mass, but it could barely maintain a human form during battle. The other fellow was even scarier. It was a deadly virus that was usually as small as a speck of dust. According to Sinisto, this was a virus developed by a certain high-tech planet for war. They kept iterating on the virus and finally produced a super virus with intelligence. It was the microbe in front of Thea. It named itself Dispersus. Your new subordinate is a Kryptonian? Are there any survivors after the destruction of Krypton? Sinisto originally thought that Fiora was an Earthling, but the light ring scan gave him a slight shock. He was actually a remnant of an extinct planet. In terms of rarity, he wasn't inferior to his subordinates. There were more and more feelings of fear in the universe, and the collection of yellow energy was also increasing. Sinisto had made a lot of light rings, so he didn't have to live so frugally like before. He threw a yellow ring to Fiora. The Kryptonians' technological weapons are very powerful, but their combat power is not high. I agree to let you join the Legion, but you have to show off your skills to my subordinates, Sinisto said sternly when he saw that the two of them were about to leave. Huh. Thea almost burst out laughing when she heard that. The Kryptonians' combat power is not high. That's because you don't understand the body structure of the Kryptonians. Let Leader Sinisto see the Kryptonians with low combat power. Thea signaled Fiora to show them his strength. Previously, Thea had told Fiora about their current situation of being harmonious on the surface, and Thea had also talked about her ambition to control the Yellow Lantern Legion. Fiora naturally knew what he needed to do. That was to intimidate. Only by suppressing everyone with absolute strength would he be able to take over the army after Sinisto. Thea allowed Fiora to join the Yellow Lantern Legion because the Yellow Lantern Legion had a function that was not very eye-catching. Kryptonian recharge. This function was meaningless to any other race, and only the Kryptonians could use it. What if the Kryptonians couldn't absorb sunlight during battle and their energy was depleted? Ring recharge. What if the kryptonite damaged their combat power and caused them to fall to the bottom? Ring recharge. The term perpetual motion machine was used to describe the Kryptonians who wore the Yellow Lantern ring. The only limitation was that they were born with great strength and had little resistance to fear. Thea could only make a magic ring for Fiora with the bones of Kamal, the shark god. She had cast a constant resistance to fear on the ring, so that Fiora would not be affected by fear whenever he wore the Yellow Lantern ring. Fiora didn't wear the Yellow Lantern ring directly. Instead, he flew up on his own. Then, under Sinisto's puzzled gaze, he quickly landed and punched the ground. Boom! The ground within a radius of dozens of miles shook violently, and a crater 100 meters deep and 1,000 meters in diameter appeared on the ground directly under her attack. Are you kidding me? Sinisto was a little confused. How could this woman have such great strength? If he hadn't prepared beforehand, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this punch. After all, without the power of the Yellow Lantern ring, he was just an alien with a strong will. He didn't have any supernatural abilities. He had received Sinisto's order to compete with the newcomers brought by Thea. Now that he saw Fiora's powerful punch, the guy called Sludge naturally wriggled backward. As for the super virus, it hid. Thea searched for it with the Eye of Horus for a long time before she found that the guy ran faster than sludge. Fiora didn't stop. She flew up into the sky again. Her eyes were scarlet, and the heat rays in her eyes were shot at the mountain not far away. The heat rays hit the mountain with a sizzling sound. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the symbol of the Yellow Lantern Corps was engraved on the mountain. Well, not bad. Thea cheered for her own people loudly. She cast a fluorescent spell, and the symbol on the mountain emitted a yellow light. From afar, it looked like a sacred place. Well, not bad, not bad. Sinisto praised insincerely. After seeing the two of them leave, Korriga heaved a sigh of relief. He was originally determined to rebel, but now he couldn't help but hesitate. To be honest, he was really surprised that an unknown Kryptonian could be so powerful. Could there be a stronger race in the universe? Those people didn't need any emotional energy and could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground with their own strength. Everything now had Green Lantern in front of him. If Green Lantern was killed, the task of maintaining the order of the universe would fall on him. Sinisto was a little hesitant. If 100 or 80 Kryptonians like the one just now came, how could he resist? He had seen the performance of his subordinates. They ran very fast. If he relied on them, he wouldn't even know how he died. It seemed that the rebellion would have to be delayed. Sinisto couldn't help but think that he needed a few loyal subordinates. Chapter 362. Thea did not know that Fiora's strong performance had made Sinisto cautious for a while. On the way, she tested Fiora's concretions. The Kryptonian adjutant's imagination was much better than Groot's, but most of her concretions were technological weapons. It could only be said that her own strength was far beyond the ability of the concretions. The light ring only provided her with energy to recover. Relying on the power of emotions to replenish the energy lost in the battle was a fantasy in Fiora's eyes a few days ago. But these days, her worldview was so shattered that she silently accepted this unscientific explanation. When the two returned to Earth, Thea did not arrange a job for her. She just told her to adapt to life on Earth first. Fiora could absorb the yellow sun every day and see her strength growing. She was not dissatisfied with that, but soon a problem arose. Superman had a supermind. He could learn all the medical books on Earth in 5 minutes and master the knowledge that others learned in 10 years. Fiora was not an omnipotent Superman. The adjutant's genetic modification allowed her to learn a little bit in all aspects. Compared to the Kryptonians of the same race, she was considered to have a strong learning ability. But compared to Superman, who gave birth naturally, there was a big gap. Thea drew a tube of blood from her. The needle was naturally made of kryptonite. In the original spaceship, in order to transform the Earth's climate, it was divided into 2 parts. The kryptonite was sunk in the Indian Ocean. Now, the spaceship did not go anywhere. It crashed in the metropolis. The kryptonite exploded everywhere. Thea secretly collected a lot of it while saving people. Leaving Fiora to study alone, Thea rushed back to her laboratory. She had already obtained her master's degree. Now, she was studying for a doctorate in biological genetics. The blood of God was hard to find. It had always been Thea's wish to let Malcolm and Moira live healthy and happy lives. Of course, if she was in a good mood, she could also bring her 2 brothers along. Malcolm came and went like a shadow. Thea did not know if he was injected with the blood of God, but the effect of Moira's injection was immediate. She looked at least 20 years younger, and her skin regained its luster. At first, Moira was distressed and said that she used to wear makeup to look younger when she went out, but now she wore makeup to look older. Thea was not satisfied with this. Since magic could not solve the problem, she could only turn to science for help. Coincidentally, the genetic modification map of the Kryptonians had fallen into her hands. Naturally, she had to put in some effort in this aspect. Although she did not have a supermind like Superman, Thea's learning ability was far superior to Fiora's. Combined with the knowledge of Earth, the preliminary genetic optimization fluid had been configured. It was completely in line with Earth's technological environment. The Krypton genetic modification Atlas only provided her with a direction to advance. Thea didn't stop there. She needed Fiora's blood to extract a substance from the krypton cells to create a super gene optimization fluid. Who is it? One day, when Thea entered her laboratory again, she found traces left behind by a stranger. Her laboratory was kept secret, and only a few of her closest friends knew the location. Thea turned on the light and saw a young woman in a wheelchair slowly sliding out from the side of the laboratory table. The young woman lowered her posture and said softly, "Miss Quinn, I'm here to ask for your help. Please help me." Oh, Thea did not say anything else because she knew this woman. She was Maisie Graves, Luther's secretary and bodyguard. Maisie Graves was seriously injured when the spaceship crashed. It was Superman who rescued her from the ruins. Thea's medical pod had saved her life. Was she trying to gain sympathy by acting like a weak woman now? Miss Maisie's temperament was as miserable as it could be, as if all the misfortunes in the world had fallen on her. If it was an idol drama, this woman would be the female lead. Unfortunately, Thea knew her battle record. She was someone who could fight with death now. No matter how great the mental blow was, she would not be like this. Sensing that the atmosphere between them was a little tense, the secretary knew that her first trick had failed. She calmly put away her bitter face. After failing to gain sympathy, she began to talk about the current situation. "My legs are completely crippled. Mr. Luther said to amputate them and install mechanical legs, but I can't bear to part with these two legs." The secretary's words were hard to tell if she was lying or not. The tears hanging at the corner of her eyes flowed down completely. Thea glanced at her. Although it was still covered in scars, the lines of the secretary's legs were straight and beautiful after rigorous training. Combined with her appearance, it was indeed a pity to amputate such a pair of legs. Even though she knew that the secretary was up to no good, Thea could not help but ask, "Mr. Luther is an intelligent man. If he can't do anything, what's the use of me?" "Mr. Luther said that your medical pod must have a better version." "I believe him." The secretary's eyes were still shining, but from her tone of worship, it did not sound like Luther's words. It sounded more like the words of a god. Thea chuckled and pointed at her with her finger. "You worship your Mr. Luther so much? Why did you come to me for help? You should know that he is my competitor. He used a lot of tricks behind my back. Why should I help you?" As she spoke, Thea's tone became more and more severe. Her usual smile disappeared, and at this time, her eyes were filled with fear. The secretary persisted for 2 seconds before lowering her head. It was not that she was timid, but Thea's eyes were too scary. She avoided Thea's gaze, but the fear did not dissipate. The huge mental pressure almost made her collapse. However, since she was chosen by Luther, her quality was indeed far better than ordinary people. Her hands clasped the wheelchair handles tightly, and blood dripped from her lips. She did not beg for mercy. She just silently endured the mountain-like pressure in her mental world. Thea withdrew her mental deterrence. The secretary's willpower was extraordinary. According to Thea's observation, among the ordinary people who had not been strengthened, only Nightwing, Barbara, and a few others could reach this level. Even Laurel and Tommy might not be able to reach this level. Of course, Batman was not in the discussion. "You are indeed not an ordinary person. My judgment was right," the secretary said, panting. Of course, Thea would not admit it. "It's just a simple psychological hint." The secretary did not care about her explanation. "Mr. Luther used to consciously collect information on all the special people in the world. I'm the one in charge of this work. This lady has been with you a lot in the past few years." After that, the secretary threw a large folder to Thea. Thea pulled out the first page, and what greeted her eyes was an old black and white photo. It was the photo of Diana in the village in Belgium, the one taken with Steve and the others after killing the German soldiers. Chapter 363. Good stuff. Thea looked around. She wasn't a photographer, so she couldn't tell if it was the original or not. The only pity was that she had scruples about the timeline. Otherwise, she would have taken a photo and given it to Diana today to reminisce about the past. Although the person in the photo was Steve, Thea didn't tear it up like in the TV series. After all, it was a memento. It would be a pity to tear it up. She took out a few more pieces of paper from the folder. Without exception, they were all shots of Diana in the city. Some were from the front, and some were from the side. She also included a lot of records of the citizens that Diana had met. The secretary organized it very carefully. When she spoke, what she said, what her accent was, the climate at the time, the clothes she wore, etc. There were even a few photos of Thea. Although she was very careful, Diana didn't care. Thea didn't want to be like a thief on a date. At first, she tried to cover it up, but later, she just let her be. So it wasn't surprising that Luther's satellite could capture her. Miss Secretary, what can these things prove? Thea flipped through the papers. On the day of the battle with the Parallax Demon, the scene was surrounded by yellow fog. The world's satellites only captured some blurry figures. There was no real image at all. This was also the reason why Superman was called the first superhero. It was because the previous information was too fake. The battle between Superman and Zod was real and clear. The secretary couldn't figure out the details between Thea and Diana. She could only rely on the inherent impression. Personally, she felt that Thea might be stronger. She said vaguely, "Your female companion's appearance hasn't changed in 100 years. Is it because..." Thea looked at her watch. She was a little annoyed after talking nonsense with the secretary for half an hour. "Even if I can cure you, are you sure you can still gain Luther's trust?" It wasn't that Thea didn't think of bribing her, but it was just a thought. It was impossible that Luther wouldn't suspect her. The secretary's reaction was not beyond her expectations. Her voice was still calm, but there was a trace of sadness in her words. "I'm asking you for help. No matter what the result is, Mr. Luther will definitely not trust me." "Then why did you come looking for me? Are you crazy?" Thea sometimes felt that there was something wrong with the brains of all the heroes and villains in this world. Luther and the secretary in front of him looked like smart people, but one thought he was a god, and the other was paranoid to the extreme. Were there no normal brain circuits in the world? The atmosphere between them was a little tense. Just as Thea was about to kick her out, the secretary finally said, "Mr. Luther doesn't trust anyone, whether I ask for help or not. I'm really impressed. Let's talk about business principles. How can you help me? Help you erase all the video data?" The secretary asked tentatively. Thea snorted, "Not enough. If she deleted the current ones, what about the future ones? There were so many satellites in the world. There must be others that could capture the two of them. This condition was too cheap. I'll work for you on the premise that I don't betray Mr. Luther." The secretary proposed a bargaining chip that she thought was rich enough. To be honest, Thea was not very satisfied with this condition, but after thinking for a moment, she agreed. "When Luther abandons you again, you can come to me. I'll take you to see the world that you don't understand. By then, you'll know how narrow-minded you are." It was the same familiar tone and the same familiar feeling. It was similar to the words used to fool Fiora. But for a native of Earth, there was no need to take her to visit the Wall of Origin. Otherwise, if she brought 100 people to watch every day, the Khan on the wall would jump down and kill her. What Thea valued was not her power, but the emotional power contained in her body. Miss Mercy Graves, just like her name, had a power that she didn't realize. It was a matter of knowledge. No matter how smart Luther was, he didn't realize what kind of power his assistant had. Like the Yellow Lantern's fear and the Green Lantern's courage, compassion was a necessary emotion for the Green Lantern Corps. They were originally a Lantern Ring tribe secretly established by Abin Su. The star field where they were located was unknown to outsiders. They didn't show their true colors until the Dark Night. However, Abin Su's ring recorded the coordinates of this star field. Later, he passed the ring to Hal Jordan. Coincidentally, Thea also wore the same ring. Hal Jordan couldn't see what the lone coordinate represented, but Thea knew that it must be the base of the Green Lantern Corps. The secretary was still far from being truly loyal. Only after being abandoned again could she change the target of her compassion. Only then could she truly be used by Thea. Thea invested in the present for Death Bell, Poison Ivy, and the others. As for the secretary, she invested in the future. With a snap of her left hand, the secretary couldn't resist the impact of her consciousness and fainted. It wasn't difficult to cure her disability. As Luther expected, Thea had a large number of advanced medical pods. Thea used her X-ray vision to check her body and confirm that there was no tracking device. Only then did she bring the unconscious secretary to the metropolis through a portal. Death Bell bought an island in the middle of a lake on the outskirts of the metropolis. There was a magically controlled Shark King in the lake. With the support of Thea's large amount of funds and advanced weapons, Death Bell now had more than 100 subordinates. Each of them had excellent tactics and tenacious willpower. It was effortless to send them out to assassinate the chiefs and generals of small countries. Boss, that's rare. Who's the one behind you? The one who greeted Thea with a smile was Poison Ivy. Now, Thea's subordinates addressed her indiscriminately. Some called her boss, some called her boss, and some called her general like Fiora. Thea didn't care. She could call her whatever she wanted. Thea wrapped the secretary with her spiritual energy. There were too many medals in her wheelchair, so Thea threw her in Star City. This woman used the third medical pod. After the treatment, knock her out and send her back to the Luther group. Thea opened the door and went back to Star City. She hadn't finished her experiment for the day. Ayaya, what a pretty lady. TSK, TSK. Poison Ivy was a biochemistry graduate after all, so she was more educated than Death Knell and the other mercenaries. She was in charge of a few medical cabins that weren't on the market. Even though Poison Ivy hadn't done anything earth-shattering yet, she was already quite famous in the mercenary industry. She carried out Thea's orders thoroughly. She controlled the plant and pulled the secretary into a special room. The plant's poison had subtly changed her body and personality. She didn't even realize that she was a completely different person from before. She looked left and right to make sure that no one was looking at her. She took off the secretary's clothes. Even if someone asked, she would use the excuse of checking her injuries. As for whether it was true or not, only God knew. Chapter 364. The next day, when the secretary woke up, she found that she had returned to her residence. Her wheelchair was beside the bed. She moved her toes nervously and found that the familiar feeling had returned. She turned over and sat up. The harsh training had restored her calmness. If it weren't for the clothes on her body, she would have suspected that yesterday's experience was a dream. After standing up, she found that her lower body was a little sore. She reached out and touched it. There were obviously some indescribable traces. Thinking of the relationship between Thea and Diana, she couldn't help but think more. Although it felt a little strange, she was still very excited that her body had regained the ability to move. She tried to take a few deep breaths to restore her calmness. Only then did she dress up and go to work at the Luther group. Lex Luthor acted as if he didn't see her amputated leg yesterday, but she could walk as usual today. He continued to instruct her to do her work as usual, and then waved his hand to dismiss her. The secretary, who was originally a little excited, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. The joy in her heart disappeared, and only bitterness and grief remained. On the African prairie, in a wooden house in Ethiopia that didn't communicate with the outside world. The house was filled with a tempting fragrance. Thea and Diana had a very long practice with a warm, intense atmosphere. The effect of magic to transform the body was not as good as divine power, but it was more or less. Recently, Thea had been violently absorbing sunlight and moonlight. Her physical level was rapidly catching up with Diana. At this time, the practice could go back and forth for a few rounds. Is there any problem with the daily management of the temple? Diana stood up and gracefully wrapped her body with a bath towel. She asked Thea, who was combing her hair. Well, the Isadora you recommended is indeed a fanatical believer of the moon goddess. Under her leadership, many nearby citizens have a shallow level of faith. I can even absorb the power of faith from the temple. I think the situation with the moon goddess will be much better. Thea was very happy to mention this. Initially, with the addition of the water element to her body, Thea's overall magic power had decreased a little in order to balance the various elements. But with the reconstruction of the Temple of Artemis, the statue that Thea left on Paradise Island had transmitted a lot of faith power to her through some unknown attraction. This power of faith was provided by the Amazon female warriors in the past 100 years. The amount of faith was not much, but it was pure enough. The power of faith had been converted into divine power, and then into magic power, greatly making up for the previous deficiency. Her overall magic power had even increased by a notch. Now, Thea's 5 elemental magic powers were operating more flexibly and naturally. As long as she could find more earth element magic to add to her body, she would be able to form a perfect cycle in her body. Light, darkness, earth, fire, water, and wind elements would circulate. It would be an exaggeration to say that she would have an endless cycle, but her endurance would increase to an unimaginable level. Isadora is a member of Mother's personal guard. She has rich combat skills and is devout at her faith. I think it would be foolproof to have her in charge of the temple. Diana was generous with her praise for the person she recommended. Thea did not speak. At first, the temple was just to attract Diana's attention. Later on, Thea basically did not care about it. Everything was done by Bruce Wayne. He must have worked so hard to return the favor. Looking through the information provided by the secretary, Diana sighed when she saw the old photos. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed something and said sternly, "Someone is coming, and it's very fast." Thea looked outside the door and said softly, "Amanda, how did this guy find this place?" They looked at each other, a little confused. Fortunately, Amanda came quickly and pushed the door open and walked into the wooden house alone. "It's not easy to find you." Amanda's tone was calm, without the slightest hint of panic. She chose to ignore the fact that they were only wrapped in bath towels, their shining long legs, and their flushed faces. "You've been running all over the world. I've mobilized 30 satellites and 2 action simulation analysis teams to find you." "Oh." Thea nodded. She did not want to hide her relationship with Diana from anyone. She knew what she should know and would never know what she should not know. She was just curious about why Amanda was looking for her. "Amanda, we met 3 days ago. I even congratulated you for becoming the leader of the Heavens Eye Society." The Minister of Defense had just gained a foothold. Amanda had joined the Minister of Defense very quickly. With the help of the last Charm-Witch incident, she had finally succeeded in becoming an official. The second-in-command had become the boss, and the boss had become the second-in-command. She had swapped positions with Steve Trevor, going from subordinate to a leader. Thea was a little confused. She should be very busy now. It was not her style to be in such a hurry to block the door. Amanda smiled faintly. "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for Miss Prince." "Looking for me?" Diana's beautiful eyebrows frowned. In this time and space, she did not have Steve shackles. She had nothing to do with the Heavens Eye Society. Why would they look for her? Amanda did not intend to play games with them. 9 hours ago, there was a thief in the Black House. The thief was your friend, the archaeologist Minerva. She stole a dagger of unknown origin. Panther Lady. The name instantly came to Thea's mind. In the original time and space, Panther Lady used Diana's relationship to enter the Black House and stole the Godslayer blade that was possessed by the Cheetah God. After that, she used the dagger to stab herself in the chest and became the supervillain Panther Lady. But in this time and space, their relationship was just ordinary. Diana did not have too many entanglements with the Heavens Eye Society. Panther Lady still stole the Godslayer blade as before. In a later stage, Panther Lady could scratch the running Flash, bite through Superman's skin, and infect Superman. All signs showed that this guy was not simply possessed. She might have been directly possessed by the Cheetah God. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person be so powerful after being corrupted? This was too exaggerated. The surveillance video shows that she's extremely fast now. We've been tracking her for 5 hours, and she disappeared into the crowd. But in the places she passed by, many people were infected and turned into walking corpses under her control. "I need your help." Amanda took out her tablet and showed a few photos of the infected. Thea looked at it. Since it involved Diana, she could not ignore it even if she wanted to. This guy was obviously an evil woman who had lost her virginity. Just shoot her to death. She took out the divine longbow from the dimensional ring and turned to ask Amanda, "Where was she last seen?" Amanda was a little puzzled. Why did you take out the bow and arrow? How far away was that person from here? Amanda did not know that Thea had the ability to snipe from a very long distance, but Diana did. She hurriedly pressed Thea's arm. She's not a bad person. We should try to save her. Chapter 365. Thea gritted her teeth. Heroes of justice were too unlikable. They were stubborn and stubborn. These were all words used to describe them. The principle of not killing had allowed many criminals to escape with their lives. After that, they would break out of prison and continue to do evil. It was a cycle. However, she couldn't ignore Diana's emotions. She could only put away her bow and lead Diana around to let her realize the leopard lady's evil. When the time came, she would shoot her to death with an arrow. Thea was a little depressed as her vacation plan was ruined. She reached out her hand to Amanda. Give me all the information. Whether she's alive or dead, we'll take care of her. Amanda smiled happily. It's best if she's alive. If you catch her alive, I'll return you a huge favor. A huge favor? Thea's eyes rolled twice as she thought quickly. If she wasn't wrong, she was talking about Oliver. Using something she knew as a huge favor made Thea's heart sour. However, Amanda really didn't know that she knew. Overall, she was still very sincere. In the original space-time, Oliver had mysteriously escaped from Amanda's control in the 5th year before he returned to Star City. Presumably, it was because of this huge favor. On one side was her lover, and on the other was her brother. Even if Thea was 120% unwilling, she had to make this trip. She even had to capture her alive in exchange for Amanda's huge favor. The two of them ignored Amanda. She could go back the way she came. Thea directly opened a portal and rushed to the place where the leopard lady last disappeared. It was a dense forest in Louisiana. They weren't special forces scouts and didn't know how to observe footsteps. However, Thea's eye of Horus could see very far. She hovered in the air and observed with rapt attention. There are a few people over there who are staggering. They seem to be the infected that Amanda mentioned. Thea pointed to the northeast, and the two of them quickly flew over. Tell me, where did Minerva go? Diana was also a little depressed. She was pulled to do this during a sparring break. Naturally, she was a little angry. When he saw an infected person, he threw out the truth lasso and asked loudly. Half of the infected's face was covered with bruises, and their eyes were white. The canine teeth in their mouths were obviously longer than those of ordinary humans. They seemed to have sensed the signs of life of the two girls, and they turned their heads. Their movements were obviously very slow, but they accelerated extremely fast. In less than 0.1 seconds, they completed a series of movements such as turning around, bending their knees, and pouncing. Thea knew that the Panther Lady was extremely fast and that her attacks were infectious. She had already changed her combat equipment with Diana in advance. The Panther Lady's pouncing speed was extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary people, but in their eyes, it was nothing much. With a flying kick, the force of several hundred tons landed directly on the leader of the infected. The other party crashed into more than 10 trees before falling to the ground. What came out of his mouth was not blood, but some kind of black, sticky substance. They're not human anymore, Diana said a little uncomfortably as she faced several infected people flying over. However, her hands were not slow. The two of them had sparring on the weekend. If Thea improved, she would naturally benefit as well. The growth in her body was not obvious, but Diana's resistance to fear had now reached an inhuman level. At least, it was much higher than when the two girls reunited. The increase in her resistance also increased her willpower, which was reflected in her abnormal calmness in battle. No matter what kind of unfavorable situation she was facing, Diana could easily deal with it. She used the least amount of strength to throw out the most fatal punch. Her attacking style was unknowingly influenced by Thea. Fatal, efficient, and simple. This was Diana's current fighting style. Compared to the unskillful shield bashing of 100 years ago, her current fighting style was more artistic. Thea cooperated with her and drew her divine longbow. The two of them, one in close combat and one in long range, cooperated seamlessly. After 30 seconds, Over 100 infected people were all knocked down by the two of them. Black sticky substance flowed out of the infected people's wounds and gathered into a dirty river. It smells so bad. Thea, who was a little obsessed with cleanliness, could not stand it. She directly used Magician's hand and gathered a bunch of people who were either dead or alive. The freezing gun on the power armor froze the bodies, and the pungent stench was finally contained. What should they do next? Diana automatically looked at Thea. Just like the day when they left Paradise Island, Thea did not disappoint her. The secondary control system on her arm was connected to the mainframe of the Quinn group, and a large amount of information was analyzed and summarized. Combined with the simple clues given by Amanda at the beginning, Thea determined the next step. Minerva was originally adopted by a woman named Letta in Idaho. This woman seems to be running a religious school. Let's go there and see if there are any clues. Diana had no objections, and the two continued to fly northwest. The other party's school was built in an extremely remote area, surrounded by mountains. Many local people's faces changed drastically when they talked about this school, and all of them kept their mouths shut. Sia finally got the detailed address from an old man with fear and hints. Since they were looking for clues, the two naturally would not fly there. Instead, they changed into casual clothes and drove a jeep. The two sitting in the jeep looked like adventure enthusiasts going out for a vacation. "Stop! This is our private property." The two women drove to a wooden fence, and a fierce woman with a submachine gun stopped their car. When it was time to show off her acting skills, it was usually Thea who went up to talk, and this time was no exception. Thea talked nonsense like a river, saying things like lost tourists and public-spirited female university students. She said all sorts of harmless things, but the fierce woman guarding the gate believed her. She opened the gate to Thea's enthusiastic thanks. After entering the wooden fence, he realized that the space inside was not small. The people who lived here were all women. Some were young, some were old, and some were young. The color of their hair and pupils were all different. The only exception was their clothes. They were all made of rough linen. The children carried baskets, the adult women carried all kinds of tools, and only a few fierce women carried rifles in their hands. Other than the few rifles, Thea did not see any modern equipment. These women lived in the 21st century as if they were in the Middle Ages. However, she did not look at them for long. Thea's eyes were automatically attracted to a statue standing in the square. A young girl with antlers and a bow, an arrow. Thea looked at Diana and found that she was also looking at her. It was unbelievable. This statue was a statue of Artemis. In other words, this group of people climbed mountains and waded through rivers to America to worship an ancient Greek god. That's not right. After all, Thea was a chosen. Her perception of the goddess was higher than Diana's. She quickly found the problem. This statue did not have a trace of holy power. Combined with the ascetic attire of the surrounding people, it was not that they were not devout, but that there was something else going on. Chapter 366. Sia carefully observed the expressions of the women around her. Pain, numbness mixed with cruelty. All kinds of emotions were mixed together, and it was difficult to determine their true feelings. The only thing she could be sure of was that they were not happy. This was not in line with the teachings of the moon goddess. Her teachings were cheerful girls in the forest. These people in front of her were far from cheerful. What should we do? Diana gave Thea a small look. The question was obvious. Thea shook her head slightly. She had already sensed the fluctuation of divine power. Although it was weak, the evil in the aura was obvious. On the surface, this place was worshipping the moon goddess. What kind of evil god was actually worshipped? Only the leaders knew. Ms. Letta, which god are you worshipping in the middle of the square? Aren't you Christians? Thea asked the old woman who was the leader. She had introduced herself earlier. She was the nominal organizer of this school, Panther Girl Minerva's adoptive mother. The old woman pretended to be kind, but when her lips parted slightly, her two canine teeth flashed under the moonlight. We are an ancient race. People call us the Amazons. As for what we worship, it's the moon and the goddess of the hunt. F*CK. Do you have any shame? Thea's expression was obviously suspicious, but her excellent acting skills quickly turned this suspicion into shock. Her shock was fake, but Diana's shock was real. Diana, who had been pretending to be expressionless, could not help but observe the old woman from head to toe. Unfortunately, she could not find a trace of the old woman's aura that was compatible with Paradise Island. When the fake Li Kuei met the real Li Kuei, Thea didn't know what to say to these imposters. She could only open her mouth wide to express her shock. The old woman saw the expressions of the two and thought it was normal. This was the expression of a thrill-seeking college student in America. Her camp had entertained such young people many times so far. Clap, clap. The old woman clapped her hands happily. Many women with bows and iron weapons instantly surrounded the two. Come join our hunting activities. You should fully enjoy the fun of nature in the city. Come on, let's run. The old woman motioned for the crowd to make way for them to enter the depths of the forest. She looked at the two prey maliciously, expecting them to show a panicked expression. However, the two acted as if they didn't hear or see anything. Thea glanced around and saw that the other party's arrows were all made of stone, and the archers were a group of thin and weak women. Even Tommy and Laurel could kill them all, let alone the two of them who weren't human. She was different from Diana. Although she had been blessed by the gods, she was born with it. She didn't need to study it. She only needed to know how to use it. Thea's divine power was all pieced together. She scraped a little from one person and absorbed a little from another. Her research on divine power could be said to be the best in the world. Although there were some fluctuations of divine power in the campsite, most of it was emitted from this area. None of the women present were qualified to be the host. Thea originally wanted to act like a little white flower to trick the old woman, but she didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. She didn't even say a few words and revealed her fangs. Thea could only give up her initial plan. Since you like to play rough, we'll play with you. The old woman put on the face of a cultist during the day, but found that the other party was not afraid at all. Strange? The young people in the past would have been scared and ran forward trembling. Why weren't the two women afraid? There was a murmur in the air. It was as soft as the wind, but when the words fell into the old woman's ears, it was like thunder. She immediately reacted and ordered attack. Although the women felt that this was different from their usual habits, they still mechanically drew their bows and shot dozens of arrows at the two women. This level of attack was like a joke in the eyes of the two women. Thea raised her left hand, and a small whirlwind appeared around the two women. All the arrows were sucked in. She clenched her left hand, and the whirlwind trembled violently. The arrows that were mixed in the wind were directly shattered. Blasphemers! Kill them! The old woman shouted loudly, and, at the same time, she retreated quickly. Thea couldn't let her run away. Dear, you can ask that guy. Diana had been holding back for a long time. She threw out the lasso of truth and tied the old woman up like a rice dumpling. She pulled the old woman back to the two women. Kill them, kill them. The old woman was still in midair and was still shouting loudly. If it wasn't for her previous behavior of running away, one would think that she would rather die than submit. The leader was invaded at first sight, but he didn't stop the enthusiasm of the rest of the women. The originally numb and dull faces were replaced by fanaticism. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they rushed towards the two women. Many children even picked up stones on the ground and tried to attack the two women. Back off! Thea completely released her aura, and the power of fear instantly spread out in all directions with her as the center. The few women closest to her were paralyzed with fear, and the women in the distance were all stumbling. Obviously, their souls were damaged, but their bodies were still under the control of the evil god, and they were ready to continue attacking. Quite tenacious. Thea observed the results of her battle. The evil god here was the so-called god of the cheetah. How ironic. The prey pretended to be the hunter and enjoyed the worship. She didn't know if this guy was a Native American god or an African totem animal spirit. Let me give you an even bigger surprise. Thea put on the yellow light ring and magnified her emotions 100 times. Using the method of the Martian hunter, she released a wider range of mental shock. An invisible shockwave swept through everyone's hearts like a hurricane. This time, no matter if it was far or near, old or young, except for Diana, who had a high fear resistance and was sparring with her, everyone was knocked out. These people were not injured physically, but because their minds were controlled by the evil god, it meant that the evil god took all the power of the shockwave. They just needed to rest after the battle. However, the evil god was in trouble. Its biggest weakness was that its consciousness was divided into hundreds of parts to control these believers. Its original consciousness might have been able to resist Thea's mental shock, but after being divided into hundreds of parts, its resistance was weakened 100 times. It would be strange if it could resist it. The cracking sound was faint at first, but it grew louder and louder. A big crack appeared on the statue of the goddess of the hunt, and a pure black cheetah rolled out from it. The cheetah's eyes were still shining with wisdom, but it quickly dimmed, as if it wanted to remember Thea and the girl's appearance. Then it fell down and never got up again. Chapter 367. Is she dead? Diana asked. Thea looked at the corpse carefully for a long time. From the perspective of this corpse, she is indeed dead. The mental burden was too great in a short period of time, and her soul was crushed. But before she completely died, she used some kind of secret method to abandon this body. If I'm not wrong, your friend Minerva is the new host. Thea's judgment was not baseless. The evil aura lingering in the surrounding land, sky, and jungle was rapidly dissipating. As for the women who pretended to be Amazons, she was too lazy to care about them. After they recovered their minds, they would be seriously ill, but it was also a good thing for them to leave this evil place. Do you still want to ask this guy? Diana raised the old woman in her hand and asked. The old woman was the closest, and it just so happened that she had the most evil aura in her body, so she was the first to bear the brunt. Facing Thea's mental attack that was magnified 100 times, she could not resist and fainted. Thea scratched her head a little. She had indeed forgotten about this guy, but it was not appropriate to not use a ranged attack in the situation at that time. She could only say that this old woman was unlucky. Let her go, you ask. I'll deal with this corpse. Thea lowered her head and touched the Black Panther's body. There is not much divine power left in this body, and Thea guessed that it might have been transferred to the Panther Girl. However, this corpse was an out-and-out divine corpse. It was of a slightly higher level than the shark god Kamal that Sia's team of 5 had killed. If they brought it back to make a new set of armor, it would definitely be very effective. Because they did not directly fight, Thea was afraid that the other party was not completely dead. What if the other party faked her death? Or what if she came back to life after a while like those melodramatic TV dramas? She took out an alien cutter, installed a portable power source, and worked on the spot, cutting the panther's body into 8 pieces. The body was scattered like this. If she could still come back to life, Thea would write the word admire for her. Summoning water magic, he washed the dirty water on his hands, and Diana's questioning ended quickly. The old woman said that she was the one who ordered Minerva to steal the Godslayer's sword. Minerva was also under her orders to pierce her chest with the sword and turn into that half-human, half-beast monster. However, she did not know Minerva's exact location. She only knew that Minerva headed south. Diana puts away the lasso. The old woman also sees Thea's brutal dismemberment of the leopard's body. She seems to think of something and has a mental breakdown. South again, Thea was a little depressed. They had found this camp in the north of Louisiana, and now they were almost in Canada, and now they had to go back south again. But Thea could see the reluctance in Diana's eyes, so she could only continue the pursuit with her. In the Brazilian rainforest. I hate this place. In order to prevent the Panther Girl's sudden attack, the two could only chase after fully armed, all the way from the northwest of the United States to the southeast of Brazil. The weather in the rainforest made Thea very uncomfortable. It was hot and humid. The two did not dare to fly in the sky. The trees on the ground were too lush, and they were afraid of losing her. The only good news was that Gideon had finished collecting the data of the other party. Footprints, hair, speed per second, walking characteristics, all were recorded. After that, The artificial intelligence would calculate the other party's route based on the Quinn family's satellite and supercomputer, and from time to time correct the direction through footprints and other traces. If not for Gideon's calculations, it would be a dream to rely on Thea and Diana to track the Panther Girl who had not been to human society and only fled in the jungle. The climate here is too uncomfortable. Diana also felt uncomfortable all over. She was familiar with the climate of the African grasslands and the Mediterranean Sea, but she was not used to the humid climate of the tropical rainforest. Her body seemed to be sweating all the time, but her divine body was far beyond that of human, so she could not sweat even if she wanted to. While the two were moving, they suddenly noticed something unusual and looked at each other. The traces disappeared. Diana took off her shield, held her sword with one hand, and looked around vigilantly. Thea no longer cared about the consumption of her magic power, and used the Eye of Horus to search for suspicious figures. To the west, Thea shouted, and at the same time, the freeze gun in her arm shot out several frosty air. A golden figure flashed past her eyes, and a 5-centimeter deep hole was cut in the metal armor on her chest that could withstand a nuclear bomb. Thea. Diana hurriedly protected her side and threw out a lasso. Unfortunately, the other party was too fast, and after missing the first attack, she escaped into the forest again, preparing for the next sneak attack. In fact, to deal with this kind of fast guy, flying to a high place and bombarding from above was the most convenient. However, Thea and the others still had to catch the other party, so they had to spend some effort. You don't want to come out, do you? The two of them were vigilant for a long time, but the other party was very calm and only silently waited for a good opportunity. Thea and Diana established a telepathic connection, so the two of them could discuss plans at any time during the battle without worrying about the other party's vigilance. Dark magic. Thea gathered all of her magic power and suddenly released it. Thea was the most familiar with this spell, and although its level was low, sometimes low-level spells could be effective. A thick fog shrouded the space within a few miles, and although Thea couldn't see anything, she was the one who released the magic power, so she could more or less sense it. She quickly found the leopard girl hiding in a pile of withered leaves. The other party was stunned by the sudden darkness, but her bloodthirsty personality made her not escape, and instead wanted to kill the two girls. Thea's magic power sensed that the other party was cautiously approaching her. You bastard! Do you think I'm a pushover? If I don't make you lose a layer of skin this time, I'll take your surname. Close your eyes. Thea instructed Diana in the telepathic connection, and then she estimated that the leopard girl was still 3 meters away from her. The other party stared at her, bent her knees, and was about to attack, but Thea instantly cast another spell, Illumination. A bright light shone in the darkness, and the leopard girl was completely unprepared, especially when she was staring at Thea. Her eyes were wide open, afraid that the other party would nimbly dodge her attack. Plan 2, Plan 3, the leopard girl thought about several sets in her heart, preparing for possible situations. But the premise was that Thea would dodge her attack. Otherwise, all of her ideas would be useless. The leopard girl calculated many possibilities, but unfortunately, she missed out on the variety of spells. A low-level spell like Illumination, not to mention Thea, even Damien could instantly cast it. The leopard girl didn't expect this possibility, and the strong light was instantly received by her retina. Her pupils shrank, and her eyeball muscle spasmed. The leopard girl reflexively covered her eyes with her hands. Diana cooperated with her very well, holding the shield and slamming it down. At the same time, Thea also kept casting Mud Spell, Oil Spell, and Dense Spiderweb Spell in the trees, with only one purpose, and that was to reduce her speed. Chapter 368. The leopard girl's vision was temporarily blocked. Although the burning sensation on her eyeballs had been affecting her judgment, she still managed to dodge Diana's attack by relying on her beastly intuition. The blind leopard girl didn't know that Thea had thrown a lot of grease spells. When she dodged Diana's pounce, she naturally took a step back. The soles of her feet felt as if she had stepped on a lump of grease, slippery. Normally, with her balance, she could run 2 steps on the grease, but now the swelling pain in her eyeballs seriously destroyed her sense of balance. She stumbled to maintain her balance. Diana's sword slashed her shoulder, causing yellow blood to gush out. Thea saw that they had already started fighting, so she put away her dark magic. This was something that Diana had discussed with her in advance. The leopard girl didn't have a deep relationship with her in this space-time, but they were more or less friends. Diana felt that she had an obligation to help her. However, as the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. The upright Diana was also influenced by Sia to become a little two-faced. Her request was to create a fair battlefield, and Sia completed this task very faithfully. Within a radius of a few miles, Thea released nearly 50 spells related to speed reduction. Later, she was afraid that the leopard girl could still turn the tables, so she took advantage of the fall and added a gravity spell and a speed reduction spell on the leopard girl. She dug 2 deep pits on the leopard girl's path and pulled a few ropes between a few trees at ankle height. She used several tricks to deal with blind people. Even if the leopard girl escaped alive, she would still have a psychological shadow when she thought of today's scene. At this moment, the leopard lady could not see anything. It was as if there was an iron rod stirring in her head. There were sundries under her feet, and her body seemed to be carrying dozens of kilograms of lead. This was the fair duel that Sia had created for her lover. Putting away her dark magic, Thea finally saw the leopard girl's glory. Half-human, half-beast reputation was well-deserved. She had sharp ears and sharp teeth, and the nails on her hands and feet were replaced by sharp claws. Her body seemed to be covered with a layer of yellowish animal skin, full of spots, and a long tail behind her. According to her image, she could be given a savage index of 70 points. The only pity was that her yellow vertical pupils, which were supposed to emit a fierce glint, were currently smearing her overall image. Facing the pouncing Diana, the leopard girl no longer had the time to rub her eyes. Her sore eyeball muscles caused tears to flow down uncontrollably. Diana's current attack rhythm was very strong. She didn't blindly attack, giving her opponent the illusion that the difference in strength wasn't big. The leopard girl, who didn't have much combat experience, was fooled. She knew that there were 2 enemies nearby. She didn't know what Theo was doing, so she could only desperately attack Diana, trying to create a one-on-one situation. Diana's defense was the best in the multiverse. At least, Thea had never seen anyone play a shield better than her. Facing the leopard girl whose speed had been reduced by half, she fought very calmly. Block, parry, dodge, she perfectly fused her movement and martial arts. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, Thea would have applauded. The leopard girl couldn't attack for a long time and was dragged down by the messy environment around her. Whether it was physical strength or mental strength, they were all consumed quickly. She realized that she couldn't continue fighting like this. After forcing Diana to retreat with a feint, she didn't care about the direction. She turned 180 degrees and prepared to escape. However, she had only taken 2 steps before she was stuck by something sticky. If she sprinted with all her strength, she would definitely be able to break through the cobweb, but she had only run 2 steps. How could she have the speed? She was an agility type, not a strength type. Her arms swung widely, and with her sharp claws, she forcefully split open the cobweb that stuck to her. But this delay of a second allowed Diana to catch up. "Diana, let me go. Aren't we friends?" The leopard girl didn't know how many cobwebs there were around her. The big pit on the ground and the tripping ropes made her sick. She didn't want to stay in this broken place for a second longer. Her cunning nature made it impossible for her to rush out by force, so she immediately changed to a soft one. "Minerva, I'm helping you. Come back with me and accept the trial. You can't continue to be wrong," Diana said very sincerely. "As expected, it's Diana. I think it smells a little like you. I didn't expect to guess right." The leopard girl's nose twitched twice. "Is this the true strength you've been hiding? My God said that you're a long-lived species, an existence that's higher than us ordinary people. Isn't that right? Diana fell silent. No matter how she answered this question, it wasn't appropriate. She chose to keep her mouth shut. The one who created this battlefield is your companion, right? He's also a supernatural person, right? I'm so envious. The leopard girl's tone was stern. It didn't sound like envy at all. Instead, it sounded like jealousy, jealousy that went deep into her bones. Come back with me and redeem your sins. You still have hope. Diana tried to bring the topic back. The leopard girl's smile was incomparably terrifying. She was 30% human and 70% beast. Her humanity was rapidly disappearing. Redeem? Me? What sins did I commit? I've already become like this. I can't go back. Put away your love, Diana. You can't save me. The leopard girl berated sternly. Her expression was deranged as she used both her hands and feet to fiercely attack Diana. She had already recovered some of her vision and stamina during the conversation. She felt that Diana's strength was about the same as when she was weak just now. She wanted to suddenly exert her strength and finish off Diana. However, she had underestimated Diana and overestimated herself. A round of storm-like attacks were all blocked, and the little stamina she had recovered was wasted again. How can you be so strong? I sacrificed so much, but I'm still not as good as you. At this moment, the leopard girl was wrapped in anger. Jealousy, indignation, injustice, and all kinds of negative emotions gathered together. Her attacks became sharper and sharper. She had already forgotten to run away. She only wanted to follow her bloodthirsty desire and kill Diana. The negotiation was fruitless. Diana felt that she had already lived up to that little bit of friendship. Finally, she no longer held back and used the power of the Guardian Silver Bracelet. In the first few moves, the leopard girl was barely able to resist. After 10 moves, Diana's strength and speed rapidly increased as if there was no end to it. Although it did not reach the leopard girl's maximum speed, it was more than enough to deal with her. The fire god sword felt its master's fighting spirit. The sword's body ignited with raging flames as it slashed and stabbed. Every move was aimed at the leopard girl's vital points. Although the leopard girl had the body of a cheetah, it was not her own memories. In all aspects, she was completely suppressed by Diana. Amid defeat, Diana's speed increased by another level. Borrowing the gap between her body, she slashed at the leopard girl's ribs with her sword and then fiercely slapped the back of her head with her shield. In the leopard girl's dizzy state, the truth lasso was thrown out and tied her up tightly. Chapter 369. In order to prevent the Panther Lady from escaping, Thea froze her limbs again, leaving only her fierce head outside. Unless her neck could be retracted, she wouldn't be able to bite the two women 10 meters away. Amanda was very happy to receive Thea's call. She happily said that she would take over personally and said that Thea would be able to see her adult love soon. For Amanda, it should be a good deal to throw out Oliver, a guy with an excessive sense of justice, in exchange for the Panther Lady. Thea thought so. The agents of the Heavenly Eye Society couldn't jump out immediately, so the two could only wait. The Panther Lady was still scolding. Thea originally wanted to ask where the god-slaying dagger was, but the other party didn't communicate with her at all. They just insulted her with filthy words. Thea didn't want to touch such an evil weapon, so she left it to Amanda to deal with. After throwing out 15 mental attacks in a row and knocking the Panther Lady unconscious, the surroundings finally quieted down. In such a humid environment, it was inconvenient for the two to do something they liked, so they could only chat casually. Just as Sia was telling the story of her childhood surfing with Oliver, she saw a woman dressed in Arabian clothes in front, and a man wearing a black diving suit and a huge, strangely shaped oxygen mask behind her. The two of them kept fighting, killing their way from the forest to the open space in front of Sia and the others. Previously, Panther Lady had chosen this place as the battlefield after considering the surrounding environment. This was the only open space in the vicinity. The two strangers naturally made the same choice, but they didn't expect there to be outsiders here. The man wearing the oxygen mask had his entire head wrapped tightly. The mask was oval in shape, and two big red crystals covered where the eyes should be. From afar, he looked like a red-eyed fly. The man's expression couldn't be seen, but Thea, Diana, and the Arabian woman looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The Arabian woman glanced at the frozen panther lady. She didn't know the origin of the two women in front of her, but she still shouted kindly, "Run!" The man in the diving suit behind her seemed to treat Thea and Diana as innocent passers-by. Although it was strange to meet living people in the rainforest, he didn't take it to heart at all. He continued to chase the woman without a word. He just raised his arm at Thea and Diana. There seemed to be some kind of launching device on his wrist. Two extremely thin and long metal spikes shot out between the two's eyebrows. In his heart, Thea and Diana were two dead people, not worth his time. But 2 seconds later, he was dumbfounded. For a long time after that, every time he thought of this meeting, he wanted to bang his head against the wall. What was wrong with my hand at that time? Can't I just pretend not to see it? However, he didn't have the ability to foresee the future. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to foresee that far. The appearance of the two women was too confusing. If Death Knell, who was as big as a mountain, was sitting here, the man in the diving suit might not be so nosy. However, Thea and Diana had changed into casual clothes after the battle. In addition, it was hot and humid here, and they were wearing cooler clothes. They also didn't have any weapons in their hands. No matter how he looked at them, they looked like two harmless vases. The man in the diving suit ran more than 10 meters away. The screams and the smell of blood that he expected did not appear. He was slower than the Arabian woman, and only then did he see the half-frozen panther lady. Although the panther lady was unconscious, the beastly aura that she exuded was still very eye-catching. "Hey, are you a black manta? I'll return this to you." Thea and Diana played with the steel needle that he shot out for a while. They didn't know what material it was made of. They only saw that it was very sharp. Thea played with it for a while and felt that it was boring. She threw it back. Although she didn't specially practice darts like the Bat family, Thea's long-range attack attribute was almost maxed out. She could play any long-range attack very well, and this steel needle was no exception. The man in the diving suit whose identity was exposed was Sea King Arthur Curry's old enemy, Black Manta. He was a very famous treasure hunter in the underground world. Because Sea King killed his father by mistake, he only had one goal left in life, and that was revenge. Using his years of savings and his excellent mechanical engineering knowledge, Black Manta, an ordinary person without any abilities, created a diving suit and various lethal weapons. He embarked on a lonely path of revenge. In the underground world, he had an outstanding reputation. Usually, he wore a different kind of oxygen mask, and no one had seen his real face. Whether it was on land or in the sea, he usually wore a diving suit with an oxygen mask, so there were many people who knew him. However, at this moment, his identity was exposed by a young and beautiful woman like Thea. He instantly became nervous. Facing the steel needle that was thrown in the opposite direction, he chose to dodge it cautiously. Your strength and speed are beyond that of ordinary people. Is it because of your combat suit? Thea gathered magic on her face as if she was wearing a hazy mask. After the vibration, her voice was completely different from usual. "Esper? Another Esper. Are you also Arthur's companion?" Black Manta's voice had obviously been changed. His voice was a little ethereal, but his tone showed that he was not happy. "Get out of here." Thea didn't want to care about their trivial matters. She just wanted to quickly hand over the leopard girl and then go back to take a good bath. However, she didn't know if her tone was a little unfriendly or if she had been in a high position all year round, but she naturally had a condescending tone. This made the sensitive Black Manta a little uncomfortable. He misunderstood her meaning. There was a wave of energy on his mask, and 2 orange lasers shot out from his eyes. F***CK. This idiot doesn't know how to listen. What I meant was for you guys to go somewhere else to fight. How did you interpret it that way? Thea was speechless. Diana took out her shield and easily blocked the lasers. It could even block Doomsday's heat rays. This kind of laser made by human black technology was nothing. "This is bad." Seeing that his strongest attack didn't work, Black Manta's heart pounded. He finally realized that these two women who were dressed as passersby were not ordinary people. He wanted to continue chasing the Arabian woman. But how could the warm-hearted Diana let him go? Originally, the two of them were one in front and one behind, so it was difficult to determine who was good and who was evil. Now that Black Manta was so fierce, she didn't hesitate and slashed down with her sword. Black Manta could only take out two long swords and block Diana's Vulcan sword. Clang! A crisp sound entered Thea's ears. She immediately noticed the abnormality. The material of these two long swords was extraordinary. The other party's two swords didn't seem to be made of Earth's existing metal. In the future, Black Manta could use these two swords to fight against the Sea King's divine trident. Now he could block the Vulcan sword. Considering his profession, it wasn't difficult to analyze that it was most likely a metal found in some underwater ruins. He was intelligent and talented. He would be an outstanding subordinate. However, Thea thought about it and decided to give up. Black Manta was focused on revenge. He didn't care about any price or morals. This was the only meaning of his life. No matter how heaven-defying the hinting technique was, it couldn't change this. Thea could only give up on the idea of recruiting him.